Do, 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 do. And we are live. I am so sorry we are coming in late today. It has been an emergency situation here that's kind of dogged me a bit here today. I wasn't able to get on time as I normally do online. We're normally at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time show. It's Saturday. I moved it over here this week to off the 4th, and then I kind of had a big situation kind of blow up in my family here overnight, and I had to kind of deal with that. So sorry about being a little bit delayed here, folks. We're going to try to get this show out today, get you guys on a little bit, and I will do a makeup show next week as well, rather than we usually have next week as an off time. So apologize for that. I appreciate anybody who has a chance to check in without any kind of advanced notice. It's been a crazy last 12, 14 hours for me a little bit, so just kind of getting through the other side of it. Claire's, what's up? How you doing, Claire's? Derek's the Seahawks fan. What is up, man? Ahmad, hello. Hello. Philip, thank you, man. We're doing okay. Nothing super serious, but just had to deal with something. Sometimes stuff comes up, and you guys know when you got to jump on it, you got to jump on it. So had to jump on a little bit of a situation here over the past 12 hours, but we're good to go now. We're 100%. User Hitstick. What's up, User Hitstick? How you doing, man? Derek the Seahawks fan. Claire's, I pronounced that right, Claire's FN, right? Devin Peterson, hello. Brendan, how you doing, man? User Hitstick, I appreciate that, buddy. I'm going to try to get out some more Hawks Nest episodes here on the regular. I really feel like in the off season with the Hawks Nest episodes, you can kind of over inundate the subscriber base by just throwing out a lot of clickbaity type material, because there's really not oftentimes a lot of information to go off of with it. So, but I feel like we're getting closer to season. There's some more rumors that are kind of percolating out there. And as we're going to get in today, I really want to kind of dive a little bit further into this potential of where John Schneider's taking this team moving on to next year, if this NFL season is going to be in trouble. Maybe not, maybe they get it together and all that, but we all have to admit at this point that the clouds are darkening ever more. Bash, what's up, Bash? How you doing? Thank you for jumping on in the chat. Omar Gonzalez, what's up, man? Maxwell Stern, how you doing, buddy? Gosman, go Hawks. Go Hawks. Hope you guys all had a good 4th of July, nice and safe and sound. Everyone's healthy and happy. It does look like we've got some more kind of fire here on the smoke with the Antonio Brown situation, and that's where I've been very reticent up until this point to feel like this guy's going to be in play for the Seattle Seahawks, and that they would not really ever really give him good consideration. It always kind of seemed like with the Antonio Brown thing that if the Seahawks management was flirting with Antonio Brown, it was sort of as an appeasement to Russell Wilson. Understanding Russell wants him there. We got to at least appear for this guy that we want to bring him in, that we'd be willing to bring him in, that we'd be willing to listen. So they're kind of maybe placating a little bit, I guess, is what I'm saying to Russell. But with some of the things we're seeing with this now, is it just kind of gathers more and more momentum. And as I spoke about in my Hawks Nest video, when you see the Seattle doesn't deny the report of having no interest like the Baltimore Ravens do, that's an oddity to me. I mean, it's a very small thing, but why wouldn't the Seahawks also send out that same negation? And again, you're not hearing of any other teams really jumping into the fray for Antonio Brown's services. There's some rumors, but again, it's part of those clickbaity articles that don't have anything based off of it. There's no meat to any of those bones, whereas we've got Geno Smith throwing to Antonio one week, and then Russell Wilson's throwing to him the next week after that. And we know Russell desperately, badly wants him here, and we as well know this past offseason, the management Seahawks front office didn't exactly make a ton of moves to help out Russell. If they were trying to make him happy, if when he said we need more superstars and now we get through this offseason and it's probably not been that up until this point, you've got a move that you could potentially solve some of that maybe growing discontent if Seattle didn't make another move. I think they will, but I do think that there's a little bit more Jason McEward onto this Antonio Brown thing coming to the Hawks. If I was to put it, I put the four hand towels out of 10 on my latest video, I'd still put it about 40% because of the commissioner's decision that looms. We all have to remember with Antonio Brown, he's not yet been put under suspension. It was known he'd be suspended last year if any team signed him after the Patriots thing with the text messages they sent where he suddenly threatened a woman's life almost a little bit on text messages. That's what it seemed. I'm going off memory with that. But that was kind of the open secret in the NFL, is he'd be suspended if anybody put him up. So does he now get free to that suspension suddenly? And if so, how? Because the NFL has been pretty strong about coming down on these type of situations, especially when there's multiples of them all stacked together and close. So I still keep it at 40%, but I do think that we are probably the front runner for his services right now, just because of a lack of other teams that are willing to jump into the fray for Antonio Brown. And plan on me sweating here today, folks. We've got like a 90-degree day over here in Spokane, and I can't turn on the AC or you guys won't hear me. Devin Peterson. It's nothing, man. It's all good. I don't want to get into it. It's family stuff. Sorry, man. Jose Rodriguez. What's up, man? Hey, Jose, I still hadn't had a chance to check out your video because I need you to put your link in the comments, not in the live stream comments, but put them down in the comment section under the video after it posts, because it's hard for me to find your link in this chat session, especially when we get into the 4 and 5 hour live stream. So I did want to check out your videos, but do me a favor and just, if you can post that in the comment section after this video, I'll go look it up. Brian Barajas, tell me why Pete said we had such a great and amazing offseason, and I'm the only one that felt that we didn't do much. Brian, I've been on board with feeling that way for a very long time in this situation, or long time, but throughout this offseason where I scratched my head, I pounded the desk, I got irritated and angry. I sat there and just sort of tried to turn over in my mind what the hell is going on, because it didn't appear to me either that they had that great of an offseason. They didn't fail the offseason, but if you were looking for them to really go for it and dig in and let's see if we can get the most out of this next season, they certainly did not do that. Now, Brian, I've got a reason as to why I think they didn't do that. I'm growing to feel and believe that maybe there was a strategy involved in this conservative nature that they've gone into this offseason with. And we'll dive into that a little bit further into this live stream. But I think that that's pushing a lot of that as well as why they've been so hesitant. And now when it comes to Pete as well, we all have to agree on this. Pete is saying everything in every which different direction this offseason. At the start of the offseason, he said, well, the 4-3 scheme and the base defense was a success. Then as the offseason went along, he said, well, no, it was we actually got to go back to more of the slot corner role. And I think even lately, I just heard even recently that they've slid back to saying, no, the base was actually working good. And then you get this, we're hearing kind of double speak. We're hearing different things coming out of either side of it. And it makes it really hard to ascertain what it is they're really trying to tell us and what they really feel and believe. My given instinct is that they would have a tendency to go back to that 4-3 base stuff, and they may try a little more of the slot stuff out, but I don't know where they're at, Brian, to be honest with you. When you listen to the press conferences, you would listen to Pete talk, and he's never a guy who's ever always going to just lay everything out there for you, but he's usually been pretty open about telling you which way the team's going, what they're going to try to accomplish. But that's not been the case. Take the Clowney thing. We heard Clowney's the biggest priority, and we're going to push to get him, and he's a foundational piece here, and we got to bring him back. But yet every report we've read has been kind of like they went pretty low end on the offers to Jadeveon Clowney. And maybe that's correct from some people's standpoint on how they profile that player out, but it was certainly odd where, again, you say one thing on one end and then you do something else on another end. Again, Brian, though, I think this does build into the potential of Seattle kind of understanding this next season with COVID is going to be really thrown into a certain amount of chaos. I mean, complete and utter chaos potentially. Derek, the Seahawks fan, kind of sucks. I'm probably not going to be able to go to my first Seahawks game because of Corona. Oh, man, that sucks. I'm going to get stuck going to the Bucs Saints game in Tampa Bay. Oh, man, that's brutal. I'm sorry, Derek. Hopefully something can turn around at this point. I really do, but it has been crazy. Philip Wiseman, fist bump, brother. Thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it, man. Sorry, guys, if I'm not 100% flying higher today as far as that. I'm running about 96, 95%. So if I'm a little slow on the uptake, bear with me. I'll come around here as I get the stream going and we're rolling, operating off a little lack of sleep. Cosman B. Russell gets what he wants. Usually you would think he would get what he wants here, Cosman, especially when you balance it up against the fact that you haven't given him a lot of what he's wanted throughout this whole offseason, really. I mean, the offensive line has not significantly been upgraded. You've not added any other real pass catchers out there outside of like a Philip Dorsett and a Greg Olsen, who's 35 years old. He's got the foot problems. He's broke his foot, the same foot multiple times. So there's some worries there. But again, this is that one move you could potentially make where you bring AB in. And I know that there's even now some wonder out there as you got the post from Josh Gordon that he put out on his, I think, Instagram account where he was showing both him and Antonio Brown when he was with the Patriots after Brown caught a touchdown catch and them celebrating. And then he was sort of intimating a bit that maybe Seattle would be able to bring in both is what I got off of that Instagram. I don't know if that's just him like trolling Seahawks fans and setting the, gaslighting a little bit, but that would be amazing as well, as to think that you could actually get both of those two guys inside this roster along with DK and Tyler. There's probably not enough catches or passes to go around at that point, but you would certainly be a very explosive offense. IQ Savage, if Seahawks sign AB, what do you think the contract will be? I think it'll be a 1-year deal worth $8 billion. IQ, I've not bought into the reports that have said that Antonio Brown is expecting he's going to get a lot of money wherever he does sign. I really don't buy into that at all. I think he's going to be heavily reduced from where he used to be. And I don't even think 1 year, $8 million is enough of a reduction. I think you're probably looking at more into the range of a 1 year, $3 to $4 million deal. Because anybody that takes him on is taking on that risk of the commissioner's decision. And then if the commissioner comes in and says, okay, he's going to be out the first 12 games of the year and you're only getting 4 games of a season. Now, granted, a lot of that will come back to your cap then, because it doesn't count against the cap if he's suspended. He doesn't get paid. There's nothing hitting on the cap. You can roll that over into the next year's salary cap if that occurred. But again, it just, with those worries that are out there about his potential suspension, with the fact there doesn't appear to be a lot of competition for his services, I don't know how he could draw the market into going that high for him. Philip Wiseman says, the right price, get him. Incentive lative. I wouldn't mind that either, Philip. Look, he would upgrade this receiving core, and I've banged the drum pretty hard here about the fact that having 2 frontline receivers and not a lot else behind them is problematic, especially when you pair it with the fact that your two top tight ends also have a lot of injury history. One of them is really old. It gets you a little bit worried about a couple of injuries at a few key positions and not having enough depth or quality behind them. So I can see why Seattle would want to go after him. If they don't go for Antonio Brown, they better go for Josh Gordon. We've got to bring someone else in other than this. Ugo Amati, what's up, Ugo? Brendan Eichrick, AB should cost more than $3 million. He may be a Brendan. Again, it comes down to, for me, again, the commissioner's decision and the lack of competition. If you have a player who is going to drive up cost, and again, you're paying him at $8 million. I know that that's not top of the market for receiver, especially on a 1-year deal, but that's still a pretty decently high cost for a guy who comes with a lot of baggage. He'll have arrived, will be his 1, 2, 3, 4th team in 2 years. We're hearing no other teams out there that are even interested in him. I think you could probably take 3/4 of the NFL teams out there and they've probably just slashed him off their board, not even under any consideration, no way, no how. So if you're down to 1/4 of the teams, and that might even be being generous, because we heard the recent reports that it was only 2 teams interested in him, and one of those teams said, we're not. So I think it'll come down to, and I could be wrong with this, Brendan, but I do think it'll come down on this one too. He doesn't have a lot of other people competing for his services. 1 year, $3 million, $4 million, $5 million. I just can't see it getting up into the $8 million range, and certainly not a multi-year deal. Devin Peterson, I will check out your gaming channel, man. Just do me the favor, as I was asking Jose, just put it down in the comment section after this video posts, because I try to find your guys' links in the chat after I've done and posted and ended stream, and I can't find the stuff. So if you guys just put it down in the comment section, I'll check it out. Jose Rodriguez, you got it up at 60%. All right, man. I like that, Jose. I'm down with those odds. I could feel that. It's probably pretty. Look, 40% for me might be acting a little bit conservatively. It might, because there has been a lot to this kind of building and mounting and building and mounting. So this goes back to even when he was released off the Patriots last season and Russell pushing from back there. So this has been kind of something where I'm sure he's just been in management's ear, just, Jason Voorhees, any news on Clowney? Unfortunately not. I haven't had a lot of chance to be online to potentially play with him. I played with his cousin a couple times, but I didn't get a chance to ask him on any update with it. I think, and this is what I'd maintain with this on you guys, is that I do have the insider knowledge here that he'd like to be with Seattle. What this comes down to is what I call the bitter pill. Jadeveon Clowney's been asked to swallow a very bitter pill this offseason. The COVID-19 effect had more of an effect and impact upon him than probably any other free agent out in this market. He had the value severely depressed. And now he's looking at that reality of that situation, and he's going to have to probably eventually sign that contract. But that doesn't mean that there can't be some random team that comes into the fray out of nowhere and says, hey, this value has gotten so depressed on this guy, we'll mortgage our future. We'll go for the now. And I'm speaking to even a team like the Cowboys, who just decide they're going to put their salary cap in hell for the next few years afterwards, because they're looking at a guy who's like, we're going to get this guy at half the price on a 1-year deal. Honestly, I'm a little surprised there hasn't been more teams in a no-brainer status going out there and doing that. Certainly, some of it's driven by the fact he wants to play for a winner, wants to play for a Super Bowl contender. But again, I would maintain my similar odds on him coming back to Seattle. I think at the end of the day, Seattle's got the cap space. They've got the winning team to provide. And I think at the end of the day, that can be enough to win him over. But Seattle is certainly not push themselves into the fray as offering as much money as they could have offered here. They've definitely gone to the bottom end, low market with Jadeveon. And maybe there's proper reason for that. Maybe they feel really good about the young guys they have, and maybe those guys will really develop. And so it makes more sense as we see it play out. But that's been a bit of an oddity this offseason for me. And I'd hope I'm still kind of coming on right. Or maybe I'm just being optimistic at this point with the 70%, but I fall back on 70%. TJ says, if Russ wants AB, then we need to trust that. I agree, TJ. Russ is a guy with the brain. He's not your wild at the stick quarterback, your immature quarterback. He's always had his head on right. He's going into being in the league almost 10 years now. He's in a position to be able to take on this kind of ownership as not just a captain, but as a team leader. And if he says, I can control this guy, I can do what I need to do here, I would trust in that if I'm John Schneider and Pete Carroll. I don't feel like Russell Wilson's led you astray so far, so why not trust in this now? Roslyn Smith. What's up, Roslyn? I think Josh is coming back. Roslyn, I really agree too. I've come back at the end of the day, and this is part of this is the final, for me, the thing that kind of knocks AB off Seattle. After you look at the fact the commissioner's ruling that's coming down and all that other stuff, the fact that Josh Gordon's kind of sitting in our back pocket. We look at his Instagram account. He wants to be here. We know he wants to be here. He's not going to cost through the roof money. I don't know what he's going to make, but again, is he going to make past what AB is going to be offering, where it's $3, $4, $5 million on a 1-year deal? Probably not, because he still has all those suspension stuff from prior looming, and he could get hit at any one time on something, and that'd be it. He'd be out the whole year. You'd be out a receiver completely. So again, he's not going to cost a load. His talent level's maybe just a little bit below where Antonio Brown is. It just ends up to me making more of the logical sense. He has some worries and concerns with Gordon, but Brown comes with a lot of baggage, man. He's got like 5 suitcases sitting on his back. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you get a little bit just, I don't know. I don't know with that guy. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, you think Irvin is going to get the start at the Sam? Because Barton and Brooks are going to be fighting for that spot at will while KJ is out. Derek, yes, 100%. You didn't pay $6.2 million to Bruce Irvin this offseason on a 1-year deal just to have him as a rotational pass rusher. Because we have to remember that when you put him at defensive end on early downs and you get him stuck in the running game, teams will go after him and attack him, and he can't do a whole lot. He's just not a big guy, so it's hard for him to hold up at the point of attack. But flop him out just one player more onto the outside over the top of that tight end on our 4-3 under scheme. And now he's taking on a tight end instead of a tackle. Now he can set that edge. And he did it really well in 2013, 2014. I believe he'll do it really well again here in this year. Ken Norton knows him. Ken Norton brought him up. It's too seamless of a fit to have him slide in there. And he's got a different body type and a different kind of skill strength set than what Cody Barton or Jordan Brooks bring to play. I will say this, though, too, and well as this, Derek, is that if it comes down to Cody Barton and Brooks competing for that outside linebacker spot at the will, because KJ's out due to injury initially, I bet you Cody Barton beats him out. Barton has gotten knocked on by a lot of Seahawks fans this offseason for not being good, and, oh, man, he was nothing, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He was played out of position last year. The same type of differences I was just talking about between the Sam and the Will found him over at the Sam linebacker position for a majority of the season, and that's just not the strength of his game. He's a guy that should be using his speed, quickness, allows his instincts so he can kind of move free, which is what the Will is allowed to do a little bit more than the Sam is. So I think he's going to play out better there at that position, Derek. Salvio Aficionales. Go Hawks. Thank you, Afacio. Salvio says, if we get Gordon and AB at equal Super Bowl, there's a part of me that kind of thinks that. There's that part of you that's your logical, sober-minded self that says, if we got both of those guys, you got DK and Tyler, that's just too many guys. That's not enough passes. We run the ball too much. Pete would never leave his identity just because he had that many guys to throw to. But then there's the other side of you going, well, hell, you have rumors of Pete. Maybe this is his last year. If there was a time you're just going to say, to hell with it. Let's go for it. Let's go for broke. Let's see what we can do. If I'm going to change my stuff up and bring on all these pass catchers and then just let my quarterback ride, I mean, there's a part of me that could kind of see it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, but it would be entertaining. You guys can't deny that part. Sylvester Young. How you doing, Sylvester? What's up? Football TV, you're not a fan of the Seahawks, huh? It looks like that's a 49er in your emoji, so okay. I get it. I get it. Salvia aficionadas, small setback for a big comeback. Yeah. The Hulk Jennings. I don't know what that is. TJ Wilborn, why do you think Clowney said he would want to play for the Saints or the Cowboys and we wasn't on that post? So I read the story, TJ. I don't believe that that's Jadeveon saying that. That's somebody hearing something from somebody else who's hearing something else. And frankly, I would point to that article as being a little bit clickbaity. But let's just operate from the assumption that that's not clickbait. That there was some insider information released through this to the publication to get them to post this out. And let's say that came from Jadeveon Clowney's people. I'll give you that for the moment. I don't think it is, but let's just say that is the case. If they were doing it at this point and releasing that, it would be to potentially try to drum up that same interest that I was talking to you about, where he's having to swallow this bitter pill. He's seen his value not only halved, but no multi-year deals really on the table unless he wants to go to freaking Cleveland. So understanding that he doesn't want to swallow that bitter pill. He doesn't want to sign for 12, 13 million on a 1-year deal right in the middle of his prime. Understanding that, maybe he releases out to try to get the Saints and Cowboys to like, come on, you guys, I'm down to 12 million. You can have it for this. Then just have my agent release out that there's some reported interest. There's so many stories, TJ, this offseason with this stuff going in all different directions. And it's really hard to sometimes pinpoint. And I say this offseason in particular because why? There's no other sports going on. You have journalists everywhere that are trying to drum up content in order to keep their fan base and their people who are their readers interested. And that's going to drive this kind of stuff to happen. You know, where you're going to get a lot of different articles coming out about this supposed interest and that supposed interest. It's not to say that he wouldn't potentially sign with the Saints or the Cowboys. He's from the South. I think he still makes his home down the South for a majority time of the year. So there could be something to that with him going to it. I come down to the end of the day, though, that the Cowboys were in a very difficult cap situation. And if they were to roll into we're going to sign Jadeveon to a 1-year, $13 million deal, they would probably have to make some associated roster moves to cut free of that. And it would put them very much up against it. Again, considering and understanding, they didn't just have to now pay $31 million to a franchise tag to Dak Prescott. They also have $7 million more invested in Andy Dalton, which gets you up to $38 million. And just your quarterback position alone on a $200 million cap. Say nothing of the extensions to Jalen Smith. And you've got the offensive linemen that are costing a good chunk of change down there in their line, the Ezekiel Elliott contract, the Amari Cooper deal. It's going to be very hard for them to go into that frame and do it. The Saints are potentially in more probably a threat with that if they decided, oh my gosh, the value is just too good here. It could come down like this. But that's the key to this, TJ, is if you're in Jadeveon's shoes and you had to swallow this pill, which is you're again, not only he thought coming off season, I'd get at least matching what Frank Clark got last year, $23.5 million per multi-year deal. Now we arrive at the place where the reports are a 1-year, $12 million deal. That is a steep drop. So you're not going to be quick to sign that deal. You're not going to be quick to swallow that pill. You're going to wait it out. And you might even do some things in the background to drum some interest up for your services. And who could blame that at that point? Fiji Mark, what's up, Fiji? As a guy who's Derek, the Seahawks fan, as a guy whose second team is the Bucs, I feel really good about Jameis going to New Orleans. He has the perfect chance to replace Breeze if he proves himself in practice and potentially if he doesn't get hurt. Oh, potentially if he gets hurt, Breeze gets hurt. And Breeze does tend to get, he can get battered up a little bit. And he's getting older now. He's reaching that kind of that age at quarterback where if you've had a bunch of recent injuries, they start to kind of mount and you start to wonder when it's going to start to affect his performance, Derek, Drew Brees's, where it's like he's already not a guy with a great amount of arm strength. When does that start to kind of flutter back a little bit? When you're a Brett Favre type that's got a rocket cannon, you can go play till you're, mid early 40s or whatever, because when you lose the rocket cannon, you just have now a very good upper level arm rather than the rocket cannon. But when you're a guy with the sort of marginal arm strength anyway, which is why Brees has done so well inside the dome and why he struggles so much outside in windy conditions where his arm strength can't push through those conditions. I think he's a guy that could be easily replaced. And Winston is a guy that, he led the league last year in touchdown throws. He threw 30 interceptions. I get it, but he also threw a lot of great throws. That Tampa Bay game against us in Seattle, he looked pretty good at times. He's got his flaws, and I wonder with him on a leader standpoint, if it's up here with Jameis to me. That's where I really worry about with him, is he can kind of put it together. He's just a kind of an odd duck, and quarterbacks can't really afford to be odd ducks. They got to kind of be boring, simple, and easy to understand. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, because he says, no matter what, I don't see Taysom Hill as the Saints' future. Derek, did we maybe get in discussion a few months ago too about that, where I was trying to say I thought they would say Taysom Hill was their future? Somebody in the channel was like, no way they're going to put him as the future quarterback. And I don't know if he's going to work either, Derek. I don't know if I'd buy it. The nice thing with having Jameis is you trot Taysom out there, you give him a game to see what he can do. And if he falls on his face, now you got Jameis Winston. That's not bad as a backup plan. So I agree with you. Taysom's getting old. I think they do like him, though, there in New Orleans. I think they do tentatively have him put there in that slot, but he's not locked in there. Jameis can come in and instantly upset that quite easily. The Hawk Jennings, I'm sorry, I just don't speak. I don't speak Gypsy, Hawk Jennings. I tried to learn it once, but I just don't speak it, so I don't know what you're saying. Evergreen, we're going to be here until midnight, aren't we? We just might, Evergreen. If you guys keep me going tonight, I might just. I'm dragging a bit, but I'm coming around here. I got the coffee going. Sylvester Young, Josh Gordon, and Antonio Brown would be a huge threat to other NFL teams. I don't know what other teams would do, Sylvester. I mean, I'm not trying to say this to overstate it, but what are you going to do? You're throwing a Pro Bowl roster of pass catchers out there. You're only going to have teams that have got 2 quality cornerbacks, maybe 1 decent coverage linebacker. You're going to be able to isolate the weaknesses of opposition's defenses. The key with that kind of situation would be, can Pete Carroll allow for 4 wide receiver sets? Because Mike Holmgren back in the day in his West Coast offense could get a lot of production out of those 4 wide receiver sets with a single back. But I don't know if, for me, it feels like Carroll just doesn't, that's too many receivers. I feel like it's something in the back of his head would click and he'd start having shakes and shivers if he threw that many receivers out on a consistent basis. But what you would be able to do with it is go after mismatches. You've got Antonio Brown on the 3rd worst cornerback on the opposition. Holy crap. What's that team going to do? Josh Gordon up on the slot cornerback who's 5'10". You could just move everything around in such a way where you don't even have to be multiverse as far as your offense and the formations you're running. You could just be diverse in how you're lining it up against the opposition and which players you're going after to attack. And Seattle did show some ability to do that last season, especially when they had Disley in there and the way they would go with some of those undersized middle linebackers like Devin Bush of the Steelers when we were playing on the road in Pittsburgh, or the game against the Rams at home, where up against their little small middle linebacker, he was able to really feast. I would love it. You would again. I don't know if it would work, man, and it's probably nutso to even believe it. But I don't know. I like to dream, Sylvester. In this off season of sort of underwhelmingness, it's nice to dream. Spider Rico says, "Do you think Kevin Costner made a mistake by not taking Bo Callahan?" No. That was the correct decision, 100%, Spider. And that's why Kevin Costner is a legend, because everyone knew once Bo got hit, he fell apart, turned into glass, and his teammates didn't love him. If you're a quarterback and your teammates don't look to you as a leader, you can get nowhere. Just go look at guys like Jeff George in history and stuff, or Jay Cutler, all the talent in the world, but the personality sucks. They don't relate to their other players very well. Don't have a really good mentality out on the football field. Nah. Costner made the right choice on that one. Devin Peterson, are you a Spokane Rangers fan? Devin, I've only been here in Spokane for a couple of years, so I've not had a chance to go out, and I'm busy on the channel, busy with work. Don't have a lot of chance to go out much anymore. So I haven't had a chance to go out and check them out. But maybe I'll try to if they ever resume playing again. Evergreen says, I read Josh Gordon relapsed last year because of his brother died. I did read that as well, Evergreen, and maybe the commissioner's office would be willing to take that into account, because it's not like that's something you can fake. You can't say, oh, I meant to take a bottle of pills of Tylenol and it turned out one of them was actually cocaine. No, but if you say my brother died, they can look at, yeah, his brother did die. Maybe the commissioner's office is willing to take that into account now as they're considering reinstatement, especially understanding that the marijuana policy has been purported to be lessened in the CBA contract that they just got done signing. So, I hope so. I think that the indications are that he will get that, and he just did apply. So we'll hear within, I think, 30 days as to what is going to happen. Jose Rodriguez says, I can tell you last year, Pete did not want AB. And Jose, I think you're correct. I think Pete was probably the main guy to hold up that potential signing of happening. Hell, especially after you lose Josh Gordon to suspension. You're down to the last handful of games at that point. Your receiving core is getting a little light. You're trotting a lot of Malik Turner out there. why wouldn't you want to go at that point and get Antonio Brown, especially with all of the injury decimation that was occurring across the rest of the team? But they didn't make that move. And that does probably, you bring a good point with that, Jose, and that could be the thing at the end of the day where Pete just has it stuck in his craw that he don't want AB, and he's not going to let him come in and blow up his locker room. And that will just be that. One thing I would feel like, though, if that was the case, is they would be a little stronger to Russell in saying, you guys, and Gino going, hey, guys, like, lay off the workouts with AB. Or maybe not film them, okay? You're putting some pressure we don't like here. Well, I don't think that they're doing that. So, Felipe Gonzalez, do you think that if the player want other big name players that they could restructure their contracts to free up money? So I think, Felipe, what you're saying is if other players wanted to bring a player in and they're on a big contract, could they adjust their contract to associatively bring him in? And the answer is absolutely 100% yes. The key on this, Felipe, and I spoke a little bit about this in my recent Hawks Nest episode, is that an NFL contracts work where you can have a 5, 6, 7-year deal, but the bonus money of the contract, it gets spread out evenly over 4 seasons. So you make adjustments to that said contract in year 3 or year 4, the bonus money now accelerates, and you got to get around that. So when you come to restructuring and stuff, you really need to be into that last year of the deal in order to get to a point of restructuring things appropriately, so where you're not getting dead money hitting your cap. You could, I'll give you for instance on this. If Russell's being paid $35 million this next year on a contract, and let's say he wants to renegotiate to let AB in, and AB wants a $6 million deal, so he says, okay, I'm gonna take off $6 million of my contract this year in base. Well, he still has his bonus money factoring in, and he just signed the contract last year, so he's only in year 2 of the deal. So the bonus money then factors in at that point and becomes a problem for freeing him in. But if they could do it through another player, you could do it through maybe a Quandre Diggs if you wanted to do a contract extension through him, or Tyler Lockett. You could free up some space with cash, Felipe, by going to those guys, but not Russell, which is what I think you were probably intimating. And I'm behind on the chat, but I will catch up. You guys know I get bad about this stuff, but I get to moving here. Emmett Brown says, with no preseason games to be played, who's going to be more sloppy? And let me just say, too, by the way, Randall, thank you so much for the $19.99 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. That is too kind. Thank you so much, Randall. I appreciate it. That puts a smile on my face. I'm behind. Sorry. We're coming up here. So Emmett Brown, and what's up, Emmett? He says, with no preseason games to be played, who's going to be more sloppy, the offense or the defense? My feeling would be the offense would be more sloppy, Emmett, because it tends to rely a little bit more on the precision. I would think that actually we would be one of those teams that might benefit from that, because our offense isn't based on precision. It's going to be those teams that run, let's say, a little bit of that West Coast offense, right? The 4-yard, 5-yard routes, the variety of route combinations, flooding a zone, moving another player out through that same zone that you flooded. It relies on the timing to be perfect, the routes to be perfect. I mean, Mike Holmgren back in the day had his receivers count their steps to the route, count the exact number of steps on their route to be that pinpoint precise. And Holmgren comes out of that Bill Walsh system, of course, same system of that's born out now, your Andy Reid's, your John Gruden's. So it's going to be those type of teams that run those sort of really short passing games that I think are going to be probably affected. And you probably could add in on the Cardinals on that list, because the Cardinals run a lot of that spread formation stuff, a lot of the multiple routes. They might be affected with the no preseason and the lack of off-season time. I don't think the Niners would be, though, on the other scale of that, because they're so run heavy and formation motion based that it's not as much of a precision stuff as it is misdirecting the defense to go one way and then hitting them the other. Salvia says, F all the hoopla, AB was and is a Hall of Fame talent. Absolutely, Salvia. I mean, that's the thing with adding him, is that you wouldn't take on a guy with this kind of headaches that's done the things that he's purported to have done over the last couple of years if he didn't have this sort of difference maker of talent at hand. And I'll come back and said again and again, the thing we have to consider with this is that Antonio Brown would be a perfect fit for Russell Wilson. And he'd be a perfect fit in a little different way of the same perfect fit I say of a big receiver like a DK Metcalf or a Will Disley really works with Russell's skill set. This is the other side of that, which is Seattle in their first few years was always looking for the receivers they drafted to be those jitterbug guys who could break off the first route, get into the secondary route, and bust open a big play. Well, AB has made a career of that with Roethlisberger. I know Ben's slowing down now, but at one time, Roethlisberger was one of the better quarterbacks in the league behind the pocket, moving around, extending plays, giving his receivers extra amount of time. So Brown's very well acquainted with having to play in that kind of fashion, and it would fit really well with Russell. So it is what it is with him. He's going to be a great talent if you had it. He'd upgrade the position from a talent standpoint. Absolutely would. Derek, the Seahawks fan, Pete leaving would be kind of sad just from an emotional attachment standpoint, but I would think it'd be great for the team. The only con is that players like to come to Seattle because of Pete. Yeah, the two things that you're going to lose, Derek, with Pete's loss, I think right now at this point, with what he brings to the table right now, are the passion and fire and the ability to motivate players. I would maintain that he is probably one of the best, if not the best coaches in the NFL at motivating players. And that drives a lot of why we are such an attractive destination for some of these players who want to come here. And you're going to lose that, I think, unless you bring in a certain type of coach that's just got that certain type of same flavor of personality, you are probably going to lose that when he walks out the door. There's no doubt about that. But I agree with you. I think there's going to be a bit of growth with it too. There's going to be some upside with as well, because you do get a little bit of stagnation with a team on a coach when he's been with the same team for 10 years. There's a reason there's not many head coaches that last that long in this league with the same club. And it's just messaging gets stale. Sometimes you just need something new to kind of flip things around a bit. Salvia, I like Pete Carroll, but I certainly have got some issues, Salvia, I think in the last few years with some of the things that have gone on with the team from a schematic standpoint and adjusting your scheme. And I think that we've gotten a little bit stale and a little bit old in our scheme, and we're not really willing to do things that are more modernized to upgrade the defense into the modern era. Derek, the Seahawks fan, his system is running Carson's body and holding back Russell from his full potential. I love him, but I think it would be the best if he left. There's an element of truth to that, Derek. Whether someone agrees fully or disagrees with you on that, there is some element to truth there. Raw Vegas Todd, what's up, Raw Vegas? How you doing? Who we really need to sign is Snacks Harrison. I do think Snacks Harrison's going to be coming one way or another here, Raw. I do. There's been some associated points with Seattle throughout the offseason. It's not a huge priority because he's not going to break the bank or cost a ton of money. It's a matter of, can you just talk him out of retirement at this point? Because as I understand it, that's where he's maybe leaning a little bit. And you got to wonder with the COVID stuff. I mean, you saw this guy like Vince Carter in the NBA who just straight out retired. I don't think that the Falcons or the Hawks were going to be in the playoffs anyway, but you got to wonder if there's those players that are on the edge of retiring run into this COVID situation who then just decide to retire this year because it's not worth the risk of going into the next season. All right. TJ says, would be pissed if we went 10-6, made the Super Bowl 28-27. We brought back Walsh because our kicker gets hurt and he missed the extra point. Nothing more brutal than a season coming down to a kicker, TJ. That is absolute. All the hard fought play and it comes down to a field goal kicker. That would be infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Salvia says, I agree about Russ 100%, although I'm not sure Pete is the culprit personally. I feel like Russ pushed it down the field. Yeah, where Pete comes into restricting Russell, Salvia, is not in just completely putting the shackles on him and not letting him play at all. But the problem comes into play here is this. Pete Carroll is very adverse to any turnovers. He does not want his offense turning over the ball because he's looked at the advanced stats that show teams that win the turnover battle tend to win, I think it's something like 73 to 75% of the time. Carroll takes that very simplistic stat and kind of has made it a bottom line to his philosophy. So he doesn't want fumbles and he doesn't want interceptions. So when it comes to letting Russell really have that full ability to let his wings just and really fly, Pete's going to have to make his peace with there being a couple more interceptions at the end of the day. And I'd argue that that's okay, Salvia, because when you look at the running game, our runners have had a ton of fumbles. Right now, Chris Carson's got the worst fumbling problem in the entire NFL, bar none. So you haven't even protected it running the ball, which is supposed to be how it's supposed to be, is when you're running the ball, you have less turnovers. You're not giving the opposition chances to get the ball, but that's not been the case in how it's played out. Matt Schleiper, I hope I pronounced that right, Matt. What's up, Matt? You think we'll have a full capacity at the Clink? Making me sick thinking about this. Matt, I don't, man. I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm going to be the harbinger of bad news, but I mean, we're moving out of the range of there's not going to probably be any fans in the stadium to slowly moving into the state of, oh my goodness, they might start reducing games. As one guy said, I read an article today, said time was on our side before, it is not now. So you look at it right now, the resurgence of this COVID situation, understanding that again in the fall, it's supposed to take another spike, another bump up, understanding those kind of things come into play. I start to get very pessimistic when it comes to there being any fans in the stadium. And I'm going to start to grow very pessimistic that we're going to get a full season of games played. I mean, they're already dialing the preseason back to nothing at this point. That's what the Players Association would want. So understanding this, it's like, man, how are they going to do it? I mean, everyone wearing a mask. It's just, to me, sporting events are going to be one of the biggest places to potentially spread this virus because you have 69,000 people packed together shoulder to shoulder. I know it's outside, but I think TJ, they would go with a different kicker if we lost our number one kicker. Maxwell Stern says, do we have enough money to cap to sign Connie? Maxwell, we've got plenty of money to sign. Like I was speaking about Tyler Lockett, you could put him on a new deal and get his base load down lowered this year, free up some extra cash there. You have Brandon Jackson, Joey Hunt, Jacob Hollister, David Moore. All these guys are on what's called restricted deals, meaning that they're on one-year deals that are not guaranteed, that you can cut at any point in time up till I think the first week one of the NFL season. So you've got probably an additional 7, 8, 9 million there, Maxwell, that you could free up to add to what you already have right now. You'd be in a little bit better of a shape. You'd be in fine shape to be able to go get Clowney. You'd have enough money to climb, especially as we're hearing he's down to like what, 12, 13 million on a one-year deal. So they could make it work if they wanted to. RSO says, I heard a rumor that Seattle wants to trade for Kenny Clark. Is this true? If so, what should we give up for him? I would think that the beginning rate for Kenny Clark is going to start at a first-round pick plus Azos, if you're going to do that. He is moving into a contract point. I know that I've read that they aren't necessarily on the same page, the Packers and Kenny Clark, as far as the price goes. And I do believe that the Packers probably feel a little bit better about their defensive line depth. They got the kid out of Michigan last year. I know he plays a different position from Kenny. But maybe they do feel pretty good. They got the decent pass rushers. They did well, Preston Smith and the other Smith guy. I could see them potentially looking at moving him. But that would be probably the cost. And boy, if you're talking about the Packers at that point, trading Clark for a first-round pick, Kenny Clark, then you're there. That's a given sign to me at that point that the Packers are fully aware that this is in a mode that we're starting to rebuild off of. You're not just doing that to just upgrade your team. Now you went out and drafted Jordan Love, who's not starting for you a couple of years. You got Dillon, AJ Dillon, the running back in the second round, who's going to be probably more of a short yardage back and not get a lot of carries with the guys they already have there. They certainly seem to be kind of moving in some of these moves for the future just a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't study the Packers, but that would be an oddity to see them move Kenny Clark at this point. He's very much one of the more important parts of that defense. Arzo says, if we get Antonio Brown, is there a chance Clowney may want to come back? If you get Brown and Gordon, you could maybe still do it. You could maybe still do it as those. I think it would reduce the likelihood by a little bit probably at that point, but I don't think it would probably nullify it completely from potentially happening. TJ Wilborn says, I want Everson Griffin and Snacks over Clowney at this point. If Clowney really wanted to stay, he would have already signed with us. I get where you're coming from on that, TJ, and those wouldn't be bad backup plans to get if that's what they go is in another direction. I'm not going to be against that or say that that's horrible. I will say that at the end of the day, like I said, I just come back to TJ again, that you got to understand this from the player standpoint. And just the fact that he hasn't signed doesn't mean that he doesn't want to be here. It's more of an indication of the fact Seattle's not been willing to come anywhere near what he wanted from a value standpoint. Maybe you could make the argument he's being hard-headed and then he needs to just come to grips with reality. But again, it's a guy going into his prime, came back on the field last year, played through a sports hernia that was very painful. Got to feel like it's an easier said than done thing to say, just sign, dude. Just make a decision, man. Come on, dude. It's tough. Arzo says the Yannick Ngakoue is still an option. No, Azos, I think we can firmly now X Yannick off the beat at this point. The problem that comes down to Yannick Ngakoue is his ability to stop the run. We got enough kind of rotational pass rushers on this team. If he comes in, we need you to be able to be pretty stout on early downs against the run as well. And that's where the problems come into play with Yannick, is he's not very good on the run game. And even his pass rush win percentage, though he's had 75 pressures over the last 3 years, his pass rush win percentage isn't really that high. And what that indicates is that he's had a lot of shots to get those pressures, to get those sacks. So I think that that's just going to depress it down enough. I don't think that he's really on the table from Seattle's standpoint. Evergreen says, I might be cynical, but I think the Seahawks are punting on the 2020 season and loading up for the 2021. We had all the potential going into this offseason. Caden Cooper, what's up, man? I agree with you, Evergreen. This is the thing I've come down to with this. I'm starting to arrive at this point with John Schneider and this current season. And it's not something people are going to want to hear for this upcoming year. But I really feel like he may be looking at this, forecasting ahead to the next season, understanding that, think about this, just let's play this out, guys, from how this could go once the league season starts. You got a team, let's say the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're going to go play the Cincinnati Bengals in week 1. But then, during midweek, they test the players and they find that 20 to 25% of the roster's toast. COVID. Maybe it's just asymptomatic conditions, symptoms, that kind of thing. But they're all off the board, 14-day quarantine. They're gone 2 games then, all of those guys. Now you go up against the Bengals, but the Bengals got the full allotment of the roster. And they're able to beat the Chiefs because of that kind of decimation. Now imagine that happening over all the NFL, over and over and over and over and over again every single week. Times it over and over and over again. And that's what I think we're seeing potentially play out. And John Snyder had potentially thought of this going into next offseason, because if he thought coming into this next year, COVID was going to throw the league year into disarray, there might be reduced games, there's not going to be any offseason training camps, no preseason games, that he would have understood. This means that in a league where parity is already at an all-time high, there's no other sport out there, be it hockey, baseball, basketball, that has the kind of parity of the NFL, where almost every team legitimately kind of has a shot if things roll in their favor. Well, now that gets increased to the nth degree, right? Because of this COVID situation. You take that now and it's like adding dynamite to it. And so Schneider understanding this would have said, hey, why go for it this year? Why put all of my eggs in this basket for this season? Why potentially harm tomorrow my next year's cap and the year after, when I don't really know if adding all those eggs is really going to be equivalent to me getting more wins because of the COVID situation and some of the things playing out like I was talking about. So we'll see if that is what he was doing there, Evergreen, but I think that was playing a part in this, man. I think that was coming into the factor of John Schneider and his plans this offseason and why he's been so conservative. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, how many times do you think Russell has been snubbed of an MVP? I say 2017 and 2019. I'd probably say you've got a good claim for 17, but I'm just going to try to be an unbiased, unhomerish fan. I'd say last year he should have won the MVP. Lamar Jackson had like 12 Pro Bowlers on that team. We played a way harder schedule than they played. We dealt with way more injuries than they dealt with. You looked at the Pro Football Focus ratings from last year, showing him being the most valuable player in the NFL. I think you add all these together, and Russell should have won it last year. But the outcry here should be, he hasn't even gotten a Pro Bowl vote or an MVP vote at this point. This guy, all the years he's been in this league and he's not gotten one MVP vote, is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Magic Vlogs, what's up? Jose Rodriguez says, no, when the Seahawks played the Saints, I asked Pete about AB. He said no. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can. I think, Jose, I can see Pete being the guy that ends up, nixing that one at the end of the day. It certainly would fall in line with he's just one of those guys I could just see Pete not quite feeling the vibe on. He's willing to take on a lot of different problem children. This may be one problem child that he thinks is just broken beyond all repair. I don't mean to be mean, but I'm just trying to think from Pete's standpoint. Devin Peterson says, what number do you think AB will be good for bid if he comes to us? I don't know. I feel like he's going to try to sign he's going to have a new number, Devin, because he's going to want like that fresh start thing. Why you feel like maybe he'd want to go with something else, but I don't know. Isn't he an 84? So he'd probably end up spending money for 84. Who's our 84 right now? I feel like we got somebody on the roster who's 84 right now. Probably wouldn't cost a ton. Arzo says, with Seattle signing a bunch of new O-linemen, how will this be affected because of Corona? Do you think that the O-line will be terrible because there will be no chemistry? I don't see the O-line being terrible necessarily as those. It's never going to be our strength because we haven't built it from a talent standpoint for it to be our strength. That's the bottom line on that. You've gone for the bargain basement. You've gone to the dollar store. You've gone for the backup offensive lineman that you hope can suddenly bloom into something else. But I do think the floor is relatively high on this offensive line. Dwayne Brown knows the system, been here a couple years, will be fine. Iupati was here last year, knows the system, will be fine. At center, you've got both, in my opinion, Hunt and Posick, and I'm predicting that Ethan Posick is going to be your day one starter. Both of those guys have plenty of experience on this offensive line. The two new guys are going to be Brandon Shell at right tackle and then Damian Lewis at right guard. And that's where maybe you're going to have some potential problem areas, but you never know. Jamarco Jones might beat out Brandon Shell over that right tackle position in the competition with him knowing the team and having his understanding of the offense. But the end thing that makes it for me feeling like the offensive line is not going to be the problem there is that we run the ball so much at the end of the day. We're so conservative. We shorten so many of the games. I just can't, I would come back to saying like, they're just not going to be put into a position to really fail on us as much with the way we play football like that. They can look bad. Russell can be under a lot of duress, but they should at least get some yards running the ball. Over the last few years, we've been able to run the ball at least relatively decently. We've not necessarily been amazing or efficient at it, but we've gotten the job done. D-Boy, sorry, I've been on for about an hour. D-Boy, just got held up with some stuff, man. Sorry about that. Got held up. Jeremy, there we go. Your message was right there, Jeremy. TJ says, D-Boy, just got about it 30 minutes, so don't miss a lot. Yeah, you didn't miss a ton here, D-Boy. And I know I'll have to do a little repeating here. Jeremy says, you think the season will be postponed until after the election when the Dems stop caring about restrictions? I'm growing increasingly more worried that the season is going to be suspended to some degree here. I really am. Having this resurgence happen now and not in the fall, knowing the fall's resurgence is probably going to happen according to the doctors. We still don't hear. We haven't heard that there's a vaccine that's in play at this point. I'm not at the spot of saying the season's going to be delayed at this point. I'm at the spot of saying you're not going to have any fans in the stadium. It's going to be the bubble situation. It's going to be really tough. It's going to be disarray. It's going to be chaos, but they will try to make the full season happen at that point. But if these numbers don't go down, if we still stay at the same point, if this holds, it's done. It will be done, you guys. This is not going to be able to keep these numbers this high and have those players go out on the field and take that kind of risk. It's got to, at some point or another, start to dip back down into a safer, I say with quotation marks, place. D-Boy says, does Derrick Henry have another amazing year this year? He does indeed, because the Titans do what I've been advocating for our Seahawks to do. They do what the Kansas City Chiefs have done. They've done what the Cowboys have done. They do what the Saints do. There's a select group of teams in the NFL who understand having offensive line talent is valuable. And that when you have an offensive line that can road grade, open up holes, or can pass protect righteously, that can make the whole rest of that offense look that much better, the more efficient, more explosive. And what you look at, the key for me with D-Boy, Derrick Henry, was Jack Conklin went in free agency at right tackle to the Cleveland Browns. And he was the 5th best rated run blocker in the NFL at the tackle position last year. That was a big loss for them. They went out in this draft. I can't remember the guy they drafted off the top of my head, but they went, I think, in the first round, reloaded with a really solid offensive lineman there at the right tackle position, and they shouldn't miss a beat. So I actually think, I don't think he hits the mark that he hit last year. There's too much data there's a lot of data about the previous year's rusher who led the league in rushing coming down to earth a little bit the next year at least, if not sustaining an injury because of all the carries that they had to kind of take. I still have him going, though, probably over 1,300 yards this year. Ethan Jones. Hello, Ethan. You think we might extend Quandre early? The only reason we would extend Quandre early, Ethan, is to free up the cap space for this particular year. I'm going off the top of my head, but I want to say that he's on I think it's an $8.3, $8.6 million deal this year, and he might have 2 years left. It might be 1 year left. But with that, you have no bonus money that hits his contract. All that bonus money that was remaining on his deal already got ate by the Detroit Lions when they made that trade. So you could take that base down. I mean, like, let's say you want to take his base down to $1 million, but then give him the bonus money to then massage that out over the next 4 years. That could, in the interim, free up some money for this season. So you could do that with him. Absolutely. And they might. There's only a couple guys on this team that you can do that with. There isn't a lot of guys that are available for that extension that you'd actually save money by doing. For instance, Shaquille Griffin, you're not going to be able to do that because his contract's already low. You're going up higher no matter what on that one. Sam Dog, the infamous 253. How you doing, Sam Dog? How do you think Freddie Swain will be for us if he makes the team? I don't see him making the team, Sandog. There's going to be, I think, especially you add Josh Gordon or Antonio Brown or both of them, there's just not going to be a lot of room for him. I think the team understood that there was going to be a good chance they could stash him away on the practice squad through the whole year. Part of drafting a guy is sometimes, I think, to accomplish two things on a guy that you have targeted for the practice squad. Number one, it's grabbing a guy who you knew wasn't likely to sign with you as an undrafted rookie free agent. And it's also kind of along with that, grabbing a guy who you know no other team is going to try to rip him off of your practice squad if you try to put him into that spot. And I say practice squad for Freddie Swain because he's really a tools guy. He fits, sorry guys. He hits all the marks of what Seattle looks for in their wide receivers, and they have their prototype. 4'4", right? 9-inch hands at least, even favoring upwards of 10-inch hands. 32-inch long arms, or for longer than that is what they look for. 35-inch vertical leap, 120-inch broad jump. They've got these, like, I know it seems silly, but they've got these set markers that they really fit into, and they don't leave outside of those markers with the exception of like 2 or 3 receivers throughout this whole 10-year period that Pete Carroll and Sean Scheider have been drafting. So Swain fits into that prototype perfectly. He doesn't have the production, though. He doesn't have the refinement that you would have wanted to maybe see on film. And with understanding already where the position is at, that just lends me over to the place of feeling like Sam Dog, he's going to end up on the practice squad. Devin Peterson says, are you afraid of catching corona? I'm not afraid of catching corona. If it's my time to go, it's my time to go. I'm not one of these people that holds on to life like it's the end all be all of everything. Like if it's going to hit me, it's going to hit me, man. Like that's the thing. Like, everyone gets so got up with trying to avoid, like, dude, it's your time, it's your time. So no, I ain't scared of it. Arzo says, will DJ Dallas, Freddie Swain, or Tyler Lockett be our kick punt returner this year? Very good question. I would probably lean in the direction of saying, I'm not sure it's either of those guys. I'm not, I would lean towards thinking you're probably going to get Lockett off. You're going to get Lockett off the kick punt return team, but I think it's a different guy than that, Azos, and I wish I had a different guy to say, well, it's going to be this guy instead. I don't have a great option for you right now. But you could see I could see David Moore taking over the punt return duties if he makes the team. If they bring back Antonio Brown, maybe they even get crazy and say, Antonio, you want to return punts? Because he did that really well early on in his career. But I don't know. I don't know if Swain could make the roster doing that. The only problem with it with Swain is that I don't think he gets out on the field as a pass catcher. So now you're holding him onto the roster just to be your kick returner. Feel like they can find a guy who's already doing something else and then give the duties to him doing that, especially understanding our kick and punt returns have just not been all that magnificent over the last couple of years. It's kind of as a unit slowly, steadily gone down a little bit. It's not very dynamic, as at least it used to be. D-Boy, what did the Cowgirls offer Clowney? I don't think that there's any beneficial offering by the Cowboys to Clowney. I'm not still sure where that report came from, D-Boy, about the Clowney to the Saints and the Cowboys. I read the article, but I didn't see sources. I didn't see anybody pointing to somebody they actually talked to. I heard a lot of this being just like, oh, I heard from somebody, heard from somebody. And I don't trust that kind of information when it comes to articles, especially in this period when there's no sports to talk about. All these journalists are trying to drum up clickbait. Caden Cooper. How you doing, Caden? Thank you for saying hi. Hope you're doing well. Giuseppe. I don't think we should risk Tyler returning the punts. He's not produced returns in a long time. He's just not as fast when he first joined the team. 100% I agree, Giuseppe. And I thought this going through last year. He's very valuable for what he provides you as a receiver on offense, and he's not giving you a lot in the punt and kick return. And it's, Carroll gets a little bit into this where the memory of a player sits in his mind for a little long rather than what the player currently really is. And it's like, look, he just isn't able to be as dynamic as he once was. And let's face it, the NFL has legislated stuff on kick returns to make it harder to be as dynamic in that element of things. So some of this is just the way the league has gone from a legislative standpoint. But at this point in time, the guy's averaging, I want to say like last year, 4 or 5 yards or punt return. And on kick returns, he was like 26. No reason to have him out there in that respect for that reason. And I think last year he actually got injured on a kick or a punt return. So there's something to this, and like, get him off of that, protect him a little bit more, please. Hi, Team 12s. About to go watch The King of Staten Island. Hope it's a good flick, man. The Toast. What's up? Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, no matter who we put in the positions on our defense, my mind will not change on how bad our scheme was last year, and it seems like they're going to keep it, shaking my head. They will keep it, Derek, and you are right to be a little bit annoyed by that and to wonder, like, why would this produce any different results than what it produced last year? The thing that I might caution or push towards to say you can have a little bit of optimism on in this regard is that the pass rush is going to be better. It's going to be better. Last year, let's look at the pass rush of what we had last year. Jadeveon Clowney gets you 3 sacks. He had a couple of games of being very dominant, injury situation. It wasn't great, gave you at least something. If you didn't have Jadeveon last year, we would have been in trouble. Then you got Ziggy Ansah, who literally had a fork buried in his neck when he arrived at training camp. I mean, that guy was done. No longer wants to play in the NFL. LJ gave you nothing, LJ Collier. Rasheem Green gave you a little increase of production from his previous year. He's up to 4 sacks. I know he led the team, but that's not a number you want to be proud of leading the team on in sacks. But where this laps into this year now is that I think Rasheem takes a little bit of another step forward. I think if you don't get Clowney, you get Everson Griffin, and Everson Griffin gives you at least some of the production, if not a little bit better production from what you got in totality from Clowney last year. I also think that Bruce Irvin's going to give you some pass rush. He's every year of his career, seemingly, you can just write him down for 8 sacks. He's going to get you 8 sacks. Benson Mayo is going to get you a couple sacks. I feel like when watching Darrell Taylor's tape out of Tennessee that he's going to get you something initially. I don't see him as a 10-sack guy a year out the box, but a guy that on a rotational basis with some of the moves he's got in his bend, I think he can get you a couple sacks. So understanding that last year, I think we were 29th in the league in pressure sacks, and that basically right around that number and all those 3 numbers being the pressures, the pass rush win rate, and the total sack numbers were all in the upper 20s. Understanding that, knowing this year you should be at the very least just even conservatively in the teens, that should equate to better defensive play at that day. The Carroll's defense relies upon, and it's one of the reasons I harped on at the beginning of the offseason, his defense relies upon those front 4 getting pressure. He does not want to be blitzing, even though I know we blitzed in the top 10 last year. That's not Carroll's philosophy. That's not how he wants to operate. And if you can get those front 4 guys to get to the quarterback and generate that pressure, then the defense can look a whole lot better. Is it going to get to the point of ever being elite again, top 5? I don't know if we can get there with this scheme right at this point. Can it still be very good and effective, especially if you have Russell Wilson on the offensive side, putting up some points, being explosive? You can still make it work, I guess, is what I'm saying. Jason McEward said 84 was Ed Dixon. Yep. So the 84 would be just available for Antonio Brown. He wouldn't even have to sign up for he wouldn't have to pay somebody for the number. It's good because he's probably not going to get a lot of money, so he can save that money. Joe F., what's up? Oh, it's Ahmad on a different YouTube account. Well, thanks for hopping on in here, Joe F. Ahmad. TJ Wilborn, we don't have an 84 anymore, man. It's just, we have the natural opening with the jersey number. Let's have Antonio slide right on in, right? Have him just kind of move right on in there. So it's kind of kismet there, you know. Nathaniel Parks, what's up? Do you think we will be what's up? And who do you think the 5 O-line starters will be? Well, I think we got Dwayne Brown left tackle. And what's up, Nathaniel? Dwayne Brown's going to be our left tackle, starting left tackle. Mike Iupati is going to be our starting left guard, in my opinion. Maybe this Chance Warmock reclamation project works out. Maybe. But recent history has shown us that reclamation projects really don't tend to work out and you shouldn't rely upon them. So I'm going to lean back to thinking Iupati is going to be your guy there at left guard. He did really good last year in opening up those holes early on in the season, especially. I think he kind of wore down as the year went on. Those ankles are brittle as hell. And I think he's an older player. It's just he's not going to be the same player at the end of the year as he will be early on in the season. With that said, he's your starter. I still hold to that Ethan Posick is going to be your starter at center day one. Then I've got Damian Lewis coming in as a starter freshman or rookie out of LSU. And then I do think with Brandon Shell and them giving him his money, I think he'll eke it out. You know, I think he'll eke it out, Nathaniel. But I think Jamarco Jones is going to give him one hell of a push for that right tackle role. Whoa, Willie. If Seattle picks up Antonio Brown, then we definitely are getting the division in a ring. Hard to see if you can stay healthy, Willie, and the COVID thing doesn't come through your team and decimate it, then I certainly think that you've put yourself right there in the contention of saying we are one of the Super Bowl favorites. I don't know if you're unquestionably ahead of everybody else, but you're right in that same realm of the Kansas City Chiefs, Baltimore Ravens. I mean, some people are putting Tampa Bay in there, but it's a select group of teams at that point, and you'd be right there in at that point. There's a part of me that feels like you're putting DK out there, Tyler out there, and Antonio out there. How do defenses stop that? And it's a little Madden-y, you know, like it's a little Madden gaming thing, you know, roster building, but there is that part of you just goes, well, how would you do it? How would you stop that? I got Disley out on the tight end and a 3 wide receiver set. I feel like Russell's going to find a guy there. he's going to get it done. He'll just work the ball right up the field. Could be wrong on that, but I think there's reason to have that kind of optimism if we did sign Antonio Brown. Absolutely. Zoes, if there are no fans of the games, that will be very bad for Seattle considering the 12th man makes such a huge impact. I'd agree with you, Zoes. It certainly lessens a little bit of your home field advantage to a degree. I would argue a little bit that it's not been as loud at CenturyLink as it was even 8 or 9 years ago recently, and that's one of the reasons why you've seen our home field advantage start to fall off a little bit, and you've noticed we've lost more and more games over the last few years at CenturyLink because that volume has started to kind of subside a little bit. And hopefully we can get it back up there again. RSO says, Carson's contract is over after this year. Do we franchise tag him, re-sign him, or let him go? I believe Seahawks management tends to like to do right by players, and the franchise tag is something that they've been very reticent to use in the past. They understand that it creates animosity in the player. It's not really good for the ball club long-term for planning. It's just not one of those things that works out well. So they've tended to really, really shy away from applying the franchise tag to players. Even with Frank Clark last year, when they applied it to him, they then soon traded him away so he could still go out there and get paid. Understanding the running back position and how small the window is for the running backs, I don't think John Schneider and Pete Carroll are going to try to franchise tag and put him in that spot. I don't think as well they're going to re-sign him. I believe he'll be let go in free agency. And if Schneider, and it'll just kind of go down that route. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to pay running backs in this day and age, especially a guy in his case who's got such a fumble problem and he's got a kind of a low-key injury issue. The guy's injury history goes back to high school. 2 of his first 3 seasons have been ended due to injury. I think these just kind of lead him to, we get our last bit of production this season out of him and then bid him adieu. It's John. Yo, what's up, John? He says, Swain runs a really good slant route. I watched him at Florida. He's really explosive off the catch. He definitely, the athletic numbers for him, John, are legit. He when you watch him on film, you can see the speed and stuff. He runs, not all of his routes are crisp, especially for a guy with that kind of experience there at the college and how long he was there. Maybe he does come in and he can show out a little bit more. I would argue the slant route for a guy that's 6 foot tall has not ever been Russell Wilson's strength in throwing that route. If he throws the slant route, it's in Russell's best game is if he's throwing it to like a DK Metcalf, as we saw last year, where he actually really upped that ante of his game. But watch Russ when he tries to throw a slant route to Tyler Lockett, or even going back to Doug Baldwin back in the day. It wasn't always that effective as a route for Russell. It's just not one of his, he can do it. It's just not his, it's not like his top throws things. The short routes, the drag routes are always going to be a little bit of a struggle with Russell because of the size limitations. Devin Peterson, do you see Russ retiring with us? It's a great question, Devin. Because there's a lot of me that feels like there's a slight push here by management and then a corresponding reaction by Russell Wilson that has cracked the door open for the potential of him leaving. Doesn't mean he's going to be on his way out. Doesn't mean he's going to go. But when you look at the Cleveland Brown rumors that broke out earlier this offseason, where Seattle's reportedly in 2018 called Cleveland and said, hey, how about you give us our first round pick for Russell? Now, it was an exploratory trade. The details didn't get far down the line. It was a general call by all admissions here, it seems like. But why is that news breaking this offseason? Why are we hearing about this now? And I've maintained, Devin, that I felt like Russell's camp kind of broke that because they were aware of it because they had been made aware of it in the contract negotiations last year. So, i.e. Russ, take this deal or we'll ship you off to Cleveland. So while I would hope and I would love for him to remain here throughout his career, and I do really hope that is what happens, we're seeing an exodus with these quarterbacks now, Tom Brady's, Phillip Rivers, that are starting to move off their teams that drafted him after that 17, 18-year period, So it's getting a little bit harder to see at that point of him playing throughout his whole career here. But I hope so. I hope so, Devin. I really do. Azos, whose contract is next up offseason and who do you think is leaving? Azos, as you mentioned, Chris Carson's one of those guys. The other key one is going to be Shaquille Griffin. You don't have a lot of other real key ones within that. There are free agents that are going to come up at that point, but no one who's going to be someone you have to really, really sign. This is part of the reason why I think that John Schneider's really looking to next offseason as well, is because he understands, once again, a lot like this offseason, I don't have a lot of my own free agents to sign. My team's pretty set and locked in there. Got all of my draft picks, and I got this plethora of money to spend, this big, huge wall of cash that I can throw into free agency. So, yeah, I think he's going to look towards that as his kind of next goal with how he's going to manage this. But there's only those two guys, and I think Shaquille Griffin eventually gets a deal as O's. He will eventually get paid. I don't think it happens this year. I think it happens after, even he might even be a couple games into the year, and then they give him that extension. But you'll probably see it at some point during the season this year, as long as he's able to maintain the play that he showed last season. But Chris Carson and him, that's pretty much it at that point. You don't have a lot else that you really got to worry about behind them. You're pretty set. Azoz asks, is Marshawn Lynch a Hall of Famer? Probably not, Azoz. He probably falls just short. There's so many of these running backs that have put up the yardage numbers and touchdowns and just filled up the stat sheets. I mean, our own Sean Alexander is an indicator of this, where Sean's not going to be able to get into the Hall of Fame either, I don't think. But you've got Sean, right, I think about 9,000, 10,000 yards rushing for his career right in that range, and Lynch is even a little bit below him. Not to say Lynch shouldn't be in front of, Alexander as far as he gets in, but the voters are only going to really be probably looking at the stats at the end of the day. And you can't forget as well, Marshawn didn't endear himself to the reporters when he played. He wasn't a guy that would give out any interviews at all. And reporters carry a grudge, especially those old guard reporters. They carry big grudges. And I expect that they will in Marshawn's case as well. Randall McDaniel. What is up, Randall? Heaven forbid we don't have a season or even partial season. Do the players accrue a year, or does everything basically pause? As I understand it, Randall, everything would play out as far as the year goes, but you would not have a pause. So you have a player on a contract. He doesn't get paid for that contract, but he's already been paid on the bonus money. He gets to keep the bonus money, but the contract, nothing comes. He gets none of the money of the contract at that point. It counts that year as if that season had occurred, as you said, accrued, and then you would pick into the next year of the deal. I would believe that that's how they would do that, but it is a little bit of a up in the air situation, as we haven't heard anything certain. And when you look at the Players Association in baseball, for instance, with the owners there and the disagreements that's happened there, and then the NBA, where they've kind of been able to come to more of a common understanding quicker, it seems like, on the financials, there is a little bit of uncertainty as to where this all kind of falls in line. It could change a little bit. Derek, the Seahawks fan, as a Florida fan, I'm kind of pissed that CJ Henderson, who I believe was the best quarterback in this class, is going to waste his 4 years in Jacksonville. Oh, man. Well, I would say this to you, Derek. You and I agree on that one. Both me and we did that cornerback breakdown. Me and DMAC did, of course, of the cornerbacks in this class. And I really felt like coming away from that, when I watched the tape of him or that kid out of Ohio State, I like CJ better. I just liked him better. I thought he's more of a dynamic athlete, more just natural in the position. I couldn't understand why the other guy was kind of as hyped up as he was versus CJ. So I echo what you say on that, Derek. I thought CJ was the best cornerback this last draft. And yeah, he's probably going to have to waste his first couple of years, it looks like, in Jacksonville, because they're definitely in a situation where it's hard to understand what they're exactly doing down there. You hold on to a Yannick Ngakoue now, where the value has been completely almost exhausted out. You're going to be giving him away now for pennies versus the dollars you would have gotten prior if you just let him go and traded him at the start of this offseason. And then you've got him sitting there with the situation of, are you guys in win mode now or not with your quarterback? Do you really, you're gonna hit your wagons to Garden Minshew? What are you guys doing with Leonard Fournette? Is he just going to stay here when you don't want him on the roster? And it's obvious you'd like to trade him. It's obvious you probably want to get out of there. It's a lot of oddities there with the way they run their franchise up there a little bit. It doesn't always make complete sense. Nathaniel Park says, because we run the ball so much and have a bad O-line, do you think that a good fullback is a necessity? I've gone back to that again and again, Nathaniel. It's like, look, if you want to run the 1980s offense, fine. Run the 1980s offense. You need a quality fullback in the 1980s offense. Comparative sake here, if you look back at the Seahawks and their 1980s offense, we had a guy by the name of John L. Williams, probably the best fullback in Seattle Seahawks history. A multi-dimensional back who could run block, and he was great out of the backfield, and he could be a good runner when you needed him. You saw Seattle even a couple of years ago have a player like this in Leonard Weaver, right? He was a fun player to watch. He used to give guys the stiff arm, and they'd say, because he was a literal preacher, I think, in his off time. So when he stiff armed guys, they say that he was given a baptism. But they haven't found a lot of those guys in our history. The fullback position has definitely been one that has always been sort of at the far end of value and really bringing that along. But look at what the Niners do with the fullback that they brought over from the Baltimore Ravens and actually gave a good amount of money to when they brought him over as a free agent. Jurowski. God, he's got one of those weird last names that you can barely pronounce unless somebody says it, and you're like, oh yeah, that's how you say it. But he's been very good for them. And he does just what I'm talking about, where he can run block, he can pass catch, and if you need him to run here and there, he can do that for you too. I think it's a valuable thing to have. I think it could be a benefit to this offensive line, but it doesn't, the current guy we got there, Valor, doesn't do it for me. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about true quality, a guy that's actually a little bit of a difference maker at the fullback position, but it's a position that's dying out in the NFL. You know, we may not even have fullbacks here in the next 5 years. Azoz says, do you see Sherman or Earl Thomas making the Hall of Fame? Both of those two players, Azoz, will make the Hall of Fame. 100%. 100%. I was just about to get all confident. I caught up on the chat, and then it clicks back through, and it's like, no, you haven't. Carl Nerney. What's up, Carl? You're going to be up here soon, right, man? What's good? Wish me luck on the plane drive, bro. Yeah, man. Get up, and we got to do a Hawks Nest meetup here in Spokane for all those folks that are out in the east side of the state, maybe, especially because it looks like I am going to be maybe moving to Maui. It's Josh Gordon or AB. It's John. I go to Josh Gordon. I like Antonio Brown, but the Gordon's got just a little bit less baggage. I'm dialing back just a little bit on the talent production potential, maybe, but I'm still getting a damn fine player who's going to fit right into this offensive scheme. He's going to be a great fit with Russell. We saw last year in the sample size, he was fine for where we had him. We didn't have him out every snap. He was just kind of getting acclimated midseason to the team. I lean in the direction of Gordon, but I'm not going to be upset if we get AB. I'm not. Team 12s, who is the better Seahawks? Leighton or Walter? Largent, I think is what you're saying. Who's the better Seahawks is what I think. Largent or Walter Jones is what I think you're saying there, Team 12s. I lean towards Steve Largent. I know Walter Jones was dominant. A lot of people consider him one of the best left tackles of all time, if not the best. But again, and I'll be getting into this with my Steve Largent retrospective video that I'm putting together. You've really got to understand his production at the time and how many records Steve Largent owned when he retired. Now, I know those records got taken over quickly by Jerry Rice, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there were a lot of these NFL receiving records that were out there that were owned by a lot of different guys. And he brought those all into one place, under one guy, under one banner. And so he was a very special receiver in that respect, not just a really good receiver for his time, but absolutely one of the best receivers of all time. Passionate. Oh, Colby Parkinson's going to get the 84. That makes sense. I think that's what he had in his college year. But I imagine he wouldn't hold Antonio Brown over the barrel to buy that one. That's probably like a $10,000 price right there for a rookie. Here, Rook. Here's $10,000 cash. Yeah, Colby's taking that. He's a Stanford boy. He's smart. It's John says, I think Tampa Bay will be a massive flop. Well, if you could do me a favor, John, because I know I've heard some people that feel like they will be that. And I don't fall in that camp, John. And it's not necessarily because I buy into the Tom Brady hype. I don't necessarily buy all into that. I do agree that he's lost arm strength over the years. I don't think he throws the deep ball as well. And that certainly is impactful when you're talking about a team with Bruce Arians that wants to throw the football down the field. All that being said, the amount of talent that you've assembled on that offensive side of the ball with the Gronk and O.J. Howard at the tight end position, with having Mike Evans and Godwin out the wide receiver spots, putting that all into play, they're going to score points. You combine this with the fact that here's the kicker for me, John. It's the front seven of Tampa Bay. That's where the legitimacy comes into play because they're legitimately good on that front seven. They're going to generate pass rush. They're going to stop the run really well. All of these things are going to help that offense that is going to score points. So I'm not going to say that they're the Super Bowl favorite at this point, but I think that Tampa Bay has got a lot of reason for people to believe that they could be a pretty good team next year. And again, for me, it more comes to the front seven than it does to what the offense is going to do, though I do think the offense is going to be productive. Carl says over under on Shaquem Shack's 3 sacks this year. I'm going over, Carl, on Shaquem Griffin getting over 3 sacks. Took the team almost 75% of the season last year to finally get this kid some rotational snaps as a pass rusher. And I know he didn't light the world on fire, but he had some real nice flashes in there. And he just seems like to me a guy that can get you 4 or 5 sacks a year if you can get him enough pass rush attempts to really get there. And I think he will. He had a 9% pass rush win rate last year, which was one of the tops on our team. And we didn't have a good team of good pass rushers, granted, but still he was one of the more productive, one of the more efficient in that role. I would expect him to take that back to again, just take that forward again this year, especially knowing that's going to be his role. Nathaniel Park says, how many weeks you think this season lasts before COVID probably shuts the season down? It could easily be a situation here, Nathaniel, where we don't even get started. You get your initial players in the locker rooms and they're testing positive for it, and there's massive amounts of them testing positive, and there's multiple teams with massive amount of players testing positive. That thing's going to shut down real quick. With that said, if they can get to the point of the season starting and we begin, I would tend to think that the season's going to be played out if they've got the 16 game schedules in place and the players are healthy enough to where the pre-testing stuff isn't bearing out a lot of these numbers that are just through the roof. I really actually think that Nathaniel could be looking at a situation where the full complement of games will be played at that point. The hurdle is not once you're in the season, because you're going to have the players in the bubble. You're probably not going to have fans. The hurdle is that initial point of bringing the players in and where is everybody at? And I reference, the Clemson college football program and some of the stories we're hearing about some of the NBA teams out there with players that are getting tested. A lot of these guys are getting tested positive, and they, again, asymptomatic symptoms, but still testing positive, still need to be quarantined for 14 days. It makes me think that it's going to get hard at the start, but get past the start, Nathaniel, then it's downhill, I think. Juno White. Hey man, how you doing? I'm doing good. I've been up to the same old. You know me, Juno, just hard to work on the channel. I think we're going to be doing a move here soon though. Getting ready to do some moving. Team 12s, do you think Seahawks draft running backs in the first round ever again, Team 12s, or just next year if we lose Carson? I'm going to operate from the standpoint you're operating like. We lose Chris Carson to free agency. Maybe at that point you've traded Rashad Penny then, so you're going to have a need at the running back position. Yeah, I think that there's definitely a situation where Seattle would be willing to go back in the first round and take a running back. I would think that they would more likely, if that was to happen, Team 12s, rather than being a guy that goes outside of the box if they're thinking of what they want in the running back, i.e., Carroll is very enamored with the Marshawn Lynch model, isn't he? He likes that 5'11", 6-foot guy, 225 to 235, not necessarily a burner, but can grind, can fall forward, they can pull tacklers along. That's his model. And Rashad Penny wasn't within that model. Rashad Penny is a guy you got to get on the outside. You got to put him on toss sweeps, let him work in space. And it doesn't really jive into what Carroll likes in his running backs necessarily. So for instance, this prior draft, there was a guy in Jonathan Taylor who I would have thought was a pure fit for what we do and what we want out of our running backs. Seattle decided not to go that route with him, but I thought he would have been an awesome running back to add because his skill set is so perfect for what we did. Wisconsin last year ran inside zone predominantly like 90% of the time. You watch the tape and he's just ramming it up into the middle every single time. So I don't think they're going to shoot for a first round pick on running back Team 12s, but I think that if there's a guy like that in the future that is available, they will pull that trigger. Derek, the Seahawks fan, Tampa Bay is easily a top team in the NFC, in my opinion. Said this multiple times, but less turnover cornerback, one of the best running backs in the draft, and one of the best wide receiver cores, improved O-line, elite front seven. Yeah, and improved secondary. I'm fairly on board with everything you just kind of said there. I don't know about one of the best running backs in the draft, a good running back. It wasn't, but I'm not against that, Derek. I'm on board with that. At the end of the day, it's pretty much true. So yeah, they've got a lot to them. It's not just Tom Brady is coming to Tampa Bay. It's not just Rob Gronkowski is coming to Tampa Bay and now they're a Super Bowl favorite or a Super Bowl contender. It's not. It's a little bit more than that now. They've got a lot of the front seven. The secondary is a mess. Admittedly, their secondary is kind of a mess, but even that they kind of Derek got ahead of because they got one of my favorite secondary player in this whole draft was Antoine Winfield Jr. out of Minnesota, and Tampa Bay got him. And my prediction is, Derek, he is going to help that secondary out quite a bit by just his presence alone. We'll see if it plays out this way, but man, I love his dad was awesome. And he's got that same mold of player that his dad was, just feisty, but athletic, everything you could want in a safety he's got. I really feel like he's going to help that secondary out a bit. So Juno White missed the Cats a bit. We'll get one of them and we'll get him on camera here in a second. I got my one's outside on the deck right now, sunning herself. Yeah, we could look at the second round as well, Team 12s. So first or second round, Seattle could definitely look at a running back at that spot. Chris Wiseman, what's up? Let's go. How you doing, Chris? Thanks for jumping on in the chat, man. Juno White says sack over 3 sacks if he gets playing time each game. Juno, I think he will get playing time each game. So I think he's going to get it. They got the role 15 to 20 snaps a game. When you know it's a pass rushing situation, when you know it's a passing situation, that's when they will bring him out onto the field. And I feel like they saw how what he could do. Just he created havoc out there, and we didn't have a lot of guys creating havoc last year in the pass rush. RSO says, also, is Dunbar fully able to play out and of his legal issues? So nothing's been 100% closed out on the legal issues of Zoes with Quentin Dunbar. It's out there still. It's just kind of out there, but there's really not a high likelihood that there's going to be effect on him or this current season is my prediction. Once those witnesses went away, once they stopped talking, and they're not going to talk any more to the NFL than they did the cops, once they recanted their testimony, once that occurs, there's really nothing there to throw down on. Now, the commissioner's office doesn't have to have any sort of proof. They don't need evidence on a player. They can just have basically secondhand wording. Go, okay, we're going to suspend you due to this. So they could do that at some point in time. I just don't think it's likely to happen based on what I'm hearing with this and some of what you're hearing from reporters who are connected a little with the situation and understanding it. So I think he's day one going to be out there for you as a starter. Dustin Elrod, what the heck? This ain't Saturday? I'll have to leave before he reads this. Yeah, Dustin, I moved it over here today because of 4th of July. So I knew everybody was going to be out partying up, having fun yesterday. So I figured I'd move it over here to today. Jeremy Bone, what's up, Jeremy? Shaq Griffin gets 7 to 9 sacks this year. Wow, if you get 9 sacks out of Griffin this season, and that's going to be the goal line. If you got Everson Griffin at 8 sacks, if you're able to get 4 or 5 sacks out of Darrell Taylor out of Tennessee, maybe LJ Collier gets you a couple, Jaron Reed gets you 5 or 6, Benson Mayowa, Bruce Irvin, each get you 5, 6, 7 apiece. Now you start to, I've called it throughout the offseason, of course, Jeremy, the cobble it together approach on the defensive line, whereas rather than having a couple of stout stars there on the line who can all get it done, you're sort of just hoping depth and a little bit above sub-average quality, talent there at the position is going to get you there. So just having all these hands on deck, just everyone fresh, everyone able to just give maximum effort every play because of the rotational depth. Maybe you can get into that 40, 45, 50 sack range. Because you were 29 sacks, 27 sacks last year. If you can get into the 40 to 45 sack range, you're getting into the elite territory. And like I was saying, you start cobbling together, just add it up. You got the 9 sacks on Griffin, 7 sacks on Everson Griffin if he comes, or Clowney if he comes. Darrell Taylor with 4 or 5, LJ with this. That you can see how it all cobbles together and gets up to that number. It's going to be, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical of it because you haven't seen a lot of primetime pass rushes built in this fashion necessarily. But if there was one that could do it, this has got the talent to show that out and do it. Devin Peterson, how long have you lived in Spokane and what's your favorite part of Spokane? I've lived in Spokane for 2.5 years now. My favorite part of Spokane. Well, the one thing with this, Devin, is that since I moved here, I had a small business I was running. And then I also had also been doing this channel. So I'm kind of right now a little bit of a no life guy here where it's my YouTube Seahawks channel and then all my daily work day in and day out. And then I barely get out. I went out yesterday for the 4th of July. It's the first time I've been out in a long time just because the channel ends up taking up so much time. It's hard to do. And I know I don't even kick out as many videos as some other people do. It's so time consuming and I'm not complaining. I love doing it. That's why I do it. But unfortunately it cuts me out from having a chance to really go check stuff out, Devin. I went to Newman Lake yesterday though. And that was awesome, other than my phone falling into the lake. So, but that was a cool little lake. I love that. I don't kiss and tell on my dates, Dustin. You know that. You know I'm not kissing and telling. Derek's still obsessing over Tampa Bay. Most Hall of Fame quarterbacks don't retire from the teams they start with. It's very true, Jeremy. It is really true. It's even going back 80s, 70s. I mean, Joe Namath ended up on the Rams, right? Like it does tend to kind of happen. You just hope, or you really want to see it from a fan if it's going to happen. It's at that point where the quarterback's in the 11th hour of his career and it's like, he's winding down. He's just trying to get a little juice out the last couple of years. Pride's driving it, that kind of thing, as opposed to, oh, well, Russell Wilson's 36 years old and he's going to go to a new team now. That's where it bites you and it hurts if that's the way it plays out, Jeremy. I can be realistic and wrap my head around the potential of him being in his 40s going somewhere else. But right now, still while he's in his prime and losing him at that point because the team wasn't willing to fully let him run, let him cook, let him go, that would bother me. And I will be very vocal about it if it plays out that way. Dustin says fullback Schmoolback. Fullbacks are awesome, Dustin, Sean Alexander wouldn't have been nothing without Max Strong, bud. Max Strong was the linebacker equalizer in his day in the hole. Dustin says Walter over Largent, just make him salty. No, I'm okay with people having that opinion. I get it. I can't argue with it. I understand. Walter Jones was an amazing player too. So, and it's hard with linemen because linemen don't have stats we can compare them up against other players. So it's like you have to go off of just game film and reputation and Pro Bowls and all pros and that kind of thing. So it gets a little bit tougher. I do think that Largent had a little bit more career longevity than Walter did, though. Derek, the Seahawks fan, you got a great question here. How do you feel about David Njoku asking for a trade? Kind of expected it. I was not as expecting it, Derek. I got to be honest with you there. I think, though, we are seeing a little bit of a trend now league-wide where these guys that are going into the third year of their deals or just leaving the third year of their deals are now going to kind of push a little bit more to make the action happen as opposed to waiting for themselves to get out into free agency. And it is a little more understandable, I guess, in retrospect, when you look at it, that Njoku would ask for this because, of course, they went out and signed Austin Hooper from the Atlanta Falcons to, I think, a record-breaking deal at the tight end position. And so Njoku was seeing the writing on the wall and goes, look, you're not going to have the money to pay both of us top-end contracts if I show out. On top of the fact it's going to be hard for me to show out if this guy's out there on the football field and he's getting all the attempts thrown his way because they're going to want to, validate that amount of money that they spend him. The one thing with it, though, is that the offensive coordinator they're bringing over there, who's now the head coach there, that was an offensive coordinator previously, I was reading in articles that he leans towards those two tight end sets heavy. And he was really relying on the fact of having both Hooper and Njoku as they were going to go forward into the season. So I'm not as certain that the Cleveland Browns are going to be as willing to deal David Njoku, and he doesn't have a lot of leverage here. He's not yet gotten onto his second contract. He's not making a huge amount of money so far, so it's going to be hard for him to necessarily force his way out of town necessarily, especially considering they really want those two tight end sets. And Cleveland's going to be, whether you like him or hate him right now, they have a little bit of an honest assessment of looking at him and saying this team's got a chance of getting to the playoffs. They should be a fairly good team. The offense has got a lot of playmakers. They've kind of rebuilt that offensive line, which was a big problem for them. And the defense has some players that are interesting. Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward. They got some guys that, you kind of go, they could kind of pull it together. So I'm not as certain, David, that they're going to be willing to get rid of him. How big of a disappointment will the Browns be this season? How exactly? I did not see your question before I just said that, by the way, Nathaniel. How big of a disappointment will the Browns be this season? How exactly do you believe that they will be a waste of all their talent? Well, they play in a very tough division. That's going to be one thing that's going to be hard for them in that respect. But I will say this, Nathaniel, the AFC is kind of weak. It is a little bit weak in my opinion. And I think that they're going to be able to potentially feast on some softies in order to get their record up to where they need it to. And I think that they're going to be a little bit more improved from where they were last year. I do. And last year they actually didn't, it wasn't like they were a 3-13 team. They held it together. And again, they've got the talent. So I don't think they will, Nathaniel. I've got them in the playoffs right now. But I know why you guys look. You guys, all you guys are doing is looking at all of the full history of their team to make your assessment. So that's why you're probably right and I'm wrong here, because you guys are going off facts and I'm going off feelings with this one. Because you look at the Cleveland Browns history of the last 40 years, it's like, my God. Jeremy Bone, I think considering COVID-19 and not knowing what happens with the salary cap, John Schneider has played it as well as a GM could. This is what I agree with. It's a situation where we understand coming into the season that there's not a great answer here. I go for it. I potentially put my future cap seasons into peril to go for it this year. Half my team gets COVID, or COVID disrupts our season to some degree that it throws askew the talent that I brought in for this year, and now I'm paying the price for next year. That's not very smart. But understanding, look, this is a time to play conservative. We don't know how this is going to play out. We might not even have a season next year. Why mortgage the future for a year that might not happen next year? Plain and simple. And I think that's where, in my opinion, it's a little bit of genius if that's what he's done. Because I don't know that there's a lot of other general managers who's played it similarly when I look around the league. When there are teams that have money to spend, they went out and spent it. They went for it. Look at the Cowboys. They're going for it this year with the moves that they've made. So he's been a little bit, in my opinion, visionary in that respect. And if that is the plan, I don't know for certain that this is what he was thinking. But if it was, and it does play out thusly, he will have done a brilliant job this past offseason in putting the pieces together for next year to understand he can really take advantage of it, because this is the part that I haven't spoken to yet this live stream, Jeremy, and that is that, as I spoke about in the Hawks Nest episode, even if the cap doesn't go down, which at this point I'm thinking it's a big cry for somebody to tell me right now there's absolutely no way the salary cap goes down into next year. That's a big leap if we lose games. You're really taking that's a leap of logic, in my opinion, if you're to the point of losing games at that point. But let's operate from the standpoint that it just stays right where it is and that they massage out those losses over 4 or 5 years. Fine. That still means you have all these general managers throughout the league who've watched the salary cap go up 10% every year, 20 years, with a couple exceptions, who now have to suddenly anticipate on the fly that 10% increase not coming in, who have to anticipate on the fly having factored in that 10% increase in how they structure their contract deals, now being laid to bear, and then being put in a position of having to really make some tough decisions. They're going to have to release some guys they don't want to release. They're going to have to let go of players they want to let go. And so you're going to have a gluttony of players reach on the market, a ton of them. But then you're not going to have a lot of players, a lot of salary cap space, because the cap will have stayed level. So if you're one of those few teams that have the $50, $60, $7 million, not only do you have a lot of money to spend, you have all of these players to go out and buy on pennies on the dollar and really build a super roster, essentially. Drew Welk, who will have more production this year, Ursula or Malik Turner? I'm going to go with Malik Turner, Drew, just because I always have come back to with John Ursula that he's only a slot guy. And I don't mean that to disparage him or say that he doesn't have a potential in that slot position, but you went out and signed Philip Dorsett to specifically play the slot role. You have Tyler Lockett, who also plays a lot of snaps out of the slot position. Malik Turner's an outside guy, and he can play slot too. But he can do a little bit of both. I think the potential would be Malik would have more catches, but at this point, to be honest with you, Drew, I would see John Ursula back on the practice squad probably this year, and I don't know if Malik Turner makes this team. I think he's not even on the team right now. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think he makes the team, Malik Turner. Jorbarten era. Jorbarte. I hope I said that right, Jorbarte era. What's up from Tampa Bay? What's up, Tampa Bay? Hope you guys are doing good there. I know your state's under some struggle there, but I hope you're safe and healthy and happy over there. Had a good fourth. Dustin Elron says refs travel together. One gets COVID, right? One gets COVID. Yep. And that's it, Dustin. This is the thing there's all of these things that play out, Dustin, of like situations and scenarios that we're not even thinking about that could affect things whole hog. Okay, this officials are lost. Now we're got to bring in college officials. Oh crap. Go back to the replacement game refs and how bad that was, and the level of difference in the officiating and how that went down and how that could affect games. All of these things, again, you end up coming into, the more you think about the COVID situation, if it wreaks havoc and comes in there and does that, is that it's going to be complete chaos. You can have every plan in the world you want at that point. It's not going to make a difference. It's basically day by day at that point. It's going to be Mad Max style, where you're just hoping to be one of the last teams alive and got people that aren't sick and whatever else. I feel like it's going to make it's just going to throw everything into disarray. That's why I keep coming back into where it's just, everyone's going to have to do the best of what they can do in this situation, but it is not going to be advantageous. It's going to be a tough situation. It's going to be ever moving and changing throughout the season, I feel like. So, yeah, but the officials are a big part of that. Dustin says JS over Pete. And then James Glenn says, but Pete hired John. And both of you are kind of right with that. I think that the good news is that there's not going to have to be a choice in this respect. I think the indicators are going to probably be at this point that Carroll's got another year or two at most coaching this team. I don't see the guy being in his mid-70s, late 70s coaching this football team. We've not seen really any history of that in the NFL to any degree, really. I think maybe Marv Levy was the one guy who was kind of able to do that a little bit. But I just don't see him being able to go for a long, long period of time, whereas Schneider is still relatively young. I think that he's pretty embedded here with the team and with the city and the organization. I know there's a lot of people who think he'll eventually maybe go to the Packers, but I just tend to think it'll be Pete retires, John gets to hire the new coach. There's not really any argument there at that point, you know. Aiden Brooks, sometimes pickles must be vored. Okay. I don't know what that means, but it sounds good. Carter Kinslow, should the Seahawks be more worried about the Rams or Cardinals this season? I think I'm more worried about the Cardinals. You look at the team, look what they did. Again, they made some really good moves. That general manager there is overall pretty good, I feel like. He's not perfect. He does have his misses here and there, but he does make some pretty smart moves as well within that. You look at their defense, it's starting to maybe kind of come together a little bit. Budda Baker and the Chandler Jones. They signed the guy out of Buffalo, the defensive tackle, who's just a solid player there. You look at the draft they had this last season, and they trade for DeAndre Hopkins for a second-round pick. That's going to upgrade their receiving core to go along with Fitzgerald coming back. They had the Isabella kid as their slot guy, who was really good for them last year in that role. Christian Kirk has really started to come along. They got some talent there. And then they brought in the running back who really sort of kind of made that offense dynamic at the end of the season, Kenyon Drake. He really seemed to have gotten that offense to another level. They're doing drag races out here, by the way, if you hear him. He's gotten that offense a little bit to another level, and I think Kyler Murray's legitimately talented. And they went back and kind of fixed some issues a little bit on that offensive line to go into addition to all this other stuff. Whereas the Rams have certainly gone backwards. They seem to be losing talent throughout the year. They really went for it over the last couple of years, trading multiple first-round picks, trading away for guys to bring on dead money. They really sort of kind of put themselves in a tough position, and they got the Jalen Ramsey situation still staring them in the face where he needs a new contract. They gave up 2 first-round picks for him, but yet they still haven't come to a new deal on it with him. So I look at the Rams as dialing back. I see them as a 5-win team this year. I see the Cardinals as probably anywhere between a 7 to 9 win team. And that could fluctuate based on a variety of different factors. Chris Wiseman, there's been no word on Jamal Adams as of yet. I would expect him traded, though, thinking about the situation some. And then my thinking on this is going to be because of the Ashton Davis situation. They drafted that strong safety kid out of Cal last year. They're very high on him. The New York Jets are. He'd slide right into Jamal Adams' role. So that leads me to believe that they're not just going to try to hold on to Jamal Adams at all costs, that they will let him go at one point or another. But I don't think that Seattle will be leading I don't think Seattle will be his eventual destination at that point. But I do see him being traded, but no current new word yet. It's just outside of he's got 7 teams out there that he said he's willing to be traded to. And we know that the value between Seattle, at least in their initial discussions with the Jets and what they wanted to offer and what the Jets wanted them to offer were pretty far apart. So they wanted Shaquille Griffin in a 3rd-round pick. I think Seattle would probably be more in that first and a third type range more than anything else. Randall McDaniel says, do you think Pete and John Schneider are on the same page regarding the direction of the team? Does John Schneider get pissed with conservative offense and vanilla D? Just have a feeling JS has to get pissed off to some degree. You know what, Randall, I feel like I feel a little bit like that as well. And when we start talking about this, we got to be careful a little bit because we don't have a lot of facts on it. It's like trying to read a guy's face and the way his eyebrows bob. Oh, his eyebrows went down when Pete talked. He didn't like that. But there does seem to be a little bit of, you have to wonder from Schneider's aspect of how he's roster built things and how he's put this together, of understanding, Pete, are you really getting the most out of this? Is your scheme getting the most out of the talent that I've given you? And from my standpoint, if I was sitting on the general manager's role and I was in Schneider's position, the answer for me on that would be no. I also, though, would have a lot of loyalty and feel very much beholden to Pete Carroll because he's the man, as somebody indicated in this chat earlier, that did hire me. He's the guy that brought me aboard. So even if I have those feelings of animosity maybe slowly building, I'm going to be hesitant to bring him up because of these other factors that come into play. So I do think, yeah, it's probably frustrating for him, Randall. I think that's where I come down to. I think he's just sort of waiting for Pete to eventually retire, and that in him pushing these moves down the road, the 1-year deals this year, maybe he's a little bit understanding that this is maybe Pete's last year. And then he's going to have a chance to really do what he wants to do with it coming into next year. I don't think that they would let us know if this was Pete's last year. I don't think that they would release that beforehand. They did that with Mike Holmgren in his last year, and it was a crap show. It did not work out well for us to have that information get released. So I wouldn't expect the same thing here. Drew Welk says, will Shaquem find starter quality minutes in the future? Unfortunately, no, Drew. Shaquem's got a little bit of the thing that happens with Bruce Irvin. And that is, if you put these guys at defensive end, they're too light in the pants to be able to hold up against an offensive tackle that's 320 pounds coming downhill on them. They are going to get driven off the ball in the running game. So you really selectively have to put them in the game when you know the opposition's offense is throwing the football. And just under those circumstances alone, that's always going to prevent him from getting a lot of extra snaps. He's probably only going to ever be in that 15 to 20 snaps range over a course of a game. The difference between him and Bruce Irvin, of course, is that Irvin is a guy with a little bit bigger and a little bit more of an ability to set the edge on the outside at that Sam linebacker role, which I just don't think Shaquem is able to do. I don't think that's in the strength of his game. But he will be, I think, a decent rotational rusher, at least for us, Drew. And he can maybe eventually round more and more into shape in that, where he can be decently dynamic in that, where you're getting a lot of production out of just those limited snaps. Dustin says, fire Pete. Oof, brutal, Dustin. Clara Belcroft. Hello, Clara. Why are we talking about Antonio Brown? NFL or commissioner have not come down with suspension or not? Not sure where. Why are we talking about Antonio Brown? NFL or commissioner have not come down with suspensions or not? Not sure where Josh Gordon will play if reinstated. Well, we're talking about it because, Clara, for sure, there's a lot of heat to Antonio Brown being pushed to Seattle. I have mentioned, as I've said multiple times with it, that the big thing that hangs over the deal to eventually to prevent it is that commissioner's ruling that could come down. You're 100% right there, that sits above him, and there's no doubt about it. But Russell has a big-time man crush on this guy. Big-time man crush. Russell's the leader of your team. He's the captain. He's the guy running this. He's the guy that the front office is going to want to make happy, you would think. Maybe not, but I would think they'd want to make him happy. So if Russell's pushing for this, if Russell says, look, trust me, Pete, trust me, John, I will control this guy, I can get through to him, maybe he's got enough juice to make that happen. And then maybe there is also in the background of this, Clara, that the commissioner's office gives Brown a break, understanding that it was a known secret, an open secret last year, that once Brown got cut by the New England Patriots, if you signed him and brought him onto your team, it was almost certain that he was going to be suspended instantly at that point. So there's a part of this where the commissioner's office could look at this. They already de facto suspended him the prior year, and so they will not put down those same liability restrictions this season on him. I'm doing some forecasting here, but this is a little where I'm sensing it going, Clara, as far as the situation goes. Cameron Hughes. What's up, Cameron? How's it going, man? Working my way through your doc, bro. I got through the one, but I've been really busy just trying to put my stuff together on the channel. So still will be checking out some more. Wow. Okay. We got a little behind on the chat. Dustin, please don't fill up the chat, man. I already have a hard enough time staying up with this stuff. Why haven't we brought in a big name veteran this season like others? Nathaniel, I think it's because there's a little bit of reticence for what's going to come in this upcoming season from John Schneider's standpoint. I think John was anticipating that this season is going to be weird. It's going to get real weird, Nathaniel. It's going to get really hard to necessarily just roster build and say, okay, we've got this amount of talent, this amount of prototype. It's just going to be all over the place, I think, Nathaniel. And I think Schneider understood that and said, let's wait one more year to really go for it at that point. Understanding that when you go for it, you're kicking the can down to the next couple of years that then return. So if you went for it this year, you were going to then have to kick that can for next year down the road, eat it next year in some kind of dead money, bonus money, something like that. I think that he was really, really, really hesitant to do that because of these reasons. Jerry Bone, I love Leonard Weaver. He was so much fun to watch. Just a unique kind of player. He ran over people. He could block. It's a shame his career couldn't last longer. I feel like he maybe had some injury stuff kind of going on. But yeah, he was a fun guy and a really great fit for Mike Holmgren's offense when he was here. Aiden Brooks. Nice, Aiden Brooks. Aiden Brooks says, I want Carroll to do me as bad as he does the 1 yard line. Sounds good, Aiden. Nathaniel Parks, thoughts on Marquise Blair starting at nickel? I'm not really buying this. Nah, I don't buy that. Nathaniel, I just don't see Marquise Blair starting at nickel. He never showed any of that on his college tape and his ability to do that, really. Last year, yes, you brought him out as the dime nickel cornerback. But at that point, you were putting him on the opposition's fourth best wide receiver, and you felt okay with that. Putting him on the opposition's slot extraordinaire is a little bit of I'm a little hesitant to think that that's really going to work. And he is a little bit bigger. I think he's 6'1", 6'2". Is he going to be able to flip his hips in that close amount of space like you have to against those shorter, smaller, jittery bug guys out of the slot? I don't know if I believe it quite in that respect. I don't think that that's going to happen, but I've heard the same thing. I'm not buying it, Nathaniel. I think that they're trying to make people think that they're trying to find a way to get him on the football field. And it's a lot like the Jordan Brooks situation where you're getting out ahead of it from a public relations standpoint to say, we can't exactly come out and say our second round pick from last year, who most of the year spent on the bench, is going to spend most of this year probably on the bench as well, because we still have Quandre Diggs and Bradley McDougall on the roster. So you start saying stuff like, oh, maybe we'll put him in nickel. Maybe we'll just try to find a role. We'll just see if there's something here for him. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm being a little pessimistic on it, but I can't quite buy it at this point. Randall McDaniel says, I think the O-line left to right, Brown, Lewis, Finney, Haynes, Jones. Randall, Randall, Lewis is not playing left guard. There's a difference between left guard and right guard. It's a different skill set from what you ask between the two players. Damian Lewis is a purified fit for right guard. So there's no way, shape, form, no way, no how. He is not going to be a left guard on the Seattle Seahawks unless we have been decimated by injuries and there's no other options but him. You're going to see, as you mentioned in there, you'd see Haynes, Mike Iupati, probably even Chance Warmack before you would see Lewis moved over to that side. But everything else looks good on your list there. Hawks Nest, you're in Spokane. Moses Lake saying hi. What's up, Moses Lake? How you doing, Jeremy? It's probably beautiful there right now. Devin says, are you going to stay in Spokane or leave? I am going to be probably going to Maui. So this is going to get really interesting on there, but I'll have some great backgrounds for you guys in the live streams, palm trees and beaches and stuff. But it does look like I'm going to be taking on a new job position over in Maui, tentatively speaking. Aiden Brooks, is it too soon to make Paul Allen jokes? I think it is, man. We got to hold this guy in reference. He saved our team. Myles Garrett trade. Yeah, I think confirmed. Are you confirming it, Aiden? All right. I'm going through some of this chat. You guys, Aiden, a couple of you guys are blowing the chat up. I'm going to go through here. If you're just filling up the board, I'm not going to respond to it here because it's like everyone gets a chance to talk and you guys are pushing everybody else's chat down the list. So I just ask you guys, I don't mind a bunch of questions, just don't spam the board. Derek, the Seahawks fan, you going to watch hockey more now that Seattle is getting a team? Being a Tampa Bay fan, I've always had a reason to watch. It's going to be a tough transition for me, Derek. I'm an old dog. New tricks don't come to me too quickly, I just, hockey's like soccer for me a little bit. It just, nothing's happening sometimes, it seems like. And I know I don't know the sport and don't appreciate it as well as the hockey heads would, but it's going to be a tough one for me to get on board for. James Glenn, I'm in New York and I stopped listening to 710 radio. Did they decide on a name for the NHL team yet? I have not heard on a team as of yet, James. So, and I can relate to you stop and listen to 7 to 10. Once Heward and Salk went off the morning, I still try to tune in. I really try to tune into the show, but like, it's brutal listening to those guys talk sometimes, man. Like, it's just like, come on. But I liked Heward a lot when he was with Salk. I thought they did a really good job in the morning. They had a great perspective on things. It gave you a new, unique view into the team because they had some connections with the team itself. I don't feel like those same connections are in place now with the guys that are there, as well as I don't understand why they always bring with 710 these guys from out of state who aren't even Seattle fans to then be radio hosts. Like, why at the main morning slot in the morning? Why would you do that? They don't know anything about Seattle. They're coming in blind, and then they start talking like they know about anything about Seattle, and they know nothing. And it's obvious. Carl Nearly says, solution, charge everyone $59.99 a season and let everyone watch their own team. I think they should. I don't know why the NFL hasn't wrapped their mind more around doing that, Carl. I think it's untapped potential for them. They feel like they're going to lose their cable service contracts and getting as much money from them, but they're just, to me, not a little short-sighted. And you're not thinking about how many fans are going to be so willing to buy that package, especially fans that are living all over through the country that don't want to deal with DirecTV. DirecTV is a nightmare. So they would prefer to just be able to go get the games right out the gate. Michael J. Cox says, I agree with Dustin and Aiden. We need to sign Sean Alexander as a spiritual coach. Maybe so. That might work. Derek, nice talking to you too, man. I'll see you later. Nathaniel Park says Browns are the only team to snap a losing streak by not actually winning a game. And yet a few years later, they still haven't managed a winning season in over 10 years, but you think they're going to be good? Yeah, I do. Nathaniel, I don't think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be a playoff team. And I think that you have to, everything that I try to do, in my opinion, Nathaniel, is to take in a bunch of factors. So I'm never going to look at a franchise and say they're the Browns, so they suck. They've sucked for 20 years, so they'll always suck. That's not a very intelligent way of analyzing a team or trying to look at what a team's going to be as they move forward. The Browns have had decent seasons over the last couple of years, probably not been great, probably underperformed with the talent level that they've had. I would argue that the coach that they hired last year was horrible and wrong in every respect. So I think that that's some of the thing that factors into this. But I think they're a playoff team in the respect of it, 9-7, 10-6. That doesn't make them an elite team in this league. Doesn't make them, anything more than just basically a fringe playoff team. But I do think they are a fringe playoff team. Randall McDaniel, to your point of coddling the pass rush together, seems like Pete's D are always like that. Did Mike B and Cliff have double jack 6 sacks in the same year? Always had a rotation with the total sacks in the 40s. Yes, Randall. So you're right on the mark, Randall. 100% there. They have leaned towards doing that in the past. And when we had the rush going at its best, I think maybe Chris Clemens at 11 sacks was kind of our top point at that spot. Frank Clark might have had 1 year at 13. But you're right. This is the way they've gone with it in the past, and it can work. And the real important thing of it at the end of the day is the sacks number is important, but if you factor into the sacks number with the pressures and the quarterback hits and the pass rush win rate, I can't say the word, win rate. But all four of those things you kind of combine. If you do well in all those other things, even if the sack numbers aren't up there, you're disrupting plays, you're speeding up the quarterback's timing, you're just upsetting the whole play as to what it could do. Chris Sims has got the stat he calls the guy that fucks a play up. That's what he calls it, to be the kind of player that he doesn't get you stats, doesn't fill up the stat board. He just messes the play up time and time again. And this is a guy that I'd say was like what Jadeveon Clowney is, where it's not going to fill up a stat sheet, but if you watch him play, you see the effect he has on the football field. Michael Bennett was exactly that same way, where he might only get you 8 sacks in a year, but he was giving you the productivity of a guy getting in that 15 to 19 sack range when you looked at his pass rush win rate, when you looked at his quarterback hits. M Webb, we have 13 million cap. There's no way we don't make at least one more move. Not just going to sit on that money. I agree with you there, M Webb. Even if he is playing it conservative, that being John Schneider right now, he is going to utilize that money. I think that they're waiting on the Clowney decision to then decide whether or not they go with Everson Griffith into the backup plan, then down to Snacks Harrison. That seems to be how the evolution of this will play out. So if it goes that way, then yeah, I would expect them at some point to make that move, eat up that money. It's not just going to sit there. You're 100% right. Not even argue this, M Webb. At least 2 to 3 of the restricted free agents that we have on the roster right now are also going to be released, freeing up even more money for them to go out there and make a move. Schneider has indicated that he wants to have flexibility throughout the year. He doesn't want to be locked in at any one point. He wants to have the ability to make that move when he needs to go make it. And I really relate this to a trade deadline deal. In the past, it used to only be really basketball and baseball. You'd get those trade deadline deals. The going consensus in football was that if you have a player who you're going to bring him in on a trade deadline deal, you're not going to be able to get him acclimated to the team fast enough in order for him to really be productive and you get the most out of what you've had to give up to get that guy in. Now, with the way that off seasons have been reduced and training camps are reduced and padded practices and 2-a-days and go down the line, it doesn't matter as much if you don't have a guy completely acclimated. He can just step onto the field, and especially if you've got a simplified defense like we have or a simplified offense like we have, it's much easier for those players to come in and get acclimated fast and hit the ground running. This is why Josh Gordon came right in and did so well when he came in the spot points. So we will use that money, M Webb. You can count on that. Dustin, why are you telling Carl to go away, Dustin? Come on now. Michael J. Cox, thank you so much for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate it. Dustin would love Jim Mora, the guy who brought Michael Vick back to earth. Yeah. Jim Mora is, and thanks for the donation. Jim Mora was a rough coach. That's not when that's one of those guys where it's just like, kind of like, if you looked at him from afar, he's like a Monet for the coaches, right? You look at him from afar, and like, oh, he's got look like a motivator. He's got that fire. He's got that hard-nosed kind of old school approach to him. He's got the genealogy of a father who was a head coach in the NFL. But then you get a little closer look at them and they get further and further and further in. It's like, oh, maybe not. Maybe no. Nah. Aiden Brooks says, re-sign Stephen Hauschka. Yeah, they let Hausch go, I think, because they really didn't like the fact that he has some restrictions as far as how far he can kick. He's a guy 40 yards and in who's really pretty money, but you get him outside of about 42 yards and out, and it's about a 50-50 proposition with that guy. The other thing that came into play with him is in that final season, he really struggled when they moved that extra point to the 15-yard line. He was a guy that kind of struggled with that and had a few extra misses with that, which I think was kind of his ultimate undoing at that point with coming back potentially to the team. Josh Brown, the domestic abuser guy, I don't think he's coming back. Okay. All right, I'm trying to stay with the chat here. You guys are being funny. Randall McDaniel says, if the 2020 year is canceled, I wonder if we'd have a draft lottery in 2021. Seems like they'd have to do something along those lines. Maybe a FF snake draft after round one lottery. Yeah, you probably could see them doing something like that, Randall. And it would probably be just if you were a team that was bad last year, just like with basketball, you get a couple extra balls in the bin that's spinning. So if you're one of the teams that was one of the league teams the prior year, then you're going to get that many less balls. This would, of course, suck from our Seahawks standpoint because then you'd be at I think we're 27th. So you're not having a lot of lotto balls at that point. You get like 2. But I could see that being a feasible way that they look at, going at the next year's draft. Fiji Mark says, what do you think about the Chris Jones rumors? I'm not sure if the rumors are anywhere legit right now, Fiji Mark, but it is something where I've wondered why this hasn't been the option they've looked at kind of all along. When you peeked at stuff like, be it the Yannick Ngakoue deal where they were wanting a first and a third, or some of the other players that were out there, and understanding that you've got a guy in Chris Jones that's sitting out there and he wants $21 million a year. That's still less than what Frank Clark got. You can make the argument he's a better player than Frank Clark at a more important position for this team. So 2 first-round picks, which it may not cost that because you could probably talk the Chiefs into something a little lower than that, but that still isn't that much to spend on a guy that is going to give you great 3-tech play. He would fill out the defensive tackle rotation perfectly with Jaron Reed and Poona Ford. I would love to see him as added in there. Yeah, he would definitely upgrade this team and what we were able to do from the inside, especially as the pass rush goes. Because right now all you got really is Jaron Reed is your guy who's going to be able to generate any kind of pass rush from that 3-tech defensive tackle position. Nathaniel Park says, if Russ is getting another Super Bowl, it's going to have to be before Pete retires. Maybe you think so, Nathaniel, you're saying if Russ is going to get a Super Bowl, it has to be before Pete retires. So if Pete retires, that there's no chance he can get a Super Bowl. Because I kind of go the opposite direction with it, where it's like, let's say you bring in Lincoln Riley from Oklahoma, because this is going to be a destination location. The Seahawks job will be if Pete Carroll retires. The money they can spend, the facilities they have, Russell Wilson still at least somewhat in his prime. So bringing in a dynamic mastermind from an offensive side of things, I wonder if he wouldn't potentially go through the roof in that scenario, Nathaniel, as far as the statistics go, as far as just the level of team and what we're bringing out onto the football field. Aiden Brooks, I love you too, man. I'm not seeing anything in here as far as a question, Aiden, so I'm just letting you just roll on the chat. A little behind here. Yeah, guys, Dustin. Okay, so Dustin and Aiden, guys, we're definitely going to have people in the chat here. It's going to annoy people in the chat. We don't want to do that, right? I don't like trolls. Trolling's not fun. If you want to be on the chat, put a comment, put a question, but let's not please spam the chat. It doesn't make it any fun for anybody else, especially if I miss somebody's message you just posted once, right? It's not very nice. Pushka, Nuwaskar. What's up, Pushkar? What is our best option for the corner position? I think that we're going to be pretty set right now with what we're going to do at the corner spot. You've, of course, got Quinn Dunbar over on one side, Shaquille Griffith on the other. Trey Flowers is your de facto backup to come in. I would think if he came in, you'd probably flip Dunbar over to Shaquille's side if Griffith went down to an injury, and then Trey would take back over his normal side. And then I think it would appear at this point, I still fall in line with thinking Pushkar that Ugo Amadi is going to be your nickel starter at the end of the day. That I know they've talked about Marquise Blair, maybe staying with that base 4-3 defense a predominant amount of the time. But I just fall in line with you. Give this kid another year of growth. I liked a lot of what I saw in his college tape. I think he's a natural fit there over at that slot corner role. He's a little undersized, but I think he can get away with it because he's kind of feisty, which is what you need if you're a little undersized. So I still go with that being our starters and how they kind of roll with it. Joshua Ike, as of right now, what do you think the Hawks win total range is? All right, so I've fallen in line with this. I think I'm going to go with 11 to 12 wins at this point, Joshua. You got to give me a little bit of an ability to have a 1-win sliding scale there because I still feel like I need to see the final couple of moves to round this team out. If you're talking about what we have right now as the team, we're just going to trot this team out right now with no additions, nothing else coming into play. It's probably a 10-win team. Now, if you just add an Everson Griffin and a Snacks Harrison, you could probably push yourself up into the 12-win mark at that point, I would say. I think it would have that much of a difference in just a couple of those players in that same way. Likewise, bringing in a guy like Clowney, same thing, would bump you up into that range. But probably 11 to 12 wins is where I would put this team right now, with again, just holding off wanting to see that last couple of final moves. Leroy Esteban, Quinn Dunbar, no new word on him at Leroy. Based on what I heard and read about a week and a half ago, the legal situation is technically still out there, but there's been no resolution, and there doesn't appear to be any resolution as the witnesses have recanted their testimony. So it's one of those things where it's just one of those things where there's not a lot for the NFL to go off of. There's not a lot for the cops to go off of. Probably means day one, he's your starter over at right corner, and I'd be surprised to see him suspended at this point. Dustin says, soccer is amazing. Don't mock it. I wouldn't mock it, Dustin. I just don't understand the appeal of it. But I don't mock people who watch it. If you love it, love it. Yeah, and I don't, again, not Nathaniel, same thing on your point there. I'm not mocking soccer at all. If you love it, don't hate on it. It's just with hockey and soccer, the big problem I've had personally is when I watch it, I get a little bit bored. I know other people have the intricacies understood and love it. I can appreciate that, but it's just, it hasn't rung that particular tuning fork in my belly, you know? Michael, another donation, man. Thank you so much. This one's on behalf of Dustin and Aiden. Well, thank you, Michael J. Cox, Dustin, and Aiden for that donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Michael. Carl Nearly says, Sean's spiritual ankle would still get broke. Jeremy Bone, I think with Russ' contract being a major drain on the cap, JS believes in not paying $20 million for a premier pass rushers. They do spend top dollars on the secondary. Yeah, Pro Football Focus tells us right now, Jeremy, that as we've moved into the modern age with the new rule changes and the way the league has moved towards, that it's more important to place the onus of your defense upon the secondary. I mean, that's where you want to grab your talent. And that you can actually kind of just not a make do. You need talent on the defensive line as well, but it runs sort of second to that back end now. This goes, of course, Jeremy, against all of the old school thinking, which was that you built everything up on the lines first and foremost, and then built inside out. So if Schneider and Carroll are going in this direction and looking at it from that standpoint of this is how we want to build a team, they are falling in line with what is supposed to be the innovative way of building a modern NFL roster as far as the defense goes. So they have gone in this direction, and to your point, maybe it makes sense that that's why they wouldn't want to spend $20 million on a pass rusher. There was the word that they did offer 4-year, $18.5 million to Jadeveon Clowney at the start of the offseason. So they're willing to at least kind of come close to that mark. And you're right that the money with Russ's contract hurts things, and it has hurt things. I think the combination of two things has been the biggest problem with Russ's deal. That is, number one, first and foremost, the contract is at maximum rate. He ain't giving you any discount, and that hurts every season. But then you had so many years from about 2015 onward where you were carrying dead money year after year after year on the cap because everybody was retiring prematurely or being let go prematurely, and the bonus money got accelerated. And so you had not only, Russell Wilson's de facto $30 million a year, but then you had, 5 to 10, 15 million of dead money also on top of it. And it really then was eating up into your cap situation in that standpoint. I think that's his big worry, Jeremy, right now, is it looks like he doesn't want to end up back in a situation where he's got to be eating dead money year in and year out to go in addition to with Russell's deal. But he certainly wasn't willing to give Frank Clark that money. They weren't willing to pay Jadeveon Clowney that money as far as the $20 million a plus or near the $20 million. That speaks to your point and potentially you being correct and right on point with this. Nathaniel Parks, Browns can get to the playoffs, but need to actually find a way to use the talent they have, something they haven't done in over 10 years. And why I believe it's not going to, and why should I believe it's going to happen now? Well, you don't have to believe it's going to happen. I wouldn't say that. I'm not asking anybody to believe. I'm saying from a feasibility standpoint and the talent they have and what they've done over the last couple of years, you've got Baker Mayfield going into his third year in the NFL. He's, I think, started nearly every game of his career with maybe the exception of a couple. I'm not a big Baker backer, but I do like the talent they put on that team. I like the moves they've made this offseason. I don't look at things from a standpoint of this team's been this way for all these years, so this is how they have to be moving forward. I don't analyze things in that way. I think that's just too simplistic a way of looking at things. And it leads you to then get surprised when you're not looking at some of the deeper numbers and other factors that come into play here. But I'm not going to be, this is not the hill I'm to die on, Nathaniel, Dustin. I don't care about the Browns. I really, truly don't. They don't matter to me in the least. It's a soft prediction. I don't care if it's true or not. So I'm not dying on this hill. Michael, thank you so much for the $10 donation, buddy. You're so generous, man. I was talking to Dustin and Aiden, and they both told me Sean would have been the best back of all time, were he not afraid of contact and had not preferred men in a romantic way. We'll never know. You're stinging Dustin deep with that one, Michael. Oh man. Devin Peterson, if you could have one of our old coaches, would you want Mike Holmgren or Jim Mora Jr.? I would take Mike Holmgren back if I could have one of our old coaches. I would just have John Schneider as the general manager and Mike Holmgren with no player personnel control. I think that's what really hurt Mike Holmgren in his first few years here, was that he was wearing too many hats, being asked to do too much, and he just needs to be allotted as the head coach, and especially understanding when Mike Holmgren's here, he's also the offensive coordinator. So it's like, he's being the general manager, the offensive coordinator, and the head coach. It's kind of a lot of hats to wear. But if I had to pick between the two, I'm going Mike Holmgren. Randall McDaniel says, I can't stand 710 anymore. After 1,000 obscure Star Wars references by Paul Gallant, I had to turn it off. Danny O'Neill is a robot. His points are very predictable. Was hoping they'd bring in Mitch Levy. I agree with you, Randall. Danny O'Neill is the thing. What's weird with Danny is that he was really good at the start when he came on with the radio program, and it's just like I feel like he's kind of gone backwards a little bit at times, and just trying to understand where he's coming from and feeling like he's having a lot of expertise on the situation. And Paul Gallant, it's like it's not all his fault. You brought the guy in out of Texas, but it's not a Seattle fan. He knows nothing of Seattle history. Why is he on the radio in the prime time morning time? If he's on at that time, he better be bringing personality. He better bringing the funny. He better be bringing a unique perspective that just kind of blows everything else out of the water, because that's a lot to make up for. So it's not Paul's fault in that situation. I just don't quite understand what it was that 710 was doing with those hires. I know it's hard to bring guys in and everything else, but I feel like there's a lot more talent out there than we're being led to believe at times for what you could have brought in. There's people that passionately would have went in there and said, I'll bring this job. I'll bring all this expertise. I'm from the local area. I love my team. I love this team. They're not going to have to learn it. Like, oh, okay, what happened with the Sonics in 1995? Okay, then what happened with the Sonics in 90s? Okay, then they left, and so the team was taken. No, bring in people that know the area. D-Boy, with D. Hopkins in Arizona now, does it make Arizona better, worse, or the same? It makes them better, D-Boy. You go back a couple years ago, the Texans came into Seattle, and Hopkins just had his way with our defensive secondary in that game. And part of the reason is because the routes that DeAndre Hopkins excels at and does really well with are the routes that are sort of opened up in our defensive schematics. So he's really built as a player to take advantage of the things that we allow within our defense. So I really feel like he's going to be an upgrade. I know that maybe he's not as fast as he once was, or exactly the player he once was, but then you combine him in there with the Fitzgeralds, who always seems to be productive with us, Christian Kirk, Hakeem Butler, Danny Isabella. They went out and got Josh Jones on the offensive line there to kind of help that position out for them. I do expect them in a full season of Kenyon Drake. I expect them to be probably a 9-win team and better. TJ Wilborn, will the Seahawks benefit from no preseason because that's less games for health reasons and have more time to get ready? I would think so. Yes, TJ. I want to say that over the course of the last few preseasons, it's not really been that the injuries hit us in preseason, because they're somewhat tentative. and putting guys out there for long periods of time. So that would, I wanted, and I'm not going off of any facts of this, CJ. I'm just going off the top of my head. I could be wrong on this, but I feel like the injuries start to happen once the season actually starts hitting and rolling. But yes, would think they would be able to. The one thing that I will say with this, TJ, is there's been no offseason mini camps, no offseason training camps. This means the players' bodies are not going to be ready as they would have been in the past. And it's a process getting them ready. It's just like a fighter, right? You get a fighter, goes into his fight camp. He's in a certain set shape. He's putting himself into a position to get that maximized shape at that maximum time of the year right before the fight. And it's this buildup, and you see it in weightlifting, and you see other stuff. It's this, you're drawing your body up. You're getting it to perform at just the spot, because it's really hard to hold it at that elite level. It's a buildup to get there. And these off-season training camps are designed in their structure and timing to build that up appropriately, even with the reductions that have happened. So not having those now, actually, I would probably at the end of the day expect, TJ, that there will be a more injuries this year on average than ever before. Absolutely. And I don't even think I'm going out on a long limb by saying that. Carl Nini, you should have a top 25 Seahawks of all time vid. And when having Dunbar, Griffin, and Flowers in zone be better than Ugo at nickel. I will maybe eventually do the top 25 Seahawks of all time. I might eventually do something like that, Carl. Let me think about that one, but I might. I don't think so. They're telling us, and again, this is what I've talked to you guys earlier about, how it's a little bit, management has been giving us a variety of different things they've been telling us this offseason. They draft Jordan Brooks and they go, okay, he can play the Sam. And then a couple of weeks go by and they go, oh no, he's going to play probably the Will. And then maybe KJ Wright will be moved over to the Sam. And it's a little bit of the same situation here with this nickel cornerback situation. You start out the offseason, and Carroll's like, oh, the base defense worked good. We're not going to go to slot corner anymore. And then you go off of that and they go, no, that didn't really work. A couple more months later, they go, no, it really didn't work. So now we're going to actually go to the nickel corner. And we actually think maybe Marquise Blair can play nickel corner. Or then maybe Quandre Diggs can show a prevalence of being able to kick inside and play nickel corner. And then we'll have Trey Flowers out on his early down position out that right cornerback role. I'm not kind of buying all that, Carl. I'm really not. I don't think at 6'2", the Dunbar is going to be able to operate in that slot role very well, because those guys are smaller and shiftier and quicker. And it's tougher for the guys that get in the 6'1", 6'2" range to flip their hips and stay with those guys. The same reason why I think Marquise Blair's just not going to work at that spot either. So I think Ugo's the guy at the end of the day. But we'll see if they really mean it. Some of the stuff we hear from him kind of goes, we hear different things that go back and forth against each other that don't really align up from management sometimes. Evergreen says, if Snacks Harrison is unavailable, are there any other one techs out there? I know Pete isn't content to that position as of now. No, I would agree with you. He is not content to that position at all. No way, no how. So you're completely right there, Evergreen. If Snacks is unavailable, they're going to probably have to make a trade for one tech. I was looking the other day online for what other one techs were out there just on the open market as far as, anything. And I mean, Mike Daniels has played in the 3-4s most of his career. He probably wouldn't be able to play a 4-3-1 tech. His skills have started to erode since he came to Detroit. They'd have to get very creative, Evergreen. I don't have a great answer for you on this, because there's just not, they probably have to go outside the box to find one, pick it from a team that you wouldn't think that would be there, but they're going to have to do something, because right now you're really light at defensive tackle, and especially the one tech. Aiden Brooks says, why is our defense trash, but we can regularly stop big teams when we need to, such as both our 49ers games and many others, exception being Packers division round game. See, I can participate fairly. I appreciate that, Aiden. And I'll read your chat when you're participating fairly. The defense can sometimes perform a little bit above itself at times for different reasons, I would argue. Number one, the 49er game, what separated that first game was the fact that you had Quandre Diggs inserted in the lineup for the first time, and it made a complete difference on that defense and how they played. Now, quickly after that, Diggs went down to a high ankle sprain, and I might argue, Aiden, that he was never quite at the same level of performance as he was when he first arrived here. But with that said, I think that he changed the defense up a little bit when he came in and he was healthy. The other 49er game, similarly, you had Marshawn Lynch's return. You had a home stadium hyped up for that Lynch return. I think that leveled a little bit of the field, but it shouldn't be that those two games are what what the standard our defense is at. That's not what is indicative. Those are outliers to the situation from what we've seen over the last couple of years. So you probably more have to operate off of what is the majority of the statistics and information that we have to go off of. Aiden Brooks says, why doesn't Ken Norton Jr. face any heat? Seems like shoddy faces more. Well, and he's going to be protected a little bit. Norton is by Carroll, because Carroll at the end of the day is running the defense. You know, you can have a defensive coordinator, but we all know Carroll's got his fingers on both the offense and the defensive side of the ball. He does not just stay back and stand at a high level point and just be like, I'm going to watch this from up here at 30,000 feet and let you guys roll through and do what you need to do. So he has a lot of control in this and a lot of say. I think as well, he doesn't want to flip through defensive coordinators all over the place. You know, you go from Gus Bradley to Dan Quinn to Chris Richard to Ken Norton now. You know, you're going through these defensive coordinators kind of quick. I'm sure he wants to get a little bit of consistency in there and a guy that's here for a little bit of time rather than having a guy that's going to flip right out the door. It's probably a lot of the reason why he brought Norton back onto the team like he did. But if he doesn't go good this year, Aiden, if the defense again performs near the level they performed this past year, Ken Norton will be on the hot seat. He will absolutely be probably on his way out of town, frankly. Drew Welk. Sorry, Drew, I mispronounced there. Are we Super Bowl contenders with Clowney, Ngakoue, or Everson Griffin? I think we're probably Super Bowl contenders potentially with all three of those guys. It's very near with all of them and what they're going to provide. And what they provide coming in is this. The true somewhat of a difference maker on that defensive line. As we were talking about earlier, you've cobbled it together as far as this talent and the line goes in general. So having a guy that's a little bit more of a better than just a cobbled together guy, a guy could actually maybe require a double team, who can maybe disrupt a little bit more than those other positions consistently. That could be the thing that just be enough to kind of help you up over that hump is what I would call it. And when I look at it through the lens of last year, when you had Clowney performing on one side and then you had Ziggy Ansah as your two main rushers and Ziggy being done, but now you've got the Benson Mayo and Urban to sort of take over those Ziggy snaps. And you could be having Clowney back into the realm of things too. I feel like that's going to make you better overall as a pass rush. And yes, would make you a Super Bowl contending team. I think outside of those three guys, though, now we're talking about needing LJ Collier to take that step forward. Now Rasheem Green now needs to get into that 8 to 10 sack a year place. Taylor coming out of Tennessee has got to give us something initially and be pretty damn good. That's a little bit of a bigger jump for me to make at that point. You know, I know what I get with Clowney and Ngakoue and Griffin from a pass rush standpoint. I know what I get. I don't know what I get with some of these other guys. It's a question mark. Carl Nearney says, I wouldn't be surprised if Dunbar was suspended. Remember how Reed got suspended for an incident 2 years ago that didn't even go to the cops and was wasted another year of Russ's career, I remember. Could be, Carl. Could be. And you're right on the button in the respective. The commissioner's office basically operates like a kangaroo court now. They've been given the power by the Players Association to do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whoever they want. And I think that that's making it so something could come out of nowhere, even if there is no evidence, if there's no testimonies, recanted testimonies, it wouldn't matter. So you're right. There is still a potential there. I'm going off of what I've heard from John Clayton, who is a little bit getting along in the tooth, but does still have some times where he has some insider info and stuff and a little bit of a gleam on it. And I heard him speaking to the fact that he felt like this thing was going to play out, appropriately. So I think we should be okay there. Sorry, 1 second here. Pushkar says, looks like the NFC West is once more going to be the toughest division this year, which means we are more prone to injuries. What does the team do to prepare for that? I think they do a little bit of what they've done this offseason. Though I will say, Pushkar, they did not go for it in their approach of roster building this offseason. What they did do, and what we can all say they did do, I think unanimously, is that they added to the depth. We can make arguments about quality, but I don't know if we can make arguments about depth. You've loaded back up the running back position. You've got more bodies up on that offensive line. You've added some more pass rushers. The linebacker position's loaded up. The safety position's loaded up. You brought in another cornerback. So they've definitely upgraded that to get out ahead of some of those injury situations. But at the end of the day, Pushkar, we still have Ivan the Terrible as our trainer and all of the reputation that he brings with him. So we'll see if we'll see how that plays out. That's going to be one of the interesting things to kind of watch for this year, is how the injury situation goes, and understanding there's a lot of fans out there who do blame the trainer on this team because of his past history with other programs and how injury prone those programs have been and how un-injury prone they were once he left. D-Boy, the Hawks Nest, when you go to Maui, don't switch on us 12s for life. No, I ain't going to switch on you. I'm going to still be doing my channel, man. I ain't going to change. I love you guys. Thanks, Aiden. I appreciate it. Nathaniel Parks, best Seahawks of all time that was known for another team. Seabass, Jerry Rice, Edgerrin James. You got a couple. Of course, don't forget Franco Harris, former Steeler, great running back who came along for a while. John Randall, Minnesota Vikings, great three-tech defensive tackle there for them for years. He played really good for us in the couple of years that he came over and signed with Seattle. I have to think about who else. Who else? We had Charlie Young. There's a couple guys in there. Emmanuel Mendane. What's up, Emmanuel? Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Forgot the stream was going on tonight. What have I missed? Well, it's not your fault. I actually went on a little late today, Emmanuel, so this one's on me. I had a situation come up earlier today, and I've been caught behind the ball a bit. Here's where we're on a kind of a forecast. We still think the Antonio Brown thing is going to be a long shot, but there is growing momentum for this deal to potentially come down, undoubtedly. Now, the thing that could still upset it is that Josh Gordon still seems to be the best option there and the one who wants to come play for your team, and you don't have as much of the baggage stuff you get with Antonio Brown. The last part is Emmanuel, and the biggest part I think of the stream that I want to preference is the potential of looking ahead to not this season, but the next year, and our general manager understanding that the COVID situation really can decimate this year's league, and it's going to bring parity into play. It's going to throw everything into chaos, and I think that that's going to mean that it's going to be hard to predict this year. It's going to be hard to roster build. And it might have been actually somewhat smart by Schneider at that point, being as conservative as he was with not giving out the big free agent deals, the 1 or 2 year contracts, really kind of protecting himself and the future of the next year and the year after that salary cap. Matthias 2351. Appreciate you doing these videos, even with the family issues. Hope the best for you and your family, man. Do you think adding all those star wide receivers wouldn't matter as much if our line is garbage? I think that even if the offensive line was garbage, Matthias, it's just so many quality pass catchers to have at that point. I mean, Josh Gordon and Antonio Brown are upper level talents at the position. And same can be said of Tyler Lockett and DK as well. You're going to get guys who are going to get open really fast off the ball, especially those guys that are getting lined up against the team's third and fourth best cornerback. Those guys are going to beat those guys really quick. And even if teams are really good at getting pass rush and getting to the quarterback at that point, it's not going to matter. It'll matter a little bit, but I would still think we could still be very effective with our offense if that was the case. So I think that it could be I guess my ending thing on this, my thought is that you're adding so much talent at that position. It would eventually just wear out. That doesn't matter. It's too much. It's going to overwhelm teams, I would think. Maybe it's too Madden-y in its thinking, maybe it's too video game in its thinking, and that when it really hits the road, it doesn't play out that way. But I think it will. D-Boy, the Hawks Nest, it seems like you know how to fix the Seahawks. Can you fix our Seattle Mariners? I could have. The Seattle Mariners are now moving in a position of starting to fix themselves, D-Boy. The big problem with the Seattle Mariners, they got caught in betwixt and in between for years and years and years. And what happened with them on that is that essentially they were kind of caught between rebuilding and going for it and right in that middle phase that you never want to be. And so some years you'll be worse, some years you'll be better, and it eventually just sort of like a drain kind of spun further and further and further. They seem to finally now be understanding we need to build this team organically, rebuild our farm systems, not be as reliant on free agent contracts because those haven't played out well for us in the past. And so it's going to take longer for them to build to get there, but they're on the right track now. The other thing is they need to build for that stadium. It's a big roomy stadium there. The fences are far back. The ball doesn't carry well. You need to play to pitching, defense, that kind of thing. I'd love to be our GM. Unfortunately, I am not qualified, Aiden. It'd be a job I'd love, but I have no qualifications to be a general manager. Thanks for the $2 donation, Michael. Oh, geez, man, you got me up to like $25 today, man. Thank you so much for that. I am almost catching up, TJ. I'm a man on the warpath. Aiden Brooks, not you, the magic guy. Lorraine Jensen. What's up, Lorraine? Would you bring Sherm back if he wanted to come back? Whew, boy, that's a good question. Boy, it'd be a tough one for me, Lorraine. I think the thing that I'd have to know with Sherm, if I'm bringing him back, is I have to understand, are you in the headspace, Sherm, where you understand now, why we do the kumbaya meetings, why you need to be on board and towing the line. It's funny because he went to the 49ers and he towed that same line that he seemed to be unwilling to tow as he was leaving out the door, having his sideline explosions and outbursts like in the Falcon game. So it's more of less for me. He is definitely old, as Dustin mentioned there. I mean, he's getting longer in the tooth. He's getting slower. You saw in the playoffs last year with the Devontae Adams route that he beat him on, and then the Kansas City receiver who studied that same route and then was able to beat him on the same route in the Super Bowl. Sherman's gonna probably start dialing down for a Thailand standpoint. So it's probably just not a likely situation you'll see him here, unfortunately. I think he's locked in for the 49ers the rest of his career. He may eventually even transition over to strong safety. He's talked about doing something like that in the past, or free safety. I don't know if he could do that, but I think it's more likely he probably stays with the 49ers. He's from that local area, kind of. I think he probably sticks there. D-Boy, if you got my comment on the community post from 2 days ago, but I feel that you should do a video on Doug Baldwin. He's super underrated by the NFL and our own fans. Seahawks fans really should really know. And I will. Eventually, D-Boy, I will do a career retrospective video on Doug Baldwin. He certainly has earned the right to do it. Right now, what I've got to do with the career retrospective is it's Largent, Walter Jones, and then probably Cortez Kennedy. So I've got quite a bit of work on that one to do with all those. And I'm trying to understand with this too, D-Boy. What I do when I build these videos is I'm going through old film game footage and I'm watching the whole game. So I'm watching every season of games I can watch right now with Largent in the late 70s or early 80s. I'm going through every inch of that footage to find anything I can on the player to make sure the video is as nice as it can be. I'm going to try to bring a lot of footage you guys haven't seen before on these given players. So it just takes that amount of much more time. It's just a little bit, it's time consuming, man. It is, but I think the quality is worth it at the end of the day and spending that extra time on it. But you're absolutely on point, D-Boy. I will at some point, look at getting a Baldwin video done. He's earned it. He's worthy of it. I'd say him. He's a guy. Another guy would be like a Bobby Ingram guy. I'll be getting to all these guys as far as that little underappreciated, a little not known how really good they were. Dustin, I was giving Aiden's good. You're good, man. I just didn't want you guys to blow the chat up because sometimes people get mad because they get their question lost. When people get their question lost, they get pissed off because I'm not answering it. And if it gets lost because you spam the board, that's annoying. But yeah, everything's good now. We're back rolling along. D-Boy at his number, and he has a real interesting backstory. I feel you can knock a video out like this one out of the park. What do you think about? Oh, I will definitely do it, D-Boy. I will. I feel like when you got the Hall of Famers in your past, D-Boy, like Walter Jones, Cortez Kennedy, Steve Largent, you got to go to the Hall of Famers first before you go to the secondary players. And these guys, the Doug Baldwin, as great a career as he had, it's not a Hall of Fame career. So it deserves a video. It certainly does. And I'll do a career retrospective one on it. But that would be just my thing with it. There's not going to be anything quick about busting any of these videos out, my man. They take a lot of time. I'm not complaining, man, but it's more of just saying, this is why I can't get them out as fast as I spend hours and hours every day on the channel and putting these videos together, hours and hours and hours. It's just, it takes that amount of time to kind of get it all collected and brought together and put up. I think Baldwin had some special aspects to his game. I'm not saying he was a Hall of Fame player, Dustin, but I think that he was a guy that I don't know if I would go that he was just replaceable. I think he was a little bit better than that. Other teams don't ignore talent. If Baldwin was that special, his contract would have shown that. Well, he got paid by Seattle. Last contract he got was a pretty decent little payday. So I think he was up around $14 million a year or something like that. Maybe I'm off on that, but he did get paid by Seattle at that point in time. And I don't think he was looking at leaving Seattle. I think he was pretty embedded in the community, organizational wise. It wasn't the same situation as Sherman, where it's like Sherman was kind of wanting to move on, it seemed like, by the end. Michael, another $5 donation, man. Thank you so much. I know Sean will never be what we want him to be, but can we just settle on him being what he was, a fast girl in a uniform? Dustin, Michael's killing you, man. He's killing you on the Sean Alexander love. A fast girl in a uniform. It's brutal. Oh, here today, Raj. Dustin, Baldwin's release in connection with RW was special. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Raj. Absolutely fantastic, salient point. Baldwin's first step quickness and his ability to generate separation very fast. I don't know that we've had a receiver here who's been as good at that in the last few years. And it really helped Russell, where you had a lot of times he didn't have other guys getting open. And here you had one guy who was creating separation. He was clutch. He was good in the playoffs when we need him to be good. Again, I would never put him at a point of saying a Hall of Fame, but there's a place between Hall of Fame and very good right about here where he probably lands at. Nathaniel Parks, do you think that Ken Norton not having the talent on the D line, unlike Chris Richard had with the LOB? Oh, are you saying? Well, here's the thing with it, Nathaniel, is I think Ken Norton takes some ownership on this defense. I can't help but think as I go into my mind that last year's whole experiment with the blitz heavy 4-3 scheme combined with the 4-3 base defense, even in situations where the opposing offense was trotting out 3 wide receivers, I think that was born out of the brain of Ken Norton. Why? Because he was a linebacker. So maybe I'm being too simplistic about this, but I can't help but feel like he was sitting there like, yeah, it'd be good, Pete. More linebackers. Linebackers are always more linebackers on the field. Always better. Always better to have more linebackers on the field. We'll overcome. We'll just play zone and we'll just cover our zones. And Bobby and KJ will cover their zones. And I feel like what you had is he probably talked Pete into the base thing and the blitzing thing that you could do off base. Because if you have base, you have more guys line of scrimmage. You can do a little more blitzing, but they weren't effective as a blitzing team. And then they got eaten up in the pass game as far as running a linebacker out and a slot wide receiver. So I think that part does factor into it, Nathaniel, where he has some control over this defense. He doesn't have the talent on the defensive line that we used to have. You're right. I mean, it's the pass rush last year was as bad as we'd seen probably going back 8 or 9 years. So you're right. You're right there. There's a bit of a difference in there with that. I just don't let him off the hook fully. You know what I mean? Like I can't let Norton off the hook fully because of that linebacker thing in the blitz. I feel like that was him. Jaboy Michael, what's up, Jaboy Michael? We should get AB and Jamal Adams. That would be deadly, Jaboy. If you could, and you could pull it off probably from a salary cap standpoint because Jamal Adams is going into his, I think, 3rd year of his deal or 4th year of his deal, where he doesn't have a huge amount of base money that you have to pay. And like we were talking about earlier with Antonio Brown, the value is probably anywhere from a 1-year, $3 million deal to upwards of maybe even an $8 million deal. So you could fit them both under. The key with Jamal Adams comes down to how do you manage the safety position and what is the plan at the safety position? Because you're probably, as I discussed about in the Hawks Nest episode, you're not going to probably be able to package Bradley McDougall to go get Jamal Adams. The Jets have Ashton Davis there. They probably wouldn't do that, especially with Bradley McDougall only having 1 year left on his deal. So now you bring Jamal Adams in, you got Quandre Diggs, Bradley McDougall, Marquise Blair, Lano Hill, Jamal Adams. You got to offload some of those guys at that point. Okay, so we offload Bradley McDougall, let's say a 5th round pick. You still at that point have Marquise Blair then backing up and sitting on the bench another season, a guy who's a 2nd round pick who may actually be a very good player. We don't know yet. We haven't seen enough of him on the field to know if he's not somewhere near the talent level of Adams. He's not the blitzer Adams maybe is, but maybe he's better in coverage than Adams. We don't know. So we could do it, Jaboy. It's a possibility. Probably not likely that you're getting both of those guys, but it's possible. It's in the range of possibility. Dustin, get out of here, you misogynist. Stop using feminism attributes to insult players. The second, dude, no way. Reports coming in. We traded for Jamal Adams contains a package, 2 first rounders, Rashad Penny and Will Disley. That the second, can you confirm? Is that you're hearing that as a reports that's what we're looking at making the trade for on him? I do know that the Jets were interested in potentially trading for Rashad Penny before, so that makes some sense. The Will Disley thing would be an interesting part if they're putting him in on the deal as well. Contains a package of 2 first rounders, Rashad. That's a lot, man. That is way too much. The second, I can't see Seattle having do that high of amount. That's too costly at that point, I think. Deanna Pennington, thank you for the $1.99 donation. I appreciate it, Deanna. Missing player has been found. What does missing player have been found, Deanna mean? What does that mean? Jaboy Michael says, that's fake. That's way too much we give up. Yeah, Jaboy, the 2nd round pick part of it is the part that really does not, that's the indicator of that one. Like, wait, 2 first rounders and Rashad and Disley? Like that's a bit much. That seems a bit much. So I think I'd like to know the sourcing on that. I would like to know the sourcing. What do you think? Oscar asks, what do you think about our O-line currently? I actually am a little down on the O-line. I'm hoping, Oscar, here's my hope for our offensive line, is I'm trying to be realistic, man. You have Mike Iupati at the left guard. I'm hoping you're going to get Ethan Posick starting for you at center. My contention has been that Ethan Posick has played out of position at the guard role since he's arrived on the team. He's a center. He should have been a center. He's a guy that's going to help move people off the ball in the combo blocks that the centers majoritarily do when they're on that offensive line. I think he's going to excel at that. Iupati, Posick, and Damian Lewis, who's also a people mover. You got 3 guys inside that can move guys off the ball. Seattle predominantly likes to run inside zone with Chris Carson between the guards. So you can kind of see where my thinking is going here, Oscar, in that I feel like we can be effective between those guards, more effective than we were even last year at just hammering up the middle and really attacking those defenses inside up the middle. We'll see if it plays out this way. I'm a little bit worried about the right tackle role because I'm not sold on Brandon Shell. There was a great breakdown done by That's Opinion Sports or High Opinion Sports, I forget which was, of Sam Darnold, and it was showing a lot of footage last year of Brandon Shell at right tackle, and he got beat by a drum a lot. He got beat a lot. I'm really worried about Brandon Shell as a pass protector. I really am. And likewise with Dwayne Brown, I feel like he's going to still be solid, probably the best player for us over at left tackle, but it's the injury thing with him. It's getting up there in age. Injuries, he had multiple injuries last year. He's had injuries stop season short in the past. These things all kind of just build up for me to feeling like if he goes down, Cedric Abuja, left tackle, that worries me. That puts me in fear. That puts me in fear of Russell's life at that point. Yeah, the second, I just don't think that deal is legit. We'll see. Nathaniel Parks, will Sherman be remembered as a Seahawk or a 49er? He will be remembered as a Seahawk. He's got one of the most iconic plays in our history. It's where he cut his teeth. I don't think he has a whole lot more years left to play in the league unless he makes the transition to safety. He will be remembered as a Seahawk. The second, website and YouTuber channels reporting. Well, as a YouTube channel who reports, I can speak to the fact you can't listen to us. We'll just say anything to get clicks, man. We're the lowest of low. You can't. The second, you can't listen to us YouTube channels, man. We're just trying to draw clicks. I gotta see some more information on that. The second, I can't. That 2 first-round pick thing just seems. That's too much. If it's 2 first-round picks the second, that's too much. I mean, geez, you could have just taken Chris Jones and signed him, taken 2 first-round picks, still held on to Will Disley and Rashad Penny. And if you want to trade those guys, traded them for offloaded assets and only then given up the 2 first-round picks for a guy in Chris Jones who's going to probably have more of an impact for you at the 3 tech than Jamal Adams would have for you as a strong safety, especially considering the fact you're not going to be able to utilize the best assets of Jamal Adams' game being his ability to blitz. How many times do you guys remember Cam Chancellor blitzing? I can remember the Browns game he did back in the day, and he got called a penalty on him for it. But that was, I pretty much can count on my hands the number of times we run strong safety blitzes. So you're not getting the most out of him at that point, in my opinion. Seahawks and Sonics fan, a career retrospective of Max Strong. He deserves it. So what I'm thinking of Seahawks, Sonic fan, I was thinking of doing a column because I'm doing of what made them great. One with Steve Largent right now, Walter Jones, Cortez Kennedy, that'd be in the line. And then I was thinking of this line of like this other one where it's like forgotten Seahawk greats, or maybe you guys can come up with a great title, but some title like that, it would be like Max Strong would be in there. Joe Nash, guy who played, I think 16, 17 years for our Seahawks would be in there. And I don't think a lot of people know about Joe Nash or the kind of player he was. But it'd be in that line of those kind of players that maybe aren't going to be in the Hall of Fame point. But again, Doug Baldwin would be in there. Bobby Ingram would be in there. These kind of guys, they're right in that spot. You know what I mean? But a great suggestion, Seahawks, and 100% at some point or another. It might take me a little bit of time. I will absolutely get to Max Strong's as a career retrospective. He earned it. The only issue, too, though, with that one, Seahawks, is that as I run into, because we had so many games blacked out in the early 90s to late 90s, it's hard to find footage of that time, at least consistent, a lot of game footage. I can go back and find a lot of different game footage of early 80s, late 80s, early 2000s onwards. But, man, there's some dead period there because we weren't selling the stadium out at that time, and the fans were blacked out, so nobody recorded on VHS, so nobody eventually uploaded that VHS to YouTube. Shaquem Wagner, what is up, Shaquem? How you doing, man? Thank you for jumping on in the chat. I haven't had a chance to look up either, Jeb Boy. I'll look up in a second. Find my phone somewhere. Seahawks and Sonics fan, bring the Sonics back and also Marcus Trufant. Were you on Marcus Trufant back as a coach, Seahawks fan? But yes, absolutely, we need to bring the Sonics back. I will be celebrating the day the hot Sonic. If we bring the Seattle Sonics back, I will create a Seattle Sonics, Supersonics YouTube channel 100%. 100% I will. Ethan Jones, what's up? Nathaniel Parks, gotta also do a video on Kevin Mawai. Yeah, I could do a video on Kevin Mawai. Wasn't he? And maybe I'm forgetting on this one, Nathaniel, but didn't Kevin leave? He was only here for 4 years, right? Wasn't the Titans he made the majority of his career role? I think he played his 7 or 8 years, I think, for the Titans. I could be off on that. I'm not sure, but I thought that was the case. Search it up on the YouTube and on the internet. The search results should be right there. Make sure you put it on recent or Google. Raj, don't let Dustin pull you into a fight. he's a perpetrator. Solstice beat. Are we getting AB? I hope so. I do hope so, Solstice. It looks like this is gaining momentum. I was really skeptical for a while, Solstice, but it's like the more workout videos that come out, the more the background rumors about internal discussions being had between the front office of Seattle amongst itself. This leads me to believe that there is a little bit more to this. I feel like though, Solstice, the fact Gordon's still sitting there, I don't think you get them both, and I think Gordon just becomes the better option, especially if the commissioner's office releases him from suspension. Many wide receivers could replace Doug. Potentially so. The second. And maybe this is why I've got to make the video. The second is to show to the point of why he was a little bit better than just being, I guess, what you would consider an average wide receiver, or a little bit better than an average wide receiver. He had multiple Pro Bowl years, multiple 1,000-yard seasons. You could make the argument the second that Seattle didn't really give him the opportunity to get slotted in there and get those snaps early on in his career because you had paid the money to Sidney Rice. So he needed to get his snaps. You had made Golden Tate a second-round selection, so he needed to get his snaps. It was like that was one of those situations where Doug, because he was the undrafted rookie free agent being signed by the Hawks, was kind of, I feel like, a little in those first few years fitted to his draft slot rather than being the best guy that be put out on the football field above a guy like, let's say, maybe even a Golden Tate, where it's like I feel like Doug Baldwin's a better player than Golden Tate at the end of the day. He can run routes better hands. Not better in the bubble screen game, not better after the catch, not better as a yak guy. But I don't know, second. Again, maybe it's something for me to think about, but I feel like I think Dougie's probably going to have a video at some point by me. He could corners like Josh Norman in his prime and Pete with his release. Yeah, Raj, I agree with you. Jaboy, Jamal still has the 5th-year option. Yep, that's the key with him. I think you have 2 years left. He goes to his 4th year and his 5th year. Now, the key with it, Jaboy, is that he said that he's not going to ask for a contract extension immediately this year, but you got to absolutely operate from the assumption that he's going to not want to have that 5th year played out. So this would be a 1-year deal to a contract extension going into next season if we bring him on. That would be how it would set out. But even still, this year it would not be a very costly move to have to be made on him. And even if you do sign him to a contract extension, the safety market is pretty depressed. So he's probably only going to still be making in that $15 to $16 million per range, even on a contract extension. The second, he's not even a top 50 wide receiver. So I guess you guys are misunderstanding what we're trying to say by great. I'm not saying great like Hall of Fame great. I'm not saying top 50 wide receiver overall great. But for what he provided for the Seahawks, and again, understanding the second that I think in the situation, sometimes you got to look a little bit past statistics, understanding he's in a run-first team, understanding it was hard for him to get on the football field because they had paid players and drafted players high that they wanted to get on the field in favor of him. All things you got to bring in all the factors, man. You can't look at things through just a tunnel. It's like bring in every factor into play on a given player. And again, it's not to make the argument he's a top 50 receiver. It was that he's a great player for our Seahawks. He's a guy that was a very key reason why we won the Super Bowl. I mean, remember on that first drive where he beats Champ Bailey in the slot, right? Beats Champ Bailey in the slot on the deep ball in the Super Bowl, or the other Super Bowl catch that he had against Darrelle Revis in the other Super Bowl game. The guy is not going to be a guy I'm going to sit here and pound the table for and say he was the greatest wide receiver of all time, but he absolutely probably at some point or another deserves to be talked about in a video. I don't think you tell the story of the Seahawks. This is the way I view whether or not I do a video on a player or a game. Can I tell the story of the Seahawks without this player or this game? It's like the Miami Dolphins 1983 playoff win. I had to put that one out because you can't tell the story of the Seahawks without including that game. And I'd argue the same thing with a guy like Doug Baldwin. You can't tell the story of the Seattle Seahawks without telling the story of Doug Baldwin too. But again, I think you're getting caught on the great aspect of it. Nathaniel Park says Disley's injury prone. I think it's best to trade him away so some value out there before it just gets better to cut him. There's a thing I can understand where you're coming from on that, Nathaniel. And look, you've got 2 tight ends right now that are a little bit injury prone as we sit. And that's not a good thing to have. We don't want to be back in the same position where we have Jacob Hollister taking meaningful snaps as the number 1 tight end late into the season or even in the playoffs. So that being the case, and maybe there's a part of this too, Nathaniel, where if we make this trade and include Disley with the Jets, that you would have a sight line on David Njoku in the background, that maybe you're able to pluck him out of the Browns at that point if they are willing to trade him. And then now you've swapped out Disley for David Njoku. Jaboy Michael, there were rumors a huge deal goes down with us trading for Bell and Adams. I could do Penny or Carson and a first and Hollister and maybe a third. I'm not sure they would take it. Yeah, I'll have to dig into this here, guys, after the live stream and see if I get some more information. I had not seen any of this stuff break before I logged in. But that's interesting. I would do the trade. Like, honestly, if I'm looking at that trade, I don't want the 2 first-round picks. If I got to do the trade, first round, Rashad Penny, and something else to me. And like you said, if it's Hollister, fine, Hollister, a 4th-round pick in addition, maybe, or even, something in that realm. I feel like that would get it done. Who out there is going to be beating that mark as another team out there willing to go above our cost, aside from some team willing to add, willing to give the 2 first-round picks? D-Boy asks, if we don't get Clowney, then who do you want? I'm going to go right with Everson Griffin, D-Boy. That's my number 2 right behind it. I think he wants to kind of silently come back to Seattle. Yeah, he was a guy who Coach Carroll coached him up, I think, in college back in the day at USC, so there's some connection there. I think Seattle's just been waiting to tap into Griffin because they want to see where the Clowney ball finally fully falls and drops. The second, I get where you're going from with Doug's not great. Again, maybe great is the wrong word to use here. So, I think that's what's getting you and Dustin caught up and stuck on that word. So let's just move off that word and say it's a really high quality player, is very important to the Seahawks. And again, as I look at what my personal diagnosis is for what videos I want to include on this channel, it is, can I tell the story of the Seahawks without including this? And I don't think I can tell the story of the Seahawks without including angry Doug Baldwin. Jaboy Michael, Damian Lewis, I have good expectations for. I think Jaboy Michael, my opinion is that Damian Lewis is going to separate himself from the other draft picks of this recent draft. He's going to come right in day 1 and start. I think it speaks volumes to the fact that the front office released DJ Fluker immediately after making that selection. You would have thought maybe they would have wanted to hold on to Fluker and see what they actually had in Lewis when they got into training camp. And then maybe if they saw that he was the player they thought he was, then they would release Fluker. But that wasn't the case. They just released Fluker outright, and I think it speaks to how high they are on the value of this kid and what they think he'll be able to do day 1. And I think he will be an upgrade over what DJ Fluker was last year, and again, separates himself from the other rookies in this draft class, at least initially. Oh, awesome, Deanna. My phone was found. Great. Yes, please. Thank D-Boy. Great suggestion. If you haven't hit the like button on here, please do hit the like button. Once I put this up as a post, it helps it get more visibility out there in the search engine. So please, folks, if you do have a chance, hit that like button. Always helps me out. Okay, so yeah, the second, I'd say I'm okay with you making that correlation to OBJ. Again, too, it comes down to, for me on Doug Baldwin, it's a little bit beyond the stats on this one. Again, going to how he was as a blocker in the running game, his commitment to run blocking. He was a guy who was on special teams from day 1 and never left the special teams unit. He was a guy who was a very consistent pass catcher for you. His catch rate was as high in the NFL as any other throughout his time period with the Seahawks. And that spoke to the lack of targets he sometimes received because we're not an offense that's a high volume offense. It's a little bit like what I asked people to look through the lens of with Steve Largent. Steve Largent played the majority of his career in a run-first offense that was very conservative. This is going to limit the amount of targets that you get. This is going to limit the amount of catches you get. And so you do need to factor that into your assessment a little bit when you're bringing this into bear. Dustin Elron says, Adams is a true number one. We're going down this Doug Baldwin tunnel now. I can just see it on the chat. Nathaniel Parks, Brandon Shell versus Aaron Donald. No, God, please, no. Well, and the Rams have shown a little bit more of a willingness to bump Donald out there on the edge if they've got a mismatch. Usually what they do with that, though, is if they have a right tackle who's a little bit light in the pants, not very stout, strong, doesn't have a good anchor, then they know Aaron can just use his bull rush and push him into the backfield. The one thing you do have with Brandon Shell is he's a lot like Jermaine Ifedi, where it's going to be the speed rushers who beat him. It's not going to be the power guys that get him. He'll handle the power guys okay, but anybody with some rip and bend, he's going to have some trouble with those kind of guys. Yeah, let's hold the Doug Baldwin talk, guys. It's like we're not going to agree on the Doug Baldwin thing. Like, I think we all have our opinions of him. Everyone thinks what they think. I don't think anyone's getting their mind changed by anybody else in the chat. But, is what is on that. I understand why there's some divisiveness as far as Doug is, from a statistical standpoint. And when you look him up a bit, again, this one is one that I asked, you got to go a little bit past that. Legends and goats and greats. TJ Wilborn says there's no way in hell we're going to give up 2 first-round picks for a position, being Jamal Adams, that we don't really need this year. I come back to that as well, TJ. It's like I come back with the Chris Jones on the other side of it. If you got Chris Jones sitting there for the 2 first-round picks, why not go there? I guess the only other thing you could say with that is you get the 1 year of Jamal Adams at the cheap rate until you actually have to sign the contract extension, whereas Jones, day one, he's going to want the $21 million per. And as someone mentioned earlier in the chat, maybe Schneider's a little hesitant to give out $20 million per to a defensive player at this point, paying Russell Wilson almost $35 million per season. But I don't know how they get 2 first-round picks plus players on top of it. That would seem somewhat of a steal by the Jets if they're able to pull off that kind of coup. Oscar says, do you think signing Everson Griffin and Snacks Harrison would significantly boost our pass rush? It would be what I would relate it to, Oscar, is it's not the difference maker of what they do at that point. It's just the rounding out of the full unit. Because as I've said a few times, I think our pass rush next year is going to be a cobble it together type of situation. And understanding that it is going to be that cobble it together type of situation, getting the one more guy here and the one more guy there to just round that thing out just a bit more, to me, is the point of putting them over the top, where we move from that 27 sacks last year into maybe the 40 to 45 range, where now you can actually be somewhat upper level in your pass rush, which then helps out some of the schematic deficiencies we have on the back end that allow for the easy completions and for the yardage for teams to just kind of move their way up the field on us sometimes. The second, I like your reference on that. So let's look at it through that lens. If we go, Doug Baldwin's great, then Hall of Fame level is tier. That's legend tier. And legend is much better than great. And I think that's where we maybe got to make our separation. But again, let's not keep busting on this one, right, Dustin? Because no one's going to agree on this. Everyone seems to have their opinion. And again, great's not, I need maybe another word other than great. It's great seems to be getting a lot of people hung up on that word. D-Boy says, the Hawks Nest, is it me or does Donald for the Rams a beast? I've never seen anyone like him. There's not ever been really a player like him, I would say as well. I mentioned a guy like the guy of the Vikings I was just mentioning as a defensive tackle for them. He has a little bit of that, but he's even better than he was. There's never been a guy that's been that wrecker at the defensive tackle position before. The really tough part for those defensive tackles is that they get doubled so often. it really does make it hard for them to generate pass rush and to get to the 10, 11, 12 sack range. You saw those guy like Jadeveon Clowney last year. A lot of people knock him for his lack of pass rush, but those same people that knock him for the pass rush don't seem to take into account the fact that he was the most double and triple team edge defender in the entire NFL last year. This factors in. And I just think that with a guy like defense and understanding the greatness of Donald, you've got to bring that same thing to bear and really go, he's this great because he's overcoming this as well. He's doubled all the time and still overcomes it. He still wrecks whole offenses all on his own at times. He certainly wrecked a good handful of our games over the years. I would say if you're putting a list of players that just destroyed the Seahawks over the seasons and we're going down the line, you're probably going to be, the list for me would probably be something like, Donald would be second. You probably Chandler Jones, something like third. I just had the number one in my mind. I can't think of it. Who's our number one guy that just kills us all the time? I'm totally blanking on it here at the moment. It'll come back to me. But he's an awesome player, D-Boy. You're right. There's never been a guy like him at the defensive tackle position. Okay, got behind the chat. I'm going to get you up. I got behind on the chat, didn't I? Sorry, folks. I think I'm rolling along, and then the chat will just like bump, and then I'm like, oh, no. Michael J. Cox. Doug was a malcontent. Dude could catch, but Russ made him. Doug was expendable as proven. I'd love to have seen his 10-minute career with Baker Mayfield. You may be right on that, Michael. You may be right on that. And there's certainly a little bit of the thing that we've always, some of us had an issue with of the lack of accepting Russell and some of the like stuff that went on with that. You always got a little bit of a weird thing there with Doug on that relationship at times. It seemed like they referenced it as being like brothers, but you did sometimes wonder with it, like, does Doug like Russell? This is where some of the angry Doug Baldwin comes from, but that was definitely some of it, Michael. And thank you for the $5 donation. But, there was maybe a little bit of friction there between them. And you may be right on that. We can't say because it didn't play out that way. It played out where Doug was with Seattle. And again, as I referenced in his career, I don't, maybe I'll withdraw the word great, because that is what seems to be really hurting people's ears, and just say, look, he's a very good player, but a very important player to the Seahawks and our Seahawks history. And he has a right to be mentioned in that history. We're going to figure out the great elite tier statuses today if it kills us, aren't we? The second says, people sleep on Tyler Lockett all the time, but some defenders say he's hard to guard. Yeah, I think he's hard to guard. The thing is, I think he had one sub 1,000-yard season. I don't even know if he's had one sub 1,000-yard season. They had 975 yards. Some of that is that he doesn't get the targets he needs to get to that point. But, he's a good, I still like Lockett a lot. He's still a great receiver. The Hawks Nest, basketball or football? I go with football, D-Boy. I still love basketball, D-Boy, but I come from when basketball was played a certain way in the 80s and 90s. Basketball's gotten very much finesse, which I understand is a game of athleticism that plays to what the game is, but it's also lost a little bit of its physicality. And, it's just that part of it does like sometimes bother me when I watch nobody playing defense or them not call a travel and the gather step rule crap, all that. It just annoys me. The second, bro, nobody pays attention to Seattle's offense unless they're speaking about Russell Wilson. It's probably true. Yeah, it's true. Some of that's how they built this offense. We've built a boring offense, the second, and there's not a lot to talk about when you got a boring offense. And even a guy that you might have that's really good, like a Chris Carson, for instance, got the fumbling problems. I think DK might be the thing the second that starts to change that a little bit, because you're seeing more DK stuff coming out. And if he does take his game to the next level, which I think he will, then you'll start to hear him talked about a little bit more. Second, tell me why this great player was never given an elite contract, huh? Again, elite contract. Okay. $15 million a year was what he was paid on his last contract, Dustin. At that time, that was fairly close to being pretty darn elite as far as a contract goes. So did he ever set the market for the receiver? No. Is that the metric we're using? I don't know why we'd use that as a metric. Money doesn't have anything to do with player. It's at all. Jaboy Michael, if we get Brown, even if we don't, still if we get Brown, even if we don't, we still need to pass rush more. Yeah, you're going to need more pass rush help, even if you get Antonio Brown, Jaboy, and even if getting Antonio knocks you out of the Clowney sweepstakes, I still think Everson Griffin would be the guy. I don't think the value is going to be high on the cost for him. I think it's another 1-year deal. He fits into the parameters. I think it would work just fine going in that route in that direction. So, yeah, I think we'll be okay with that. So I think the second brings up a good possible point. Doug Baldwin's a top 3 receiver all time. And if he's not a top 3 wide receiver all time, who's the third guy that takes over his position at that point? You could maybe make an argument for Doug Baldwin. Doug Baldwin also, or for Bobby Ingram. Bobby Ingram played more of a pass happy offense, though, had more targets, more chances at the apple, more bites at the apple, essentially. Maybe Brian Blades, maybe Joey Galloway. But again, I would lean to this. Baldwin would be probably my third. Randall McDaniel says, I always thought Sherman would be a great safety. He's the best tackling corner that I've seen in my lifetime. I do too, Randall. And it's funny is that you watch his tackling. I think it came along. It was really the one part of his game, I think, above all else, that really developed more and more and more as he went along. He got better and better at it. And he has spoken to the fact that he felt like he could play that position at some point or another. The thing with it is you're going to probably have to be asking him to play the strong safety position if you have to play it, though. He's not playing free safety because he's not going to have the speed at that point. But with his tackling, with his instincts in coverage, his ability to read route combinations, it would intrigue me at the possibility of him making that transition. The second, Steve Largent was the best receiver we ever had. There's no doubt about that. No doubt. Explain Doug's contract. Dustin, I'm trying to go off of my memory with it. As I understand with Doug's contract, he signed a 4 or 5 year extension prior to his retirement that was paying him at somewhere near the range of $14 to $15 million per season. I could be off on those numbers. It's 3 hours into the stream. I'm going off little sleep. So I'm pulling this from the back of my cerebellum, but I thought he got paid on a decent contract with that last one. The second, Russell Wilson's huge contract coming. Yeah, you're right. He only signed a 4-year extension previously, which means that him coming up again is going to be happening very soon. You are right about that. The Bell Adams trade was a while ago. Okay. Yeah, Jaboy Michael Russell did get paid, but I think Seattle at the time was trying to get him on a 5 or 6 year deal, and he wanted still that 4-year extension. So he is definitely looking to get another shot for another contract. Remember, he does have that baseball agent, Jaboy Michael, and that agent really is trying, a guy that comes from the baseball system, which is to maximize your player's contract, get as many contracts as you can, get as much money as you can. Not that football agents don't work that way as well, but I think he's really driving it in Russell's case. Nathaniel Park says, why are you so low on Hollister? Here's where it comes into it for me, Nathaniel. Number one, cost. Paying $3.2 million to a guy like Jacob Hollister, who probably gives you a very close skill set, if almost not exactly the skill set of Luke Wilson, who only cost you $1 million this year. He's not worth 3 times the rate. Not in my opinion. And in football, you've got to find every little place you can find to cut costs, cut expenses, especially if you don't have to spend that kind of money at that position. And when I look at a guy like Jacob Hollister, I don't see a guy who's a very good contested catch guy like Disley or Greg Olsen is. He's got to be open for him to make the catch kind of. He's not the greatest of blockers, though he's a willing blocker like Luke Wilson is, but he's not going to push guys off the line of scrimmage. So I don't see a lot of potential in him, Nathaniel, combined with the fact he's costing the $3 million. That puts me on board with the fact that I'd rather go in probably a different direction at that point. Sounds good, Dustin. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah, Jaboy, we would have kept both of those two players if they had not retired. Injuries are a bitch. The second says we get AB, we going to the NFC Championship. You certainly would think so. I would think that it would help. It's going to push us along. If he can, the key with that the second is he's got to keep his head on straight for a full season. And the reports we got out of Pittsburgh is that Mike Tomlin did a lot of covering up for that guy during his time with the Steelers. And I almost arrive at a point with him that I wonder the second is if this guy can get himself right. Does he have that in him to really do that? You know what I mean? Does he, is he built to do it? I don't know that he is, you know? I don't know that he is. He might be just so much of a head case that he spun out and it's lost. But he would upgrade as far as the talent goes. I hate going 9-7 the second. There's almost nothing worse than being 8-8 or 9-7. Is you're not bad enough to go get a good pick. You're not good enough to be pushing, you know, it's the no man's land of the NFL to fall into, especially if you're one of those teams that perpetually is in that realm. You can just never get out of it. It's the shadow realm. Michael J. Cox, you bring up a good point, guys. I'm no Baldwin fan, but remember, Dustin thinks Sean Alexander is great, so his opinion is to be taken less than serious. D-Boy, Joe Flacco, over or underrated? I fall in line with Flacco being overrated. Plays in a run-first offense, heavily reliant upon his deep ball, which means that some of his deficiencies in the short passing game and the intermediate passing game are nullified or reduced. So essentially what the Ravens did is it's sort of a little bit of an opposite direction for what Lamar Jackson is, but using the same sort of model, playing to your quarterback's strengths and what he can do best. And that's what they did best at that time, and it got him a Super Bowl win, you know, but he is certainly, to me, he's a below league average player at the quarterback position, and I was never really all that big on Joe Flacco. I don't think he's elite. Jaboy XX, do you think Russ will take a pay cut? I don't, Jaboy. I've not seen any indication that Russell Wilson's willing to take a pay cut, restructure, or not make the maximum amount he absolutely can make. He has pushed for the top of the line market deal every time that he's been up. The last contract, there were rumors that he was wanting a percentage of the cap year in and year out to be like 20% that would go year in and year up and up per what the cap was, which no team in the NFL was going to offer. But those are indicators to me, Jaboy, that he wants to always be paid at the top of the market. D-Boy, do you think that the Pittsburgh Steelers made a good move with going with Juju over AB? Yeah, I think they did, because I think AB had burned every bridge there was to burn in Pittsburgh. They're a team that has been good over the years at adding new wide receivers. I mean, before Antonio Brown, it was Emmanuel Sanders. And before Emmanuel Sanders, it was he had that other funny name, the guy that went to the Jets eventually, the toe tap guy on the Super Bowl. But they always seem to have, before them was Hines Ward. They have a good scouting department with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They really do. They're underrated, actually. They don't get as much benefit as they should, because that's a team that can't really bring in free agents. They've got to do their work in the draft. So, yeah, I think it was a smart move by the Steelers to do that. I don't think that they would have been in a better position with AB there necessarily. But yeah, Russ, I don't think is taking a pay cut. Not happening, Nathaniel. You're right. Yeah, Raj, you bring up a good point. Playoff Flacco is probably elite. Regular season Flacco is probably average to a little bit below average. Yeah, no way Flacco gets in the Hall of Fame. I mean, 0% chance. No way. No way. D-Boy, did Calvin Johnson quit football because of injuries or because he knew that the Lions wasn't going anywhere anytime soon? Well, I would take more. If you see something happen once, Debo, you can call it a one-off. When you see something happen multiple times, then you might have a little bit of what we call a trend. And when you look at the Calvin Johnson situation, you got to go back to Barry Sanders, because it's almost an exact like situation, isn't it? Barry, still with some prime years left, still running strong, suddenly retires because the Lions weren't willing to trade him, and the Lions weren't going to be good anytime soon, and Barry damn well knew it. And that's exactly the situation you describe of Calvin Johnson and what he ran into. And so I think it was I think it was less the injury situation and more the fact that the Lions weren't going anywhere, and it's not worth it to throw your body out there on the line if you care about winning in the least for nothing, for just the paycheck. And he'd already made a lot of money at that point. LG Foster. LG Foster says, you think Seattle will get Antonio Brown, and would you like him? I think that there's growing momentum, LG. I think you're in that range right now where it's in that such a near 50-50 chance of really happening. But the thing that I come back to with it is that there's just no other teams that are even being attached to him. Here you've got Geno Smith out there on the workout field throwing him balls. Yeah, backup quarterback. Then next week you got Russell Wilson out there throwing him balls. And you go, okay, well, where's him catching balls from Tom Brady or from Lamar Jackson? You know, like you don't see that. So I tend to kind of fall in line with it. It seems like the more and more we go along here, it seems like there's a better and better chance of it happening. There's still a lot that's got to play out for this to know for sure. And I don't mean to sit on the fence with this LG because I don't like to be a fence sitter, but I just fall in the stance of feeling like it's better than like this. I don't know. It's 50-50, man. I can't go off the 50-50. Raj says, Flacco being elite is a joke, but comparatively to the average quarterbacks in the league, he's elite in the playoffs. Yeah, there's something. I don't ever like the clutch gene when people say, well, he's got the clutch gene. I never like that because it's like grit. It's something you can't really measure, and it's arbitrarily decided upon. But you can't back up the fact that he was pretty money in those playoffs when he did play, and the guy got himself a Super Bowl win. So I like seconds comparison of Eli. I think is pretty damn apt. Guys with real big arms, not necessarily super accurate, not necessarily super mobile, but got the job just enough in certain situations to get themselves a Super Bowl or two. D-Boy says, do you think Tom and Gronk planned to make a move to the Bucs when they were in New England? No, I think Tom was really letting the situation kind of play out because I think at the end of the day, Tom understands it's best for his legacy to be a Patriot throughout his whole career. And I think that he was open to still returning to the Patriots if he saw them doing things that indicated that they were backing him up. And I think when he looked at his pass catchers, when he looked at how they had built the offense over the last few years, it really seemed like they hadn't put as much resources into it as he felt they probably should have, especially considering that he was one of the few quarterbacks in the league to take a discount on his salary to bring in those said players. And they really reached a point last year where you saw him just really frustrated with the wide receivers on the sidelines at times, not being explosive enough, not getting open, not making the catches when they needed to. I think that kind of just pushed him out the door a little bit, and I think New England kind of did a little bit of a subtle push of Tom out the door just a tiny bit, which I don't understand. I don't understand why if you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, why you don't back him up fully, why you don't give him all the resources to surround him to allow him to take off, especially when he does something like Tom did, which is take a discount. Your boy Michael says, you guys think LJ will have a bounce back year? I don't. Well, LJ is going to have to have a first good year to have a bounce back year. I'm guessing you're meaning LJ Collier, of course. I'm still not on board with the Jaboy, Michael. I think LJ Collier is going to be at his best version, a 5-tech run stuffing defensive end in this league. And I think he'll always be a little bit limited in his pass rush. Yeah, I got you, Foster. And if I do miss your question on this, you guys, sorry about that. Definitely do post it in the comment again if I did. I'm getting down the chat here, so I'll get to you. But yeah, I would like an LJ Foster if they did get Brown. It would be a good thing, I think, at the end of the day, because it would improve the team. I'm all for improving the team right now and maximizing out with every signing to improve that team. So more just bringing on the depth. Now we need some frontline talent. Antonio would definitely do that. Yeah, I don't know if I go to Lockett being great. Lockett's very good. I don't know if I said he was great, I didn't mean to say he's great. And I'm not going to dive into that, which receiver is good and which receiver is great. We're getting into what they call the minutia at that point. And semantics. Yeah, the second I agree. DK Metcalf is going to be very great with Russell Wilson. He's a perfect skill set for what Russell has. It's the work ethic with DK that really had me impressed as much as anything he did on the football field. It's the hearing about the after practice catches. It's the extra work he was constantly putting in the film room and stuff. These are the things that will then eventually get a guy who's already got all the assemblage of talent in his body. He's got all the tools you could ask for. Now you give him the work ethic of a lunch pail type player, and you're talking about some stuff there. So Kitty's coming in to say hi here, folks. So she's going to knock the mic around a little bit. Bear with her. She needs love after a couple hours. She needs some levies. Raj, I do like Lockett. In saying he's very good, I don't want to undertake him, though. He's a very good player, and I'll tell you, his ability to be so efficient in his catch rate, I think one year he's 100% with Russell, a perfect quarterback rating a couple of years ago. He's been pretty close to that even after that, too. Not at exactly that same mark, but he's been right near it. Very efficient. Yeah, TJ, that's what's come down for me with Doug. It's great for us. Maybe not a great player NFL-wise if you want to look through the lens of all NFL players and all wide receivers throughout league history. But for us, this team, for the story of the Seattle Seahawks, for getting us to 2 Super Bowls when we've only been to 3 Super Bowls and being a key member on those teams, along with what he did as far as in production. Can't believe I'm getting drawn back into this Baldwin Lockett stuff. I am going to start ignoring those questions, guys. Do you think the LB had a personal problem with Adrian Peterson? It seems we always wanted to tear his head off when we played against him. I don't think so. No, I don't think that they had anything like, I think it's just that he was the best. And I think that the Legion of Boom had a little bit of that Michael Jordan gene in him, of that, like, we want to really separate ourselves from not just being historically looked at as a very great defense, but a special beyond anything else the NFL had seen prior to it. I don't know that the Legion of Boom was able to fully accomplish that task at hand. But that was the route that they were on. And I think I know the games you're talking about, I know the hits you're talking about, the talk and smack that would go on between the team and Peterson with that situation. But I think it was more just their respect for him as how great a running back he was at that time, being unanimously the best back in the league, and they being the best defense had their pride, LJ Foster says, I think Brown wants to go to Seattle. Would you want him to go to Seattle? Yeah, I think he wants to go to Seattle. I think Seattle would want him. I think Russell wants him. I don't think Pete Carroll necessarily wants Antonio Brown. I think he's trying to find a way not to have Russell bring him on, but he understands Russell wants him. And I think that puts the team in a position of feeling like we got to really give this some consideration, even more than we normally do, even if it'd be our first instinct might be to say, hell no, he's got to go. If Russ wants him, maybe we got to give it a second look. Randall McDaniel says, what do you think about the kid from LSU we took in the 7th round? Is he a tight end or a wide receiver? He's about the same size of Hollister, but with more athleticism. I thought Randall, I thought he was actually a couple inches taller than Hollister. So I want to say Hollister's, like 6'2", 6'3", isn't he? Maybe I'm underselling Hollister completely here, but I want to say that this kid was like 6'6" out of LSU. I would argue that he's probably going to be a wide receiver at this point. When you look at LSU, I know that Thaddeus Moss was there. He's the son of Randy Moss. But when you watch the game film with Thaddeus Moss, I was not impressed, and I was not surprised that he went as an undrafted player in this draft, where I think he was maybe taken in like the 7th round. It was understandable to me because he wasn't that great of a tight end for the LSU. He did all right for them. He was a willing blocker, willing catcher, but he didn't really excel at any of those things. This Thaddeus kid wasn't able to unseat him. And that maybe speaks to, and again, sorry, my cat's moving around here. That maybe does speak to the fact that he's best at wide receiver if he's going to be best at a position. And you can make the argument that though he couldn't unseat Thaddeus Moss on the tight end, it's maybe understandable that he couldn't unseat the 2 great wide receivers that LSU had starting ahead of him on the roster there. They were stacked at the wide receiver position. They always have been so. Understanding that's the case, that doesn't necessarily speak to the fact that he doesn't have some talent or maybe some ability at that point to get him on the football field. Because the guy has definitely he's got like 38-inch arms, long arms. They like drag on the floor when he walks. So like I said, 6'6". I think he ran the 4.6 40, got all the size and length, some jumping ability to him. Never brought it together though with LSU. So that does make me a little skeptical that he's going to turn around here. Probably a practice squad eligible player, but with a lot of potential there. Are you trying to disrupt the chat? You're disrupting the chat right now. They're trying to listen to me talk and you're coming in. Yummy, what's up? I finally caught up live again. What's up, Yummy? Baldwin was a monster out of the slot, and the guy was just so clutch. Yes, he was. 100% he was clutch. Jaboy Michael, AB has been cleared the past couple months from the commissioner's office, Jaboy, because he just committed, he just declared, he was in court on a misdemeanor, which I think he pled guilty to that, I want to say. But I had not heard, if that's news to me, if the commissioner's office had actually cleared him to be able to play. As I understand it, no decision had actually been made on AB. But if that's the case, then that makes me feel, if that's the case, Jaboy, that makes me feel a lot more solid about potentially signing him then. Y2K, I just randomly checked your channel and your stream. Did you get a girlfriend? Is the stream doomed? No, I have not gotten a girlfriend. The stream is not doomed. I'm here, Y2K. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I don't buy that either, Randall McDaniel. I don't see how Le'Veon Bell comes here in a trade at all. That doesn't make any. He had 3.3 yards per carry. He had a whole season off from last year, which showed itself last year. I want no part of Le'Veon Bell at this point. I don't think he's, again, not a fit either as well. And that Marshawn Lynch mold I was talking about earlier, that Pete Carroll seems to be infatuated with, that's not Le'Veon Bell's game. He is a bigger back, but he is more of, I think, he's a little bit in that mold of like, he's looking to bust off the big play. He's not just going to take the 3 yards in a cloud of dust kind of guy that we want. Fernando or Orlando. We got a Chief fan in here, Fernando? I can't tell. That might be 49er jerseys. Your emojis are so small. That's all right. I get it. Yeah, Fernando, it must be nice. We also play in the toughest division in football, Fernando. You guys get to play in the AFC. It's nice being able to feast on the weaklings, isn't it? Just like what the Patriots did for 20 years, that AFC East. Like when you can feast on the nothings, we got to go through freaking World War II trench lines every other week with our division. Y2K says, I'm thinking even Pete Carroll is going to say we have to pass a little more. Big if, but if we're healthy and we get Gordon, that's five legit receiving threats, which is pretty nuts. If they're not throwing more at that point, they're absolutely insane, Y2K. If you're bringing on those two guys, you're being moronic if you're not looking to throw the ball more. And I've never maintained that we've got to be the heaviest passing team in the league, but get beyond running the ball 53% of the time and throwing the ball 47% of the time and flip that number. And you'll actually have a decent amount of attempts more throwing the ball, and you'll see the numbers go up, in my opinion. Fernando says, y'all ain't lucky to lead 33-19, the series and 2 Super Bowls, laughing out loud. Well, remember, Fernando, too, you had a team that was established for 2 decades. So you got a team that got to exist for 2 decades and have their roster fully built when our expansion team arrived in 76. So, yeah, you guys in that same division were able to beat up on us for a while as we weren't very good in assembling our team. I would offer we got a whole lot more competitive as we were able to finally, as expansion teams do by year 5, 6, and 7, actually get themselves into a legitimate roster. Christian Slung, what about Adams? Well, Christian, right now we've got the second is reporting the DC and some channels saying the Seahawks are in on a potential trade for Adams. I haven't been able to look online on this or see anything to any sort of depth in regards to this, so I can't speak to it. It seems a little bit of a high cost at this point. They're saying 2 first-round picks, and reportedly we might get Le'Veon Bell back and then trade Rashad Penny within it. It's a lot of stuff in it. I don't know if I buy that that's going to be the move. It still seems to me like a little bit of a long shot, Christian, that trade happens. You've got such a gluttony of safeties right now. And if you did trade for Adams, it would be pretty much go without saying at that point, the Marquise Blair is now going to be sitting on the bench for going on 2-3 years now. And that's kind of a waste of a second-round pick at that point, unless you're looking to trade him. That's who it was, Dustin. Holmes, Santonio Holmes, the toe tap guy. Thank you. So the Steelers just Hines Ward and Santonio Holmes, Emmanuel Sanders, Antonio Brown, Juju Schuster. They just always seem to stack in the wide receivers one way or another. They've got decent quality guys. I think it's their scouting. I think the Steelers scouting department's really good at the wide receiver position in targeting guys. Fernando, it took you 10 years to beat the Chiefs. Don't matter. You didn't talk shit about my team last time. Yeah, and I just explained why it took us time to beat you guys, Fernando. Or you didn't disrupt or upset anything that I said. Is that not a fact? You think expansion teams should be able to compete with teams that have been around for 20, 25 years? That you think a new team starting out as an expansion team for the first 5-6 years of a career should be right there in competition with the team like the Chiefs? They're one of the blue blood franchises in the NFL that have been around forever. Isn't that a little silly? Feels a little silly. Y2K, yeah, that's what we kind of came to too. It's Flacco's just like Eli Manning. So it's not their bad quarterback, but definitely clutchy for whatever that's worth. As you said, suboptimal facial expressions. That's very true. You got the Jay Cutler facial expressions. He had that big arm that works really well off their run game. So they would commit to the run like Seattle would. He'd drop back, heave it 70 yards in the air. And they had a couple of deep receivers who could go get it. And it just worked perfectly for him. LG Foster, do the Ravens get stomped on by the Titans? Imagine. Could be. The Ravens are going to be really good. I was impressed, LG, with their offseason. I thought they did pretty solid this offseason. When was the last time you lost for past consecutive games? 5 times L. Has DK already proved the doubters wrong, or does he have more work to do? No, he's proved the doubters wrong, D-boy. He absolutely has. If you're sitting on the fence at this point, still wondering about whether or not this guy can be not just a legitimately good wide receiver, but one of the elite wide receivers in this league, then you didn't watch the tape last year. You're not aware of historically what even great Hall of Fame worthy wide receivers have done in their first year. And that's what I kind of went to is you look at the catch rate, you look at the catches, the touchdowns, the yards. It all matches up right along with guys like Julio Jones or Calvin Johnson in their first years. I think he's going to go right through the roof. I expect him up around 1,200 yards this season, 10 to 12 touchdowns, 75 catches. And then the year after that, take that next step forward, going even further then. And he might even go higher this year than that. I might even be being pessimistic on that. Oh, are we going to get an influx of Chief fans now? Okay. The AFC West rivalry still lives, huh? All right, Fernando. I was ready to put the AFC West rivalry to bed. I was ready to just move on to my AFC West. But if you guys want that smoke, we will give you that smoke. Yeah, Christian, I think Seattle has a chance at Jamal Adams, but it's a long shot. I think there's some other team that's going to give the value up for him that we're not going to give up. Because at the end of the day, Christian, what you got is the problem here is that can you get your butt out of my face, please? Oh my goodness. What you got here is at the end of the day is that you have so much. That's your one position on this team that may be a little bit more have more depth than any other position. And understanding that to go after and then upgrade that, how much are you really upgrading it to go get that guy? I think Jamal Adams is fantastic. I like him a lot. But unfortunately, Kitty, come on. What are you doing here? What are we doing? But unfortunately, it just kind of, I think that thing is there'll be another team that has a bigger need at safety who's willing to give up the draft capital. I guess that's the bottom line. Nathaniel Park says, why are all the bird teams so good, but all the cat teams suck? Lions, Bengals, Jets. I don't know, man. Maybe there's something to that. I don't know. Psychologically, maybe they feel like they can fly. The bird teams, they take on the bird visage. I don't know. Man, you guys shot ahead of me on the deal here. Sorry, I'm behind on the chat. Did I fall way behind on the chat or what? Holy mackerel. I don't even know where to begin here. Yeah, you guys, other fans, Raven fans, Chiefs fans, how about hop on in and say what you want to say? But, no, we're not perfect. We're just trying to get better. And I'm behind the chat. I don't know. The chat's blown up here, so I'm going to try to catch up through here, but we're definitely getting a lot. Seattle gets the record for most pick sixes in a game against the Chiefs. Yeah, we got to do. I'm going to start doing a moderator here soon. We're going to start doing moderators. So if I got, you guys are going to get reached out to after this chat, because we are getting some of this chat stuff where it's getting blown up, and I'm going to have to start getting guys to do it because people just love to come in and spam the chat. I don't get it, but we're going to have to go in that direction, I guess. I don't understand I still never get the thought process behind trolling. It's the lowest form of humor, man. It takes the least amount of brain cells to cobble together what you would consider funny as a troll. It's not witty. Doesn't take anything, man. You know? I love dogs equal cats. I'm just a cat guy, Y2K. It's how I roll. Yeah, if Russell Wilson had what Mahomes had, you'd see a lot equivalent as far as yardage go. He's got a lot of help there. Fans don't like to hear this. I know fans on other teams, be it Ravens or Chiefs. When you guys got 12 Pro Bowlers surrounding your quarterback, it's going to help your team be better. It is. And buoy for you to get those extra players onto your team. But make no mistake, a quarterback is not just an island unto himself. Santiago Lozano, what's up, San Diego? Santiago? Sorry, didn't mean to call you San Diego. Santiago, how you doing, man? Y2K, what are your thoughts on Gardner Minshew? I feel he might be good. Sadly, he's on the Jaguars. Also, I'd like to see our QBs make the team. I'd see our QB make the team. Oh, you're talking about the kid out of Washington State, I think. Yeah, I'm okay on Minshew. I think he's a little bit limited as far as what he's going to be able to get up to in the NFL. I think what you saw as his floor is going to be very close to what his ceiling eventually will be. Kind of just he is what he is at this point, which maybe he's a little bit better than a league average player. We'll have to get a little bit more game footage to really decide that. You got to get a chance for those teams oppositionally, the defenses, to be able to game plan around a guy by having enough of a season's worth of footage to really see where it throws he wants to lean towards, see what he has trouble with. That'll be where we really get to see a little bit better of a clear picture of him now this season with that. TJ Wilborn, Sullivan is like 6'5". Is he? I thought he was 6'6", TJ, but still really big. I tell you what, he had I think the longest arms in this draft. That's what you have to combine it with too. He's got some freakish arms. I'm surprised at the hate, Chiefs #1. I would have thought you guys we've been out of the division for 20 years. I guess it just speaks to the rivalry of the 80s, doesn't it? That you guys could still have that. Y2K, did you research more potential DTs out of the 2 stars at defensive tackle? Are there any Seahawks defensive tackles we might be a surprise? I have not had a chance to look deeper into that. I'm sorry, Y2K. Timmy Jernigan's the only other guy out there as a 3-tech Seattle could look at. He is kind of an interesting guy. There's not a lot of other ones I saw out there. I still kind of maintain, I feel like if we're going to get another defensive tackle on this team, it's going to probably have to be through a trade and not necessarily something that we're thinking at the forefront of our brain. Somebody mentioned that maybe potentially even the Packers might be looking at moving a guy like Kenny Clark. I'd remain a little skeptical in regards to that, but there is going to be another move there made at the defensive tackle position. That's for sure. I still just think it's Snacks Harrison's the leader in the clubhouse at this point. Ravens. So we got Ravens and Chief fans in here, huh? All we need is are we just going to get the whole AFC in here, Hayden? Oh, man. What's funny about that is I don't think there's probably any Seahawks fans going on to Ravens YouTube channels when they go live stream. So I'm going to do this. It just shows how big we're getting as far as our channel, guys, that we can get these kind of fans in here that want to check this out. I look at it as a good thing. Your boy Michael says no AB has been clear with his actions. He hasn't done anything. Yeah, he still hasn't exactly shown that he's ready to roll through. Randall McDaniel says, do you think it's odd Tyler doesn't go and train with Russ? Even last summer, guys like Ursula and Nick Vanette were involved. Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, especially everybody's got their kind of off seasons. They got their plans and what they do. So it is a little odd. You would like to see your receivers training with your guys on these time frames and not doing that. So it is a little bit, odd that he's not necessarily there with Russ in that respect, but you can't, here's the thing about that, Randall, is that you would think that not having that practice time would hurt their chemistry or whatever. But with the catch percentage rate that they're at between the two of them, where you had like Russell with this perfect passer rating a couple of seasons ago, and then even last year it was very good as well. He still seems to be very efficient in his ability to get on the same page with Russell. They seem to have that kind of thing. And I think as you get 5, 6, 7 years in a player's career between quarterback and receiver, that connection's been pretty locked in at that point. It doesn't take a lot more to make it sharp. And cry for your L to Packer. I'll just skip over some of the trolley stuff. Boy, 4 hours in the chat. We just fill up with the. It's very fun to watch these guys go at it here. I'm gonna just let it play out here in the chat. And again, guys, I'm gonna set up my moderators by my next stream. We'll have a couple of you guys set up for moderators, so look for that in your deal. D-Boy says, is it me or does it feel like we have a lot more spots to worry about than safety right now? Yeah, I agree, D-Boy. I mean, it comes down to that. You don't have a team that's got a lot of positional groupings where you're very deep or talented. You got some talent, but then it gets thin, or you've got a lot of depth, but not necessarily a lot of talent. So when you look at the safety positions, you look at the linebacker positions, you actually have a few extra bodies there. And so to try to go upgrade a position that maybe is not going to be significantly upgraded by bringing this player in, when you have other holes and other necessities that need to be addressed, maybe that doesn't make as much sense, So, and that's why I think it's not likely to happen at the end of the day. I don't know what the point of talking trash on a live stream is either, Jaboy Michael. It doesn't make sense to me. Like I said, I don't think Seahawks fans are going into Raven live streams or Chief live streams to talk trash. They mentioned Twitter or something, but everybody talks trash on Twitter. But again, like they're helping the channel grow. So their presence helps this channel continue to elevate. So thank you for helping the Seahawks YouTube channel, Ravens fan and Chiefs fan. Thank you for helping the growth of another NFL franchise's team's fan base. It helps, man. Thank you. Thank you. Michael J. Cox, I can speak cat, and I'm pretty sure your feline said Dustin is weird, but needed in the community to baseline crazy. Thanks, Cat, for welcoming Sean Alexander fan. Granted, I know 37 is a. Oh goodness. Y2K, DK came out good, improved drastically over the season. Most wide receivers are bad year one. He could be light years better than Calvin Johnson. Well, if he's light years better than Calvin Johnson, that'd be best receiver of all time, probably, if not just below Jerry Rice at that point. He definitely had statistically a very inline season with Calvin Johnson or Julio Jones in their first years. And both of those two guys in their first years were pretty darn good. Not to where they eventually reached, not the heights they eventually reached, but still very good. You saw those flashes of what was to come. And I think in DK, right, 2K, we saw the same kind of thing. Those flashes are there for what is to come. And I would expect it to be very elite. I expect him to, even going into next year, I've got him right now as the third best wide receiver in the NFC going into next season. But he eventually will probably get into that number one spot by the year after that, I think. Man, the chat is going off. Thanks for DK, the GOAT 209. Thanks for DK Chiefs. And now I've heard Chris Jones want to sit out the coming season too. Was he really ever here? Oh my gosh. Thank you, the Hawks Nest. We're here in the Hawks Nest live stream where you should go find a Chiefs live stream. I agree, man. D-boy, we'll get some admins up here on next week, and we'll get this fixed out. We don't have to get this chat blown up because I don't want to go in this direction. Jose Bisalion, go Hawks. Chicago 12s, what's up? Bisalion, love seeing the Seahawks Chicago contingent. Welcome. Hirde Raj says overtime rules need to be changed. I don't know. I kind of like the overtime rules right now. I like to maybe see each team get a shot on the offensive side of the ball. It does suck. I know they try to get around it by the team having to score a touchdown, but it does sometimes seem like it'd be maybe more interesting as a game if you were able to have the other team get a true chance to go score a touchdown. But other than that adjustment, I'm fairly happy with it. Joe boy Michael, I'll be a mod. All right, man. I'll look at maybe putting you on. I'm going to do it offline on the next thing because I don't want to do it live right now. It's too much looking around, whatever. Have a good one, Chiefs number 1. Thanks for helping the channel grow. Y2K, I'm officially requesting an Ed Reed video. I don't know, man. He's got a lot of videos out there. Yami, again, what do you think about the Bucks? The talking heads keep heaping praises, but I just don't buy the whole Brady's elite story after he played last year. Yeah, I mean, and sorry for repeating myself on the chat here because I spoke about this earlier. I really feel like people get caught up on the Brady Gronk edition and less understanding or enamored with that front four. They were very good as a team at stopping the run last year. You know, Ndamukong Suh's there, Vita Vea's there. They've got some linebackers. That outside linebacker they drafted last year was one of my favorite rookies of all last year. I think that front seven is going to do some work. And you combine that with the fact that last year their offense was actually pretty dynamic. It just turned the ball over a lot. And I feel like they're going to score enough points and that defense is going to stop enough people to where I do think that they're going to be a pretty good team at that point. We'll see if it plays out that way. And I agree with you. I think that Brady has gone back a little bit. I think his arm strength dialed back. He can't push the ball down the field like he used to. But O.J. Howard, Gronkowski, Mike Evans, Godwin, that's a lot of pass catchers to throw to, much above what he's had recently with the New England Patriots. Do other fan bases like to annoy Seahawks fan live streams, Ravens, Chiefs? I'm surprised we don't get more 49ers fans in here, Nathaniel, as far as just coming in. And we get them every once in a while, but I got to imagine that this is going to start ramping up as the channel keeps getting bigger and bigger. We're just going to get more of this coming in. So we just got to batten down the hatches and prepare. I love you guys' energy in the chat, man. Most M thing of any live stream, some pet crashing it. I don't know what that means. I hope you're not talking trash about my cat, Nathaniel. Y2K, I meant light, better not light years over. Oh, okay. Legit better, not light. Okay. I get what you're saying now, Y2K. Okay. Because I do think that DK is going to be a little below the level of where Calvin was. I think it'll be very close at his top end, but I don't think he quite arrives at the Calvin Johnson status. The second says DK not surpassing Julio Jones, Michael Thomas, Mike Evans, or Chris Godwin, maybe Devonta Adams. I don't know. Yeah, you might have a point there. Here's where I'd go down to why I chose him as the third best. And I actually have, and third best as far as production, not best player or anything else, just on stats alone. Okay. And I do think that when you look at it, I think that I feel like he's going to slide in that spot. I've got Mike Evans above him. I actually have DeAndre Hopkins is going to have more catches and yards, I think, because he's just going to, that spread offense, that the amount of plays that they run out of that offense, he's going to get a lot of touches. Guy like Michael Thomas, you feel like the amount of touches he got last year, maybe he wears down a little bit. Devontae Adams has that toe issue that's not going away. The turf toe thing tends to linger around throughout most of your career, it seems like. And Godwin is the second target to Mike Evans. I don't think is going to get enough pass catches in that offense, especially with the two tight ends. And with Julio Jones, same thing that I would point to with a guy like Devontae Adams, where, guy's got a little bit of an injury history recently. He's getting older. I question whether he's going to be able to make it through a full 16-game season this year. D-Boy, the Hawks Nest, if you can only make one move right now and one move only, who would or what would you do? Good question. Good question. Okay, so I'm going to operate on your question, D-Boy, that we're going to stay within the bounds of realism, right? Because if I go, okay, well, I'm going to go off for the Rams 3 first-round picks for Aaron Donald, or 2 first-round picks plus for Aaron Donald, that's not a likely scenario. The Rams aren't going to make that move. So it's got to be in something within the relative feasible range of things. And if I think I was going to look at it, I would try to find a trade with the Chiefs to not only get the draft capital, but a player that I could offload to the Chiefs as well, like a Bradley McDougall type or something in that range of a guy that you can get as well to relieve some of the cap pressure. But maybe I would go really hard after Chris Jones, all things being equal, because I feel like maybe he would have the biggest impact on the team. But the no-brainer easiest one's just to get Clowney. It's a 1-year deal, not a lot of commitment. And you probably, if you just upped a couple million per, could get him at this point. TJ Wilborn, can you be an admin? Yes, you absolutely can be an admin, TJ. So I'll look at Jamaica Boy. I'll look at TJ. Dustin, I would consider you as an admin, but you freaking spam the chat too much, man. Who's gonna be checking you? The GOAT, Cam Newton becoming a savage. Yeah, I'm not as on board with the Cam Newton talk. People thinking that this guy's going to reinvigorate his career. Cam Newton's got a little bit of the problem that I point to a guy like Lamar Jackson. If you rob Peter to pay Paul, the bill eventually becomes due. And as a quarterback, if you don't protect yourself, you're going to fall forward all the time. You're going to take on hits. You're not going to protect yourself. You might get some productivity initially. You might be really good out the gate. You might be sensational. But long term, you are going to sustain a major injury and you are going to wear down from those injuries. And I think that that's happened to Cam Newton. I don't think that he's the same player he once was. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that he ran like a running back through the first 5-6 years of his career. And unfortunately, the Panthers used him like a running back through the first 4 or 5 years of his career. D-Boy, I got you too, man. I'll look at maybe D-Boy, Jamaica Boy, and TJ. We'll look at you guys through maybe here as my guys. If I put you on as a mod, just don't abuse it. I just want to get the people out that are spamming chats when we get spamming. So just don't be a dictator. If I put you on point. It is kind of cool. Brady's last pass was an interception, Nathaniel, and by a former Patriot who picked him off. Logan Ryan, I think, is the one who picked him off. Jose Basilane. It's Basilone. I hope I'm getting that right, Jose. I'm sorry if I mangled that. Gronkowski still dazzled from that hit from Thomas. He did. Yep. Gronkowski did once say that that's the hardest hit that he ever got on a football field was that Earl Thomas blow. Saying something for the size of Thomas versus the size of Gronkowski. Yeah, I think D-Boy's earned a right to be made a mod. So I think I'm putting D-Boy on as a mod. Y2K, I think Brady is going to destroy next year if his O-line is decent. How is the Bucs OL? It's all right. You are right. That's going to be a big part of whether that offense succeeds or not. Because Brady, the key has always been with Brady, you move him off the spot, you get pressure on him, and it really does hamper him. He is restricted at that point. They did get a guy on the offensive line, I think, with it was the first pick. I think they took an offensive line, one of the safer offensive linemen to take in this draft. That's going to help things. So I think that they're going to be okay. Good enough, I think, on the offensive line to do. And I don't know if he'll destroy, but I think he's going to put up a very good season, a very efficient season, great touchdown to interception rate. I think they're going to be a good team, man. They're going to be a problem. I think the Bucs are going to be a problem. If you could add or subtract a rule in the NFL, what would it be and why? If I could add a rule in the NFL, it would be that the coaches could challenge anything and that the referees would truly have to consider overturning it rather than getting up in their feelings and saying, no, the call on the field's got to be the call on the field. You saw this with the pass interference rule last year where they brought it into play, but then the officials weren't really willing to own it when they got it wrong. But if you have every play could be challenged, be it a penalty or whatever else, you get one maybe one instead of having two or three, just one of those particular type of challenges. I think I would like to see that. There's nothing worse than watching games get kind of overturned just to do one single bad plays. Might not fix everything, but I would like it. Off the top of my head, that's the rule I'd like to see. But let me think about that, D-Boy, if there's maybe one other one that I'd be maybe more in favor of. Yeah, he's hating on my cat, man. Call me an imp because I got my cat on the table. Like, come on now. Sam Dog the Infamous, what do you think will happen with Freddie Swain? Think he will make the squad? Sam Dog, I got him on the practice squad. I think he was picked a lot because of the fact that he fits the prototype of what the Seahawks look for in a wide receiver. But that doesn't mean that necessarily when you look at the production on the field and maybe some of the limitations in his route running, I feel like he's a developmental guy at that point. But Sam Dog, he ticks all the boxes that they look for in wide receivers. 6 foot tall, 4'4", 9-inch plus hands, 32-inch long arms, 35-inch vertical leap, 120-inch broad jump. He hits all those marks right down the line. So it certainly is possible that he could make the squad, but I just don't see the production coming out of college. And we're so deep at the wide receiver position that I think he just puts him to the practice squad. Okay, Nathaniel. Okay, I back off then. Okay, I back off. Thought you were taking a shot. I'm touchy about my cat. You can talk trash about me, but not my cat. Say anything you want about me. Say anything you want about me, but not my cat. But it's all good, Nathaniel. I'm messing with you, bro. No worries. Y2K, are you hopeful for any DTs currently on the roster that aren't starters? 1 or 3 tech for the defensive tackles currently on the roster. I don't have a lot of hope for Brian Monet. He's a guy on the roster right now, Y2K. I think Poona Ford's still going to continue to be a very solid run stuffing one tech for you. And I expect Jaron Reed to have a bounce back here. I do. I'd like to see a little bit more talent on the defensive line. I'm a little worried about us stopping the run. At the heart of our defense, at the beginning of our defense, at the very start of where our defense begins from a philosophy standpoint is to stop the run. You gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year. That's not going to get it done. So if you haven't upgraded that defensive tackle position and Al Woods and Poona Ford and Jaron Reed were kind of it for you last year, then there is some room to be worried about as far as that goes with stopping the run goes. But I have to think that the Snacks Harrison or other move is going to be made in addition to that to help it. But yeah, we're very light Y2K right now. Like Brandon Jackson, Brian Monet, I don't have anything. I don't really have a lot of high side on those guys. I think they're kind of limited. Yes, please do. If you're not already subscribed, please do subscribe and smash that like button. As Dustin said, I appreciate that, Dustin. It definitely helps this channel grow, guys. We're on the road to 3,000 subscribers. So I'm hoping we can get there soon. You know what I'm saying? Nathaniel Parks, do you think the Hawks trade Pennyway soon? I kind of do. That was one of I had some predictions for the season to come up, and that was one of my predictions that they eventually move on from him. Because I think that there's another team out there that will realize Seattle's not exactly utilized him properly in his time here with Seattle. And Seattle will also recognize that he doesn't fit into that Marshawn Lynch mold that they just seem obsessed with. So it just leads me to believe that he would be moved essentially again to, if you can find a way to move him in and to get another player in that's really going to upgrade a different position. It makes sense at this point if that's where they land on. But that's my gut instinct on it, Nathaniel. I don't have anything to back it up as far as tangible evidence, but I know there's some teams that have been interested in the past, the Lions, the Jets. That would indicate to me that they might be able to still get some kind of value for him in return. You should be a mod, Dusty. Thanks for keeping it cool. I would silent everyone. Cox is one of my biggest donors, Dustin. You can't do that. I appreciate you hopping in, Sam Dog. How you doing, man? Have a good 4th of July. I feel you there, Sam Dog. It's going to be a big week this week. Yeah, Chiefs fan headed out. Wilborn's not going to block you, Dustin. There'll be some tight restrictions in place here. Lamar and Cam need to learn to slide like Russ. It ain't worth it sometimes to get that one extra inch. When I watch those two guys play, Nathaniel, I cringe, man. And I cringe for them where you guys can't do this. You can't do this. It's any guy that's watched NFL football over the last 30 years and watched the mobile quarterbacks run around and understand that even those guys that protect themselves and take the steps to not take the extra hits still end up usually getting injured. And that those guys who didn't take the extra steps to protect themselves really get injured. So I feel like you're playing on borrowed time a little bit when you play that way. And Cam, the shoulder, the ankle, the fact that it's multiple injuries that's kind of arrived at this point, it's because you've just taken a beating to your body. And Lamar's even smaller than Cam. He doesn't have that linebacker body that he can operate off of. And I feel like he's going to be able to take even less amount of that punishment that Cam did. Cam at least got 6-7 years of playing like that. I don't know if Lamar can still hold up at that same place. He's absolutely dynamic. He's an awesome quarterback, but boy, he just slide, guys. It's not that hard to learn. Slide. You have protections. I know you won't, Jaboy Michael. I'll put you on probably next week with it. User Hitstick. Any news on the Kaepernick front? No news. I'm still not totally in. I'm still, and maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I'm still not really on board with believing that Kaepernick really does truly want to play. I don't know that that's really the case. Maybe it's the case. Maybe. But he's been away from the game for so long right now. I would argue that he was starting to go a little bit downhill as far as his skill set went when he was out the door and heading out the door. And I don't think the door is going to open back up for him or that he wants to walk back through it. I could be wrong on that, but that's a little bit of what it seems like. Baisalion. Can I get, is it Baisalion? It's got that kind of, Spanish field flavor to it, Jose? Baisalion? I'll work on it, man. I'm a mangler of names, though. Yeah, the call on the field stands. I hate the crap with that. The pass interference was such a brilliant idea to allow people to challenge the pass interference. But then that damn Riveron guy, the head of officiating, basically made it entirely clear that he didn't want to hurt the poor feelings of the officials on the field and hurt them and make them feel bad. So he's stuck with their calls, even if the call's wrong. If the call's wrong, it's wrong. Why? Who cares about the official's ego? Y2K, Cam Newton could definitely be an above average quarterback if you gave him some solid pass pro. Side note, don't make me a mod. I might get drunk and randomly ban 49er fans. Yeah, maybe. The one thing with Cam Newton that's come along with this Y2K and the problem with being that running back like quarterback in this league and not learning to become more traditional in what you need to be as a quarterback is that you don't work on those elements that you need to work on to take that next level step as a quarterback, specifically footwork. And if you watch Cam Newton or watch Cam Newton's highlights, I'd ask you to go look at the lower base of his body when he throws. It is completely out of whack time and time again. And he doesn't use any of the power of his legs when he throws. Everything is upper body and all arm. And what this means is that it's not a seamless, it's not an almost effortless throw. It's not a seamlessness that comes out. So the ball's all over the place. It's very hard for him to be pinpoint accurate. And it's always going to limit him as a passer, even if he can get himself back body-wise to where he was previously. You've got to, as a quarterback, work on those fundamental aspects of your game, and they improve little by little over your career. And I would just argue he's never really worked at those things as well, and that's why he's continued to be as inaccurate as he has been over his career. Jose, DK is absolutely the real deal, man. Absolutely the real deal. No doubt about it. The doubters need to stay silent at this point, in my opinion. And I'll always forgive Dustin. Michael, I'm not going to let Dustin block you on this. And Dustin's too much. Dustin knows it himself. He knows he's too much of a spammer for me to put him out as a mod. Mods have got to be they've got to be reserved. Okay. They got to have a sense of patience, yet also a true sense of justice. The GOAT, John Ursula is Jack, the next DK. I wish, the only problem, the GOAT, is that Ursula stands 5'9", and he's got 30-inch arms. And remember what I told you about Seattle's prototype of what they look for in a wide receiver. 6 feet tall, 32-inch arms. So he falls far below those metric points. In fact, he's one of only 2 other receivers that the Seahawks have drafted throughout their whole 10-year history here that fall below those marks that I mentioned for the wide receiver position. This does put him a little bit behind the eight ball and being able to get a lot of quality snaps out there, as well as it looks like he's really relegated to being a slot only kind of guy. But he's putting that work in this offseason, the GOAT. He looks great. We'll see. I liked him in his little spots that he came in last year and came in. He made a few good catches. So we'll see how it goes. D-Boy, Hawksness, I know you think Russ may go down for an injury. So with that is our backup ready and is going to be good. No, we're not set at backup behind there, D-Boy. That's why I was really kind of thinking maybe even like a Cam Newton guy you bring in. And the thought process of Cam Newton would be that I wouldn't change Cam Newton. I wouldn't work on his footwork. I'd say, okay, you're going to run all the read option stuff that you ran with Carolina previously. This is if Russ went down at that point. Now, it probably Cam wanted to go be a starter somewhere and have a true path to being a starter somewhere. But no, you have not done enough with the backup quarterback to really feel any kind of confidence. Geno Smith does not make me confident. I don't think that he's even able to get us at a 50-50 range in wins and losses if he's brought in as a starter. I think you're if he's in for 8 games, you're probably 1-7 in those games. Joshua Ike, who's the most overrated player in the league and why? Great question, guys. You guys got some good ones. Give me a second to think on that, Joshua. I want to give you a good answer. Who would be I think Ezekiel Elliott. That's who I'm going to go with, Joshua. I thought the money he was given, here's the thing though, I've kind of always been a little bit of a hater of Ezekiel since he came out. I think he benefited from having the outstanding offensive line right out the gate. I think he's a strong runner, runs hard, but I feel like he's been a little bit overrated previously. I'm just never been as blown away by him, I think, as others have. I think that'd be my answer, but let me think about that and see if that changes in a second. Off the top of my head, though, that's the one that stands out. Jaboy Michael says, I don't think anyone should be ever playing the jersey 37. Oh, shit. That's sacrilegious for Dustin, Jaboy. Where would you put the blame last year on our lack of run D? Like we supposedly had 2 good linebackers, Clowney, Puna, Ford, Al Woods. That sounds like a good run defense. Okay, so let's go down the line on this one a little bit, Y2K. First off, Michael Kendricks. Way far off of the player that we were advertised as getting. Really far off. The amount of missed tackles, his inability to set the edge at the Sam linebacker, and then let's not even talk about his limitations and problems in coverage. He's a big problem on that linebacker core last year for why they were as bad as they were. I would argue that while Clowney gave you good run stuffing and good pass rush, that you didn't get necessarily a lot of good consistency from the other players of that position. Puna Ford would flash in moments. Al Woods would flash in moments. But those tiny flashes were all you were getting with a lot of dearth. You get a lot of snaps with Brandon Jackson out there giving you nothing, or Rasheem Green giving you the 4 sacks, but getting a lot of snaps to get to that 4 sacks. Ziggy Ansah in there. You gave a lot of snaps to Ziggy Ansah, who had nothing left to really offer at that point in time. I would probably point to those things being as much and mainly the problem as anything else. Look at Jaron Reed. First 6 games of the year, he's out to suspension, comes back, and then gets the high ankle sprain after the suspension. So that just took down the level of depth there, or your ability there right off the bat. I think those things all kind of came together to make the unit kind of what it was last year as far as not being a good unit. Randall McDaniel, last show you talked about John Schneider make a deal for a star either in camp or after the regular season starts. Von Miller, someone I always imagined with the Hawks. I think he has some juice left in the tank. Yeah, and that was the guy that I've kind of gravitated towards a lot, Randall. And the reason why is that it's going to be a certain kind of guy we're going to look at who would be in this target range. It's going to be a guy who should be in the last couple of years of his deal so that the team trading him can then eat whatever remaining bonus money is on the contract so that we don't have to offer up so much in draft capital in order to get that guy. Miller fits in that mark, right? I think he has a 1 or 2 years left on his deal, and it's actually at a pretty good rate, especially if you're not having to pay the bonus money included with that base salary. I look at the Broncos because the Broncos, I feel like with Elway and the competitive nature that he has, he probably looks at his team and says, we got a shot this year. But they play in a really tough division. And what you would look for this trade to happen, it would come from a team that has a good pass rusher who thinks maybe they can be in it, can be a player in the league. But then they come out the gate, go 1-4, go 1-5, and just before the trade deadline are looking to then get some value back on that player. That's the way that would play out, Randall, to get a guy like that Von Miller. I don't have another great suggestion off the top of my head, another guy that fit in that in that mold. A guy like Yannick Ngakoue would, obviously, if they can't get him moved. You get halfway through the year, they realize, look, we're not going to want to franchise this guy a second year next year. We got to get him out of here at something at this point. And the value would go down at that point to probably somewhere near a second or third round pick. So one of those two guys would be probably in play, but that would be what I would look for. A guy in the last 1 or 2 years of a deal, a little aging, but still with a little bit of tank left in a little gas left in the tank. And there's a collection of guys that kind of fit into that spot. I mentioned even a guy like Joey Bosa for the Chargers. They're not willing to make the long-term contract to him, and they don't get up to their expectations because they think they're going to be a pretty good team as well. If they fall off as well at the gate, are they open to maybe trading a guy like that? It's your boy Michael. Yeah, I like Diggs, but same with Flowers. They're not worthy. Yeah, I mean, all it takes is a well-placed bam, bam, cam type hit and Jackson's career is over. Just look at RG3. Yep. Yeah. My point too. It's like RG3 that first year, he was doing the same thing that Lamar Jackson was doing last year. He was running with recklessness, throwing his body around, and the guy looked like he weighed about 185 pounds soaking wet. It just comes down to basic physics. You get a linebacker 245 running a 4.4 coming downhill at you and lighting you up. Your body ain't going to be able to take that. It just ain't. And it will eventually just the right hit in the right spot, the right angle, and it will bust you in half. And yeah, RG with that knee situation, his knee probably still isn't right today because of what happened with him in that. I'm back. I had to wake up my mom because my garage was messing up. I got up. Nice. Nathaniel Park says, when the next horrible call comes along, like the NFC Championship, do you think the NFL will try another experiment like they did this year? Well, I'll tell you, there's nothing worse for the NFL than those type of call situations. And the Saints the last 2 years have gotten kind of hosed on both of those two calls. I mean, not just the previous year, but this last year's one there with that Minnesota tight end catch that happened and where he looked like he pushed off potentially on the defender. But yeah, I would think that it really becomes how big of a scandal it is, and that's where the NFL isn't going to do anything unless the public has got the outcry to force them to do it. And that's what's really needed for change to happen with that type of stuff. But even with that said, they didn't own the pass interference rule last year. It seems like they don't want to change off their rules really with like some of that stuff, like they just want to stick with what it is. So I don't know. They kind of are stubborn with this, Nathaniel, with the rule changes and stuff. The second it's a ghost causing that, ghosts are known to open and close garages. It's your grandfather's spirit, man. Yeah, I think it's haunted, man. Dustin's on board with me on this one. The second, you need a holy man. You need a holy man and a Bible. The GOAT, didn't Cam get in an accident that messed up his back? He did get an injury to his back. There's been no indications that was a long-term injury. He was supposed to be able to fully recover from that back issue. And the problems that he's had recently have been ankle and shoulder problems. The Seahawks Nest, give your top 5 Seahawks players of all time, and does Bam Bam Cam take your top 10? I know he's not in your top 5. Yeah, so I might need to think about this D-boy more than I have a chance right off the top of my head. Certainly in my top 5, the Largent, Walter Jones, Cortez Kennedy have got to be in your top 5 right out the gate. Those guys went into the Hall of Fame. It's really hard not to have them in there. I would argue that in the top 10, if you do not have Dave Brown or Kenny Easley in your top 10, then you are not looking historically at the stats that are there. Go look at Dave Brown's stats. Here's a guy that's one of the most slept on players in Seahawks history. Absolutely ridiculous how he's not remembered more fondly than he is. The guy had over 50 interceptions in his career. So he would probably be my top 10. That's 5 guys. I got 5 left to choose from there. I'd have to think Debo. I would probably say at this point, Cam would probably be a struggle to get into that top 10. Probably on the fringes, but I'd really have to think about that last 5 because that's an important last 5 that you're really going through at that point. And again, understanding that, you might have to, you really start getting down to somewhat slicing hairs because can you count Steve Hutchinson at that point? Has a Hall of Fame career, plays probably the majority of his games with the Seahawks as a player, certainly was an upper level player. Hard not to have him in the top 10 with being a Hall of Famer. That's the thing is if you bump a guy who's not going to be a Hall of Famer to knock a guy who was a Hall of Famer, how do you validate that? So that might be kind of hard, but he'd be on the fringes, D-boy. Let me think about that. I think Steve Hutchins probably got to get in the top 10 too, and I got to think about the other 4. The second says, nah, I'll slap a ghost. Such confidence. Beware, supernatural entities do not like to be toyed with. Samir does just chocolate milk hit differently. It definitely does. Don't be roasting, D-boy. The GOAT 209, this COVID really messed up things for undrafted rookies and people like Ursula because they cut down the preseason games. Oh, it's brutal. It's going to be brutal for everybody involved in that. But you're right. It's probably most affecting of those guys that are right on the line of making the team versus not making the team. The one thing that will help them GOAT, that's the other factor to consider with this, is the practice squads are going to be increased this year. So more guys than ever are going to be allowed back on those practice squads. More guys will be in the NFL than ever before. I think I've heard it'll even go up to 16 players. At that point, it's actually going to reverse. It'll work in the reverse direction where some of this COVID stuff could work in some of those guys' favor who might have been on those fringes to give them an extra year of developmental time. I get some water. Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So thirsty. I don't know who Skin Boney is either, Debo. Oh. Holy mackerel. Tyrone. Okay. How have I gotten so far back on the chat? I feel like I caught up and then I'm just back. Dustin D. Zeke the freak. Y2K, if the Bucks trade for McCaffrey, do they win the Super Bowl? Is it bad? I always wish Baldwin to get traded to the Patriots because he would have been OP. No, the Bucks don't trade for McCaffrey. You got to remember that divisional foes do not tend to trade within their same division to other teams. You're not going to help out the competition that you have to pay. You have to play twice a year unless they're giving you so much. And there's no way the trade happens because he just signed a new contract. All that bonus money we accelerate. There's 0% chance of that happening. Y2K. Sorry. Yeah, he would have been pretty good with the Patriots. Y2K. That's the short routes and all that stuff would have worked right into his skill set. At the Hawks Nest, is Zeke Emmett 2.0 only good because of his O-line? I mean, I think he's a little bit. I think he's a better than average running back. I do think that he's great in pass protection. He's good out of the backfield, but I don't know if I'd go to Emmitt Smith because Emmett that was extreme. Like Emmett really had a great offensive line for all of his career, and that really drove that. And I just was never a big Emmett believer, but maybe that's pretty close to maybe the mark. And again, not acknowledging, I'm not saying Zeke's horrible. I just did somebody, yes, there's one guy that I think's overrated. I think he's just a little overrated. Put him behind a bad offensive line. I don't think he's anywhere near the same kind of production. Y2K, say what you want. Brady loves a running back that can catch. He does like running backs that catch. He utilizes backs out of the backfield like nobody else. Nathaniel Parks, at what point do the Saints have the right to hate on the NFL for not at least reviewing those calls? If I was a Saints fan, I would be pissed. I would be pissed. You had a rule implemented through last year specifically designed to look at that same situation that occurred at the end of the year in that Vikings game in the playoffs. But everything that we heard about that play, they didn't even review it. They didn't even review it. And that right there shows you that that rule was broken and not implemented in the right way. Literally, the team that the rule was created for, you didn't have it fixed the year after the rule was created. Tyrone, Pepe, AB to Seattle, Chris Jones to Seattle. I don't know if you're able to get both of them, Tyrone. It's probably a little bit much on that one. But if we got them both, I'll tell you what, you're Super Bowl favorites at that point, probably. Fiji Mark, I don't think chances are good that Sherman comes back at this point. I think that he probably just burned too many bridges, and it just is what it is. Tyrone, we'll get to you on the chat, man. You don't have to spam, buddy. I answer all questions. So if I happen to miss you on it, it's just because I'm a little bit behind the chat, but it's just because I answer every question. So I'll catch up. You guys can cuss if you want. We're not a PC thing here. I'm not G-rated. Tyrone, I hope it does happen. There does more momentum for AB to come to Seattle. You're absolutely right there. There's been a growing amount of speed as this starts to pick up as we're going downhill and getting close to the season. Still no assurities, and it still seems a little bit like a 50-50 proposition at this point, but we're in play, man. We're dancing in that one. Y2K, some quarterbacks are better at throwing to running backs and moving the running backs around than others. I'd agree, Y2K, but I'd also agree that I'd also contend that some of that occurs based upon the quarterback skill set. So a guy like Phillip Rivers, who never had really the strongest arm, very accurate, great as an anticipating and throwing the ball, but man, did he use his running backs, right? Tom Brady, maybe not the greatest arm to push the ball down the field. Oh, Nelly, does he use his running backs? Drew Brees, guy not with the greatest arm to push the ball down the field throughout his career, but has done a good job throughout his career of utilizing his running backs. It does seem like there is a correlation between maybe having a little bit of not the super arm strength to be trying to push those balls down the field and take those shots and those push a ball into a tight window versus just being more happy to take the 5 yards and go with it. So some of it, I think, is also built upon what the quarterback has as a skill set at that point. You guys, don't worry about it. I just skipped through his messages here. Okay, so Tyrone, you got to stop filling up the chat, man. I'm gonna have to boot. It makes everybody else annoyed as hell when you spam the chat, bro. I know I'll get your comment on it and all that other stuff, but you can't spam the chat, please. C4, Lord Godley, Chris Jones or Jamal Adams? I'd rather for Chris Jones. C4. I think that's that's the bigger position of need right now than safety. Seems like it's going to cost darn near the same amount of value or draft capital from us. So I'm going to lean in that direction. It's okay. I think Tyrone understands now. No more spam. We're good, guys. So just chill out. We're winding this thing down here a little bit. So let's just hang in. We good. Who's your X factor this year and your most improved player this year? Most improved player. That's a good question. Man, it's a really good question. I'm going to go with, I don't have a really good improved player off the top of my head, to be honest with you. I don't know who really does take a next step from where they were, but I thought Trey Flowers was going to be the guy that takes the next step, but he's not going to get as much playing time, D-boy. The X factor this year, our X factor is going to be probably Greg Olsen, because we're going to be needing him because we know Disley's going to probably go down to injury at some point based off of his recent history. And we need the tight end position to be a force for us, not just a also ran position like it's been somewhat recently due to sometimes injuries. It's been a position decimated by injuries over the last couple of years. And it's one when we have a good tight end in there, it seems like our offense functions at a lot better level. DK is getting 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns, I believe as well. That's my thinking too. That's right where I've got him at. Who's your X factor this year and your most improved player? In case we have that. X factor on defense is Bobby. Yeah, maybe with that. I think, I mean, look, Bobby had 2 years ago one of the better middle linebacker seasons we've seen in recent history, probably. I do think he had a little bit of a downgrade from last year. Some of that was probably the injuries we heard about, where he was fighting through some injury stuff. But I still think he's got a lot. I think he's got something in the tank left. The way Drew Brees throws to his running backs like in stride, I really think is one of a kind. I agree, Y2K. I mean, that's why Drew Brees has lasted as long as he has in this league, despite the fact he's not really mobile and he doesn't have a super strong arm. What he does have is accuracy and a nice quick release. And those things really bode well, and especially throwing out to the running backs like he can. He's just super accurate. The guy can put it wherever he wants to put it. Yeah, I don't think Jamal Adams is coming to Seattle either, Tyrone. It's probably not going to happen. He's at gunpoint. The Jets are going to cap him. Maybe. D-Boy, the Hawks says, if it was you going to buy a Seahawks jersey this year, who would you get? Oh, good question. Probably would lean towards Metcalf. Probably be my jersey of choice. I'm thinking. Yeah, let's go with DK Metcalf. That's my guy this year if I got to take one. I don't know, Tyrone. I think he'd hold out and force the Jets' hand if he held him out till he's 27 years old and tried to hold him for 2 more years. I don't think the Jets would do that. I do think he's going to be traded, Tyrone, but just probably not to the Seahawks. C4, whose jersey from the recent years should be retired with the Hawks? Oh, wow. Great question, C4. If I had to go with recently who I would look at, there's a couple guys because we got a few here, right? Everybody from Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas, and Cam Chancellor, probably all 3 should have their jerseys retired. I think all 3 of those guys. Marshawn Lynch also should probably have his jersey retired, I would say. So those would be probably my collection of recent years. I don't think I would go beyond that, though. I don't think that there's anybody else that I'm going to probably retire anybody else's jersey of, but I would probably do those ones. Tyrone Pepe, let's be dead ass here, guys. Sean Alexander's the second best running back in our history. Tyrone, you're going to set Dustin off with that stuff, man. Tyrone, Dustin's a big Sean Alexander backer on it. So I always break it down like this, Tyrone. I look at the Seattle running back historical position as this: 3 columns. There's the most productive, there's the best, and there's the most talented. Kurt Warner was the most talented running back in Seahawks history. Sean Alexander was the most productive running back in Seahawks history. And Marshawn Lynch, in my opinion, has been the best running back in Seahawks history. But that's just my personal. I know, Dustin, you disagree. We can disagree here, but that's where I land on it. All right. D-Mac, what's up, D-Mac? Are we going to go get some Fortnite after this, man? Y2K, I think more than tight end getting injured, it's the fact that you need 3 viable receiving threats, aka you need a tight end or 3 wide receivers light options. Yeah, I think so, or something in that realm. I would just fall in line with just keeping with a good high-end quality tight end throughout the year, and I'm going to feel pretty good about it. You know why? It's like we always seem to end up over the last couple of years down to the 3rd or 4th tight end option, and I feel like that really it makes the offense more reliant on hitting wide receivers. There's just less pass catching available, less blocking of absolutely. Like, at the end of the day, Hollister's not going to be as good a run blocker as either Disley or Greg Olsen. So you end up taking a step back in a couple different elements of the tight end position, even just having the one healthy one. But the more bodies we can stack in that position, the better, because I just think our offense is designed around needing a tight end to flourish. Tyrone Pepe, Bobby is a GOAT. Greatest of all time? No, not the greatest of all time. Bobby Wagner's got a very similar career trajectory to probably a guy like Mike Singletary. I would probably put on Rents, but Ray Lewis, above and beyond those 2 guys, really trumped them as far as from a statistical standpoint. If you look at the stats, you look at the all pros, you look at a lot of those things that are there. Ray Lewis is probably just a little bit ahead of those guys. TJ Wilborn, can you go live every Saturday? I'm going to try to shoot for that, TJ. I'm trying to shoot for it. The tough part is right now I'm working my ass off. The Hawks Nest work during the week and trying to put the great Seahawks moment videos together takes so much time. I just don't get a lot of time to sit back and kind of just chill and relax right now. So I'm working a little bit like a dog, not complaining. I like working on this channel and all that, but it's just, I need my little bit of time off at times too, to rest the voice and recharge the batteries. Tyrone, dude, Will Disley is our number one tight end. Yes, Will Disley is our number one tight end, but can he make it past 5 games without getting a serious injury? That's going to be the thing with it on him. Can he do that? I will say this, you guys, if we do go to a live every Saturday, I ain't doing 4 hours and a half every Saturday. So we'll have to cut down the chat by a bit if I do go that route, but I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to work on it. It's in the background of my mind. Nathaniel Parks, will Lamar or Mahomes get a bigger contract? Who breaks $40 million per year? Mahomes will get the bigger contract. Lamar, I think, is going to suffer an injury here at some point or another, and that's going to eventually probably limit some of his contract ability, in my opinion. But I will say this, he does sign after Mahomes, right? He's going to be a year after Mahomes. Next guy up always makes more money. I do think Mahomes breaks $40 million per year, and I think if Lamar comes after him and he doesn't have an injury, he probably is going to go up above that because he would be the next guy up. No, I think Will Disley is going to be the starter the second. I think they're going to be very hesitant with trying to trot Greg Olsen out as a starter. Don't forget the guy's going to be 35 years old. He's had multiple lower leg injuries throughout his career. They're going to want to protect him in his snaps a little bit like the Panthers did last year to a degree. So I think Will be the number one guy. Who is better, Kenny Easley or Cam Chancellor? Who is the better safety? Kenny Easley was the better safety, Tyrone Pepe. Russell will absolutely get his number retired, Nathaniel. No doubt about it. No doubt. Hey guys, massive question. Who did it? I got that. Cam. Yeah, Kenny Easley is a better player than Cam Chancellor. Like I know we get victim to the moment, to the recent history of what we've seen. And I know a lot of you younger fans didn't go and see Kenny Easley play, and you're not as aware of him. This is a guy in a 2-year period who had 17 interceptions amidst a very great run of his career. Don't sell on Kenny Easley, man. He's legitimately good. The second says Chris Carson is going to be the best Seahawks running back once he stops fumbling. Fumble problems can tend to linger. The second, it's very hard for running backs to fix them. I can only really think of one back in my lifetime who was really able to turn himself around from being a guy that was fumble prone early on in his career and then reverse course, that being Tiki Barber with the Giants. Pretty much every other running back that I can remember in recent history that's had a fumble problem continues to have a fumbling problem. It's a tough thing to work on and fix for whatever reason. High and tight. I guess I'm on crack. Everyone's saying you guys just told me something about myself I didn't know. Just be nice to D-Boy, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Nathaniel Parks, Bobby has got to be the best middle linebacker in the league since Kuechly retired. Yeah, and I don't think Kuechly was even Nathaniel above Bobby. I think they were very similar on their careers as far as their production and what they were and the type of players they are. Kuechly probably has a few more of those like stats that are a little more eye-popping a bit, but Bobby's going to have a little bit of the longevity. He'll still be considered one of the best middle linebackers in league history, but he's never going to be considered the GOAT unless he just has some kind of career resurgence here as he gets into his early 30s that we're not expecting. Y2K says, Will Disley's health is going to have a big impact on the season, like it or not. Yep. The horses are hitched to that cart, man. Because again, with Olsen, you got a guy that could have some injury history stuff going on, injuries with him too. And it's, we need Disley healthy. We need him as the impact player he was for the first couple of years early on in those games. The offense is a night and day difference from when he's in. Hawks Nest, what did you do for the 4th? I went out to a lake on the 4th out here in Eastern Washington. Did some swimming around and had a couple beers and just hung out. It's pretty cool. Hope you had a good 4th, man. The GOAT 209. I see Olsen pulling a Vince Carter on us. If there's no season, I think he retires. Yeah, I probably at that point, man. I think there's going to be a lot of players like that, the GOAT, guys that have already made their money. Why take the risk? I mean, I always relate with this COVID thing, or the NBA players or the NBA baseball players. It's like, it's easy to stand out and say these guys should go back in and go play, that they should just go and take that risk and just go and do it. But look, if you became a multimillionaire, if you woke up tomorrow when you won the lotto and someone said, we're going to go have you for a 3-4 month period be put into this bubble that puts you at a high risk for getting this massive virus that can potentially have long-lasting lung issues on your body and everything else, and you could even have death on the table. Why would you even want to even think about taking that kind of risk, right? I got millions in the bank. What is the upside here? I got to have a real love for the sport to do that type of thing. So I think you'll see a lot of players retiring. I think there'll be players retiring this year that are just retiring because they don't want to take the risk, even if there is a season. The second, why are you mad? The second, what's going on, man? Oh, you're happy now. All right, we're good. I think they will be like a 60-40 ratio between Disley and Olsen. They will try to play both and protect both. One of them hopefully stays healthy and the only one goes down. I agree, Y2K. I do think the 2 tight end sets will be pretty deadly, though, too. The 2 tight end sets look from our Seahawks with Olsen and Disley out there will be awesome. But I do agree. I think they're going to try to load balance that stuff, you know? D-Boy, the Hawks Nest, do you agree with ESPN saying Russ is the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL right now? Nope. I have Russell Wilson as the best quarterback in the NFL right now. Mahomes might overtake him even in the next season, but based off last year, based off the most current data I have to go off of, he is the best. I don't know. Debo, don't let them be mean to you, man. If they're being mean, don't be mean to no Debo. Boy. Yeah, Tyrone, the Matt stats just don't match up with Cam and Kenny. That's just understanding of how productive Kenny was in his time. He was an amazing safety. Next to Ronnie Lott, probably the best safety in the 1980s. Everyone is destined. They're all bad people. I love you, D-Boy. Y2K, running backs that don't go down easy tend to fumble more, and that makes sense unless you're beast mode, pow, 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 truck stick. Yeah, I would agree with that. And especially I would offer on top of that Y2K, if you run inside zone a lot, the running back's going up in the middle of the hole. But what that happens then is if you have guys on the edge, the defensive ends, and especially in Seattle's scheme, for whatever reason, a lot of times we'll leave that defender unblocked on inside runs. So if he crashes down fast enough, he's hitting a running back that isn't seeing him coming or isn't anticipating him hitting him. So, for instance, the Pittsburgh Steelers game, there was a TJ Watt play where he came down on Chris Carson and caused the fumble. And I remember thinking at the time, man, there wasn't a whole lot Carson could do there because you left Chris Carson, you left Watt unblocked at that point. And the same thing with a play with Bosa in the 49er game where we left him unblocked on a ring play. I don't know why they do that, but I agree with you. That does lead to probably more fumbles. All right, man. Your boy Michael, you have a good one. Thank you for jumping on in here. And I think, guys, we will be going and wrap the chat. We're 4.5 hours in. My voice is starting to. So I'm going to probably be calling it a day here pretty quick. We'll get the last few of the chat questions in here. I don't want to leave anybody out. So if you got last couple questions, please put them in. No spamming here. So we get these last questions out and answered. Y2K, Chris Carson does seem to have a bad sense of people behind him. Yeah, it is kind of a little bit of that where it's, look, his fumble problems are legitimately bad. When I say it's the worst in all the NFL, it is by far the worst in all the NFL. It's no small problem to get over and fix. Hovan Litstrin. I hope I pronounced that right. Hovan. I hope I did. I'm trying, man. Hi, greetings for Serbia. Hello from Serbia. You're our first Serbian Seahawker in here. Welcome on in, man. Diehard Hawks fan since 2005. It's awesome to hear. Appreciate what you're doing. I'm writing for the first time, even though I've been following you for the last 2 months. Well, Hovan, and if I mispronounce your name, please correct me on it, but you're always welcome in the chat, man. The more, the merrier. I want to get this thing worldwide. We've got a lot of people we got some people out of Germany. We got some folks out of England. We got some folks out of Ireland. I want to go worldwide with the Hawks Nest. Why should we be restricted to just the Pacific Northwest? There's Seahawks fans everywhere, man. So please come on in the chat and say hi. Even if it's just to say hi, Hovan. I love seeing it in the world. We love going worldwide. You know what I mean? Love it. That's right, J-Boy. May Beast Bode watch over you. Hovan is not a bandwagoner. He's from Serbia. They get every right to choose their team. They don't have a natural team there in Europe. They got to make do with what they can. So don't forget, guys, they have only soccer to watch mainly over there. It's, give them some, give guy an inch on that. Nathaniel Park says with the 2 tight ends set off play action, it's going to be great. Yeah, and it looked in the past when we've had the 2 legitimate tight ends to roll out there where the second guy was really a threat, not just a warm body out there. We've actually been very dynamic in that element. We've got those 2 legitimate guys to throw out there under where Russell Wilson's there. So I think it's going to be great. The play action especially, and you can usually run better with the 2 tight end sets as well. It's hard for teams because you've got the extra guy on either side. It's hard for teams from a defensive standpoint to commit their scheme one side or the other. You kind of have to force them to play it straight up because the running game could go either edge. Tyrone as Ken Easley, Beast Mode, Russell Wilson, Largent, Bobby Wagner, the Boz, and Matt Hasselbeck are my favorite players. The Boz and Matt Hasselbeck, those are 2 kind of random ones at the end. But okay, that's not a bad list, man. I get it. Those are all good players. I mean, Boz was all right. I think injuries kind of upended Boz. I think if Boz was able to stay healthy a little longer, but then you go, well, maybe if he hadn't taken so many steroids in college, you wouldn't have had so many injuries in the pros. But, what are you going to do? Okay, I feel you don't like clutch, but I feel you think Russell is better than Holmes because he's more clutch. A Y2 guy, I totally don't like clutch, but I accept it. You know what I mean? It's that I never like descriptions of players that I can't easily quantify or even quantify with a whole bunch of wording with it. It's one of those things. It's just like with the guy's got grit. It's like in baseball, you go, oh, the guy's got grit. That tells me he hits 260, probably hits 5 home runs in a season and plays really good defense. And he's really smart on the base paths. You know what I mean? Like that's what a grit goes to me. So I always kind of look my nose down a little bit on that. But clutch is clutch. The thing with Russell Wilson, he's going to retire. When he retires, he will be the comeback king. He will have more comeback wins in the fourth quarter than any other quarterback. I think either Peyton Manning or John Elway is the current leader in the clubhouse on that. But he is going to overtake that. And there is no other stat that points more to the player's ability or being more clutch than that in itself. So I can't deny the clutch Y2K. I may not like it, but I can't deny it. Oh, the second, thank you for subbing to my stream, man. I really do appreciate that. And eventually I think we will get this here to an every Saturday thing. I'm working my way through it. Bear with me on it, guys, but I am definitely trying. Phones die. So thank you, TJ. We'll get you on as a mod next week, man. Beast most is love, Tyrone. You're right. All right, folks. So we are going to about wrap it up. I'm going through. Let's cut the questions on this point because I'm going to just kind of go through what we got right now. Catch any of the last stuff. The second, I'm going to catch the stream round. See you later. The second, thank you again for the sub, man. I salute you. Appreciate that in full. We'll catch you again on the flip side. You want to go, huh? Yeah, I got to go. My voice is going to be going here. A Hawks Nest, if it was you're starting a team, who are you going to be your quarterback? Pat Mahomes is going to be my quarterback over Lamar Jackson every time. I think he's got a lot of, I think Mahomes is going to be a problem in this league for many, many years to come. I really do. And I think he benefits from having a lot of talent around him, but I also think he has a lot of talent and he's going to be a great quarterback. Thank you, Dustin. I really appreciate it, man. It's always good to have you in. Hovan says in 2005, we watched our first football game on TV and I chose the Hawks because I love Supersonics. So you guys see he's consistent as a fan. Give him his props, man. He's a diehard Seattleite, even if he's over there in Serbia. And you guys got to remember, these guys didn't even get a chance to, I think as he's talking about, see football up until 2005. They didn't even have an option to pick anything. So, Hovan, you are a 12 through and through in my book, my man. You know what I mean? I don't care if you're from Serbia or Germany or from the Pacific Northwest, you know? Seahawks fans band together. Thank you, Tyrone. Love you too, brother. Thank you for hopping on in the chat, man. Nathaniel says, Russell will be the comeback king. He helped me come back from 35 down, nothing in Madden. He's got it in him, man. He's got that Russell Wilson magic. You can't deny it. 12th man, RC and hobbies. By the time Russ retires, I think he will exceed far beyond our expectations. He's only getting started. I have no doubts on that, 12th. I think he is in the middle of his prime right now, but I think he'll have a nice elongated prime. I think he'll still be able to play into his early 40s at least. I don't know if he's going to get into his mid 40s. I do have some trepidation about that. But that's not to say that there isn't still a good, nearly 10 plus years of great upper level play we got ahead of us still. Like you're saying, to me, the sky is still the limit with him. And once you essentially round him out with some talent, you get him an offensive line that's upper level. You know, we've got the pass catchers all in place along with that, both of those things at the same time. Then just like with a lot of these other quarterbacks that have that kind of assemblage of talent, you're going to see him take off as well. 100% agree with you there, man. Y2K, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you hopping on in here on the stream too. Evergreen, you as well. Thank you so much. D-Boy says, how do you feel about Matt Hasselbeck? Last one. Matt Hasselbeck's going to be one of the better quarterbacks in Seahawks history. He sits right there with Dave Craig in their rankings. I guess it depends on, who you favor a little more in that respect. I don't know who I'd favor more. They're neck and neck, to be honest with you. I thought my only issue with Matt Hasselbeck, and it was kind of my wonderment with Mike Holmgren, was why he didn't more invest in a top-end quarterback with that pick. Why go for a guy that was like a 5th, 6th round selection with some limitations on his arm talent when you want to pass so much and be such a pass-heavy team and you need to have an upper-level guy to do that? Maybe he thought Hasselbeck's upper-end, top level was going to be even higher than it truly turned out to be. But I think some of the limitations in arm strength hurt Matt Hasselbeck, especially playing in the outdoor stadium like he did in CenturyLink. You look at him, it's just like, for instance, the drop passes that we suffered for years here, where it's on some of those short routes for Matt to get it in there, and he'd have to really cook that ball in there. It was like he learned off of Brett Favre, and sometimes he'd put a 99-mile fastball in there when he needed to take a little bit off and get in about 85. Matt was solid, but just not spectacular. And I think there was a little limitations to him, but not a bad player. See you on the next stream, Nathaniel. Thank you so much. Hovan says, I don't know anything about football, and with time, that becomes my favorite sport. Now I HL and LJ in our football league, and I've watched every Hawks game with a passion like I'm from Seattle. I appreciate that, Hovan. And look, you can learn the sport, man. It is complicated. There's a lot of moving parts to it. But at the end of the day, there is a little bit of, at the end of the day, it's a mano-a-mano battle, right? It's a man's game. Can you move one guy off the ball? I mean, it does kind of break down to that at the end of the day. With all its complexity, that remains. And that's some of the beauty of it for me, is that it is a mano-a-mano thing. You can have all your fancy plays diagrammed and do all of your stuff in the back end. At the end of the day, one big man's got to move another big man off the ball. Matt Hasselbeck was awesome because he likes Super Fitz Magic, says Y2K. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I don't know if Matt had as much of the clutchiness that Russell has, though. I'll say that. Think back to the Packers game. We want the ball and we're going to score. Now that throw wasn't all on Matt. That route got rounded out by Bannister, and that was the problem on that pick with Al Harris. But there's a couple other games you can point to where it's like, Matt could be clutch at times, but not always clutch. Good night, D-Boy. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to get you on as a moderator next week, man. All right, that rounds us out. All questions have been answered. We are nearly 5 hours into the chat. This has been a phenomenal experience, as it always is with every one of you out there. Thank you so much for tuning in, keeping the chat lively and rolling along. It's always awesome. I was dragging ass today, but you guys got me up and got me moving. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. We will be on here in another 2 weeks. I'm going to try to get back on here if I can, do an every Saturday approach. It's just I've got to move to Maui here. That's kind of going to be pending. So we'll see how that goes with that. Beyond that, thank you as always. Go Hawks. Don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.